force upon them, XXI, 573, 583, 587, 588. For to perceive the body acting on me, I must be able to react against its force, such that I repel its motion as it repels my motion. In other words, my body and the body acting on me must stand in relations of mutual attraction and repulsion, XXI, 490, XXII, 326, 502. 5. My body and the body acting on me mutually attract and repel one another only if that body in turn mutually attracts and repels other bodies, which stand in similar relations to still other bodies, and so on. In other words, these bodies must form a continuum of interaction, a system of mutually interacting forces, XXI, 507, 535 to 536, 552, XXII, 293, 300, 431. Therefore, my perception of the existence of some body in space is possible only insofar as I have a body that is part of the system of physical bodies in dynamic interaction. Whatever its precise formulation, the main thrust of this argument supports one of the central premises of Kant's critique of idealism. For it states that my perception of objects in space must take place within the general system of experience, and that means, according to the postulates of empirical thought, that this perception cannot be illusory. That my perception of an object in space is part of the general system of experience was crucial to the argument of the refutation, because this alone established against the Cartesian skeptic that such a perception cannot be illusory. Though this point was crucial to the argument of the refutation, Kant implied more than explained it in the first critic. The transition now picks up where the refutation left off. It argues in more detail why the perception of objects in space must take place within the general system of experience. In the critic, the principle of community behind the third analogy that all substances perceived in space are in interaction played a crucial, if tacit, role in the postulates and the refutation of idealism, because it established that all objective experience of objects in space must take place in a system of interaction. The transition now completes this argument with its ether proofs, though now the principle of community assumes a decidedly constitutive status. Point 20. That Kant himself believed that the argument of the transition had important implications for the refutation appears from some of his obiter dicta on Tiedemann's Theaet. Though Kant does not discuss the detail of any of Tiedemann's arguments, he does suggest on at least two occasions that the transition serves as a response to his charge of skepticism, XXII, 11, 447, XXI, 440 to 441. Because the transition shows that belonging to a general system of moving forces is a necessary condition of our experience of objects in space, it shows their reality in a manner that cannot even be disputed by a Theaetetus. 5. The Selbstsetzungslehre. The most important doctrine for the development of Kant's idealism in the Opus Posthumum is that of the self-positing subject, or the so-called Selbstsetzungslehre. In the seventh Convolute, which was written between April and December 1800, Kant began to employ a new terminology to describe how the transcendental subject creates its experience. He says that the subject makes, posits, presents, objectifies or constitutes itself in the act of forming its world. The terms sich selbstsetzen, sich selbstmachen, sich selbstdarstellen, sich selbstvorhermachen, sich selbstkonstitueren, and sich selbst zum Objekt machen, appear frequently and almost interchangeably. Although they have slightly different connotations, all these terms stress the activity and spontaneity of the transcendental subject. The most common expression, however, is sich Selbstsetzen, and hence the name Selbstsetzungslehre. The main purpose behind Kant's Selbstsetzungslehre is to rationalize his transition program and to secure the possibility of physics as a science. The fundamental idea behind this doctrine is that the subject creates the world that it knows, or that what it knows is its creation, and indeed a function of its self-consciousness or self-objectification. The basis for this idea is nothing less than the central principle behind Kant's new way of thought, that we can know a priori of things only what we put into them, b18. Already in the preface to the second edition of the Critic, Kant saw this principle as the explanation for the scientific revolution and the progress of science, b14. In the Opus Posthumum he made this principle into the basis for physics itself. Physics too can be an a priori science, Kant argues repeatedly in the 10th Convolute, because what we know of the physical world is ultimately only our creation, XXII, 287, 306, 309-310, 319, 323, 331, 343. We derive knowledge from nature only to the extent that we have created it according to the laws of our own a priori activity. The language of self-positing sounds very Fichtian, leading some scholars to speculate about the origins of the Selbstsetzungslehre. It has been said that Kant was writing under Fichte's influence, deliberately appropriating his terminology to show that the critical philosophy could keep pace with all the new ideas. 21 There is something to be said for this hypothesis. Although Kant himself had used the term positing long before Fichte's heyday 22, he had not done so systematically or made it a central theme. Kant was indeed worried about his legacy and the growing apostasy of his students, 23, and, furthermore, he was not slow to adopt some of the jargon of his contemporaries in the Opus Posthumum, including that of Fichte. 24 To be sure, Kant was no close reader of Fichte's writings, but he was familiar enough with their contents from reviews. 25 Still, the crucial question remains, did Kant give the concept of self-positing the same meaning as Fichte? And here it is necessary to be very cautious indeed. If Kant adopted Fichte's language, it was for his own ends, and it came from his own principles, on which Fichte himself was deeply dependent. 26. Although the significance of the Selbstsetzungslehre for Kant's idealism has been much disputed. 27 There is an extent to which its implications are obvious. The most striking development of the Selbstsetzungslehre is that it gives Kant a general concept to unify the faculties of mind involved in the creation of experience. Understanding and sensibility are no longer static, given, innate, and separate faculties, but expressions or manifestations of a single underlying activity. Both are simply different forms of self-consciousness, different ways in which the self posits or objectifies itself. This shift is most marked when Kant states that the subject posits itself through the a priori forms of time and space, XXII, 70, 73-74, 88, 90, 96, 97, 409. Rather than belonging to sensibility alone, these forms are now integrated with the understanding and subsumed under the same function of self-consciousness. Of course, to some extent, this development was already implicit in the first Critic. In the second edition version of the Transcendental Deduction, Kant went to pains to bring the forms of sensibility under the forms of understanding conditioned by the unity of apperception. Even then he had made the self-consciousness involved in the unity of apperception the fundamental principle of experience, and he had also spoken about the transcendental subject positing itself through its act of I think, b158n. Still, this line of thought had not been fully explicit, and it had been obscured by the separate exposition of the transcendental aesthetic. The Selbstsetzungslehre now develops the doctrine of the primacy of the unity of apperception in the first Critic, explicitly making not only the understanding but also sensibility forms of self-consciousness. The I think is the highest act not only of understanding, but also of sensibility, denoting a single activity by which the self posits itself not only as cogitabile but also as dabble. It is important to see that the Selbstsetzungslehre brought together more than understanding and sensibility. It also wedded theoretical and practical reason, the speculative and the moral, under the single concept of the autonomy of reason. Thus unity was achieved not only in the critique of pure reason, but in the system of transcendental philosophy as a whole. Kant had always stressed the unity of theoretical and practical reason, and he had even stated in the preface to the second Critic that the concept of freedom is the keystone to the whole architecture of pure reason, v. 4. But here too these statements were never developed into explicit doctrine. The Selbstsetzungslehre now gave Kant the conceptual tools he needed to join the various realms of his philosophy. Signs of this move are already apparent in the 7th and 10th fascicles, when Kant describes the subject's self-positing activity in terms of autonomy or self-determination, Selbstbestimmung, XXII, 11, 73, 82, 85, 404, 406. Apperception is now regarded as an a priori principle of self-determination, 82, and it is according to a principle of autonomy that the subject makes itself into an object. Only in the first Convolute, which was written much later between December 1800 and February 1803, does this development become fully explicit. Kant now makes the concept of autonomy into the fundamental principle of transcendental philosophy itself, XXI, 59, 89, 93, 100, 106 to 107, 115, and the uniting term of theoretical and practical reason, 89, 93, 100. The concept of autonomy is understood in terms of the acts by which the subject determines or posits itself. Transcendental philosophy is now described as a system of autonomy where reason constitutes itself or becomes an object to itself, 100 to 101, 107, 115. The most controversial question about the Selbstsetzungslehre still remains, however. Granted that this doctrine involved an extension, consolidation, and development of Kant's idealism, did it also imply its transformation or revision? Did Kant abandon his formal idealism through the Selbstsetzungslehre and turn, at least in principle, toward the absolute idealism of Schelling and Hegel? 28. There are some good reasons for thinking that this is indeed the case. For the Selbstsetzungslehre seems to overthrow some of the fundamental dualisms of Kant's earlier idealism, the very dualisms that distinguish it from Schelling's and Hegel's absolute idealism. Foremost among these dualisms is that between the form and matter of experience. In the first critic, Kant seemed to uphold this dualism by making the understanding the lawgiver of nature in a purely formal sense, where it is the source of the categories that are only concepts of objects in general. In the Opus Posthumum, however, Kant appears to undermine this dualism by making the understanding the source of not only the form but also the content of experience. The system of moving forces is made into a constitutive principle of the possibility of experience, and it explains all perception, even colors, tastes, and sounds, as the product of the relations between forces, XXII, 319, 323, 341, 357. It is indeed striking how Kant, in rationalizing his transition, insists time and again that we get out of experience only what we have put into it, and that we can know something only insofar as we create it. 29. His favorite slogan becomes Forma dat serei, which seems to imply that the forms of the understanding determine the very essence of perception itself. There are also many passages in the 10th and 11th fascicles where Kant states that the affection of the empirical subject by the moving powers of nature is nothing more than the self-affection of the transcendental subject, so that the perception of external objects is nothing more than the transcendental subject's subconscious awareness of its own creations, XXII, 392, 395, 461, 465, 477. 30. Thus it appears as if Kant has so extended the powers of the transcendental subject that he has virtually eliminated the need to postulate the thing in itself and the given manifold of sensation. To what extent did Kant really abandon the dualism between form and matter in the Opus Posthumum? It is indeed the case that Kant expands the domain of form insofar as the system of moving forces is made into a constitutive principle of experience itself. But the border line has only been moved, not abolished. There is still a realm of matter that remains contingent for the dynamic categories. The problem is that the basic categories of the system of forces are still very general, such that they do not determine a priori how any specific object exemplifies them. Of course, For something to be an object of perception, it must illustrate in some manner all the dynamic categories: ponderability, quality, coercibility, quantity, cohesion, relation, and exhaustibility, modality, because these determine necessary characteristics of any moving force. But this still leaves room for the realm of the a posteriori, because these categories do not determine the degree to which any specific object is ponderable, coercible, and cohesible. Indeed, Kant himself seems to insist on an irreducible a posteriori dimension to physics when he insists that, though its form is a priori and created, its matter is simply given. XXII, 308, 310 to 311, 313, 316, 331, XXI, 293, 486, 609. Nowhere is Kant's retention of his old dualisms more apparent than in his continuing allegiance to the distinction between understanding and sensibility. Although Kant now says that the self-positing subject posits itself through sensibility as well as understanding, this does not mean for him that understanding dominates sensibility, as if sensibility were now only an inchoate or confused form of understanding. Rather, he holds that the subject posits itself through only the form of sensibility, while its matter is simply given, something that sensibility receives through affection by objects that we know only as appearances. XXII, 115 to 116. Even if such affection plays a lesser role in the opus posthumum, Kant does not deny that sensibility receives its matter through affection by things in themselves. XXII, 36. 31. Most important of all, Kant still insists that the a priori forms of sensibility, space and time, are sui generis, in principle irreducible to the forms of the understanding. Hence he continues to write, just as he did in the first Critic, space and time are not concepts, conceptus, but pure sense intuitions, intuitus. XXII, 12.32. Kant's concern about upholding his critical distinctions between form and matter and understanding and sensibility, appears in a revealing passage from the first fascicle, which was probably written very late, December 1800 to February 1803. The note, which seems directed against Fichte, Beck, and all radical idealists, reads like Kant's last will and testament. Writing about the limits of transcendental philosophy, which are transcended when the object ceases to be given and becomes a mere idealistic undoing, Kant adds this final cautionary note. Here we must remember that we have the finite mind before ourselves. The finite mind is that which is active only through passivity, and that reaches the absolute only through limits, or only insofar as it receives, acts upon, and shapes matter. Such a mind would therefore combine a drive toward form or the absolute with one toward matter or limits, which are the conditions without which he cannot satisfy or have the first drive. XXI, 76, 33. That Kant does not intend to abolish his dualisms is also clear from the transition program itself. If there were no dualism at all between the form and matter of experience, it is difficult to see how there could be a transition problem in the first place. While it is the purpose of the transcendental dynamic to bridge the gap between the transcendental and the empirical, it is important to see that it does so only by preserving that dualism within itself. There can be a science of transition, Kant argues, only if it mediates between the form and matter by containing these elements within itself and doing justice to them both. XXI, 285, 289, 366 to 367. Thus Kant states time and again that there is a distinction between the form and matter of his dynamic. Its form consists in its systematic unity, whereas its matter consists in the aggregate of perceptions given in experience. 34. He then explains that it is only the form of the science that rests on a priori principles, while its matter or content must be established through experience. XXI, 293, 486, XXII, 376. What is capable of a priori classification, he adds, is only the moving powers, while the data in which they are sensed elude in principle all such organization, XXII, 358, 482. Kant also stresses that physics has to consult experience to establish the existence of some of its fundamental objects, XXII, 383, 462, and that the matter or empirical data for the system of physics must be absolutely given, XXII, 331. Among these data whose existence has to be established by experience are the moving powers themselves, XXI, 287. Though it seems perfunctory, Kant's distinction between the two aspects of his transcendental dynamic expresses a central concern of the opus posthumum. Kant feared that his extension of the transcendental to the realm of moving forces would blur, or even appear to abolish, his careful distinctions between the a priori and the a posteriori, the transcendental and the empirical, established in the first Critic. Time and again he admits that it is very strange that there can be an a priori system of moving forces, and that it is possible to give a transcendental deduction of the ether. 35 This apparent oddity arose, of course, because it seemed to violate the distinction between the a priori and the a posteriori in the first Critic. Kant's way of removing this air of inconsistency was to distinguish between an a priori and a posteriori dimension of the transcendental dynamic itself. This distinction is his way of saying that although there is indeed an a priori system of the moving forces of matter, it is still necessary to know about the existence of these forces from experience itself. Kant's concern with maintaining the distinction between a priori and a posteriori appears most forcefully in a striking passage from Convolovi where he raises the question why there is need for a transition program at all, why not just apply the metaphysical principles to experience and be done with it? XXI, 526, Kant's response is that we must be careful not to confuse the realms of the transcendental and empirical. There is nothing worse for Grundlichkeit, he warns, than when these domains are simply pushed together, for that gives rise to all kinds of fallacies and confusions. Granted that Kant still wants to retain his dualism between the a priori and the a posteriori, the form and matter of experience, his Selbstsetzungslehre seems to undermine two other basic dualisms of the first Critic, the distinctions between the noumenal and phenomenal and the transcendental and empirical. There are two apparent implications of the concept of self-positing that seem to undercut these dualisms and to anticipate Fichte's more radical idealism. First, to say that the subject posits itself is to say that it makes itself, that it constitutes itself through its creations. Kant himself appears to make this perfectly explicit when he states that the subject makes itself, XXI, 85, 94, XXII 82, 353. Second, to say that the subject posits itself is to say that it objectifies itself, that it reveals itself through its productions. Kant himself seems to endorse this implication too by speaking about the subject's objectifying and presenting itself through its manifestations. Thus Kant's language of self-positing seems to mean both self-creation, according to the first implication, and self-revelation, according to the second. If self-positing means self-creation and self-revelation, then Kant's dualisms crumble. For if the subject creates and reveals itself through its phenomenal manifestations, then in some sense it must become identified with them. If the transcendental and noumenal becomes and reveals what it is through the phenomenal, then it must also in some sense be phenomenal or empirical. It was indeed on just these grounds that Fichte believed his concept of the self-positing self made it necessary to dispense with an unknowable subject in itself. Still, despite these apparent implications, Kant does not give the concept of the self-positing subject the same meaning as Fichte. That he does not think that the self-positing subject creates or reveals itself through its phenomenal manifestations becomes clear from his retention of the earlier concept of self-affection, which he had put forward in the second edition of the Critic. The concept of self-affection is the ancestor of self-positing, and so much so that the terms self-affection and self-positing, or self-objectification, are virtually synonymous. XXII, 326, 358. 36 When Kant writes in the Opus Posthumum of the self-positing, making, objectifying itself. He also means or says that the self affects itself. This is crucial because the doctrine of self-affection involves the negation of self-creation and self-revelation. Self-affection means that the subject that affects itself knows itself only as an appearance and not as it is in itself, against self-revelation, and that there is a distinction between the self as the subject who affects itself and the self as object who is affected by itself, against self-creation. To see this, it is only necessary to recall that in the first critic Kant develops the concept of self-affection to show that self-knowledge is subject to the same restrictions as all knowledge. To know itself, the subject must apply the categories and form of inner sense to a given manifold. This means, however, that the subject knows itself only as an appearance, because in affecting itself by applying the categories and inner sense to itself it changes or alters itself, so that it cannot know itself as it exists apart from and prior to the application of the forms of understanding and sensibility. Hence the self knows itself only as it appears for the categories and inner sense. Rather than denying the restriction of self-knowledge to appearances in the opus posthumum, Kant reaffirms it repeatedly, making it perfectly explicit that to affect myself implies that I know myself only as an appearance, XXII, 27, 31, 73, 78, 390, 416, 417. Rather than making self-positing the pivotal concept of the opus posthumum, it would be more accurate to stress the concept of self-affection. Though Kant himself often writes of Selbstaffection, he never uses the term Selbstsetzung, and Sich-Setzung is only one of the many phrases he uses to express the basic idea of self-affection. The term Selbstsetzungslehr is indeed only a scholarly anachronism, and it would be more true to Kant's intentions to speak of a Selbstaffektionslehre, given that he repeatedly stresses the importance of the concept of self-affection for his transition program, XXII, 366, 387 to 388, 392, 395, 404, 405. 6. Appearance of appearance, continuity with critical doctrines. Another new development in Kant's transcendental idealism in the opus posthumum is his concept of appearance, Erscheinung der Erscheinung. This concept is a central theme of the 10th Convolute, which Kant most probably wrote from August until the end of 1799. The shift from his earlier writings is striking. Kant no longer writes simply of appearances, as he did in the three Kritiken, but now distinguishes between degrees or levels of appearances, between appearances and the appearances of them, appearances of appearances. He also formulates this distinction in terms of direct and indirect appearances or phenomena. 37 Appearances of the first and second order, Ordnung, or degree, Rang, XXII, 339, 367, and even experiences of experience, 455. To add to the confusion, Kant also distinguishes between appearance in the metaphysical and physiological sense, 320, 325, and between subjective and objective appearances, 339, 378. The concept of appearance is closely connected to that of the self-positing or self-affecting self. The product of the self-positing self's activity, its self-objectification, is nothing less than appearance of appearance. When the subject affects itself through its own activity, Kant often writes, it does so as appearance of appearance. Hence the distinction between levels of appearance is sometimes formulated in terms of kinds of affection. Appearances arise from the affection of our sensibility, whereas appearances of appearances arise from self-affection. XXII, 321, 326, 340, 367, 371, 373. It has been said that the concept of appearance is among the most difficult developed by Kant, 38, and not least because it shifts greatly in meaning from one passage to another. No less than 18 features of its meaning have been noted. 39 Since the texts are very involved and confused, it should not be surprising that there is much dispute about its meaning. There has first been some debate about whether the concept involves the retention or elimination of transcendental affection and the thing in itself. According to Weinger, Addicks, and Kemp-Smith, the concept is the ultimate product of Kant's growing empirical realism 40, the final proof for his allegiance to the doctrine of double affection, which assumes that empirical objects act on the empirical ego as the thing in itself acts on the transcendental ego. 41 According to Lehmann, however, the concept expresses the result of Kant's increasingly radical transcendental idealism, which makes the whole realm of perception nothing less than the product of the self-positing self. 42 Rather than a proof of a doctrine of double affection, Lehmann insists that this concept dispenses entirely with the thing in itself. There also has been some debate about whether the concept presupposes or abolishes Kant's distinction between the form and matter of experience. According to Vittorio Matthew and Kurt Hubner, the concept only makes sense in the context of Kant's distinction between understanding and sensibility. According to Lehmann, however, the concept involves the reduction, if not the abolition, of Kant's original distinction. 43 To find a clear path through this maze, it is best to reconstruct Kant's concept from its original context. After writing the ether proofs in the second and fifth fascicles, Kant introduces the concept of an appearance of appearance in the 10th fascicle in the context of re-explaining his transition program. Here he asks himself repeatedly a question he had already raised many times in fascicles 2, 6, what is physics? Time and again he attempts to find the proper formulation for the subject matter of the physics he intends to transform according to the metaphysical principles of natural science. He distinguishes between two forms of physics, that before and that after the execution of the transition program. Before the transition, physics is essentially an empirical discipline, whose main business is observation and experiment, and whose central goal is to collect an aggregate of observations or mass of data. After the transition, however, physics acquires an a priori form, becoming a single system organized according to a priori principles. Kant sometimes uses other terms to define this distinction. It is that between Naturbeschreibung and Naturerklärung, XXII, 341, Naturgeschichte and Systematische Physiology, 307, or System der Natur in the sense of Linnaeus and Systematik der Natur, 501, cf 482. Whatever the terms, he says that these two kinds of physics relate to one another as matter and form, 281, 311, 313, 319. While empirical physics provides the matter, which derives from observation and experiment, a priori physics supplies the form, which consists in systematic unity according to metaphysical principles. Following this distinction, Kant also distinguishes between the two forms of physics in terms of their subject matter or epistemic elements. The special subject matter of empirical physics is the aggregate of perceptions, Wahrnehmungen, while that of a priori physics is experience, Erfahrung. Kant defines perception as empirical representation with consciousness, which consist in the sensations that arise from the affection of sensibility and whose contents are represented in space and time. In contrast, he identifies experience with a system of perceptions, 400, the thoroughgoing connection of perceptions in space and time and both joined together, 346, a whole of perceptions according to the understanding formed under one concept, 361, and the absolute unity of the knowledge of the objects of the senses, 497. What is characteristic of, and essential to, experience, then, is its unity, wholeness, or systematicity. There can be really only one experience, Kant insists, and if we speak of many we really only mean perceptions within one experience. According to these distinctions, then, a priori physics relates to empirical physics as experience does to perception, that is, as the unity of the manifold to the aggregate of its particular elements. Though it seems to be purely routine, Kant's distinction between the two forms of physics is especially relevant to his concept of appearance of appearance. For Kant develops this concept especially to designate the distinctive subject matter of a priori physics. While empirical physics deals directly with appearances themselves, a priori physics concerns appearances of appearances. Following the distinction between experience and perception, this means that the realm of appearance should consist in experience, whereas the domain of appearance alone should consist in perceptions. This is indeed the case. Kant's distinction between the two levels of appearance in fascicles X and 11 corresponds perfectly to his distinction between experience and perception. Kant almost always uses appearance of appearances to refer to the system of perceptions, their unity in a coherent whole, whereas he applies appearances to designate the aggregate of perceptions in space and time. 44 In other words, the realm of appearance consists in the manifold of perceptions, whereas the domain of appearance consists in experience. Hence Kant sometimes uses the expression object of experience, Erfahrungsgegenstand, as a synonym for appearance of appearance, XXII, 364. This context gives a perfectly straightforward account of the sense in which appearances of appearances are second order, a function of first order appearances. Experience is an appearance of appearance because it is formed by the concepts of the understanding, which synthesize appearances, the manifold of perceptions given to sensibility. The distinction between levels of appearance then mirrors Kant's earlier distinction between understanding and sensibility in the first Critic. There Kant maintained that the concepts of the understanding are mediate representations or representations of representations because they consist in a universal that represents the many particular representations of the manifold. Those particular representations that relate directly to their object are intuitions given to sensibility, B93. Since the realm of experience is formed by concepts of the understanding, representations of representations, it too consists in appearances of appearances. The distinction between second and first order appearances then corresponds to Kant's earlier distinction between understanding and sensibility in the first Critic. Rather than destroying the earlier distinction between understanding and sensibility, the distinction between orders of appearances presupposes it. Appearances are a function of sensibility because it consists in perceptions, which arise from the affection of the sense organs by external things, but appearances of appearances are a function of the understanding, which unifies the manifold of sensibility. In some passages from fascicle X, Kant is perfectly explicit in explaining the distinction in terms of his old dualism between the a priori and the a posteriori. The appearance of things in space, and in time, is twofold. 1. Those objects that consist in what we posit in them, a priori, and is metaphysical. 2. Those that are empirically given, a posteriori, and is physical. The latter is direct appearance, the first is indirect appearance, i.e., appearance of an appearance. XXII, 340. Kant returns to the old distinction again when he states that appearances arise from the forms of intuition of sensibility, whereas appearances of appearances derive from the synthetic activity of the understanding. The pure intuition of the manifold in space contains the form of the object in the appearance a priori of the first order, i.e., direct. The combination of the perceptions in the subject for the sake of experience is again the appearance of the so affected subject as it represents itself, and is indirect or of the second degree, appearance of appearance, XXII, 367. The old distinction between understanding and sensibility resurfaces yet again when Kant states that appearances must be first given to sensibility before they are combined according to the acts of the understanding, which create the unity of experience and hence appearances of appearances, XXII, 364, 367, 371, 458. That Kant intends to distinguish between his layers of appearance according to some form of the distinction between understanding and sensibility is apparent from his reintroduction in the 10th fascicle of an old theme from the first Critic, the amphiboles of reflection. The purpose of reflection, Kant held in the Critic, is to determine the cognitive faculty to which representations belong, b. 317 to 318. It deals not only with the logical form but also the content of concepts, ascertaining whether they belong to understanding or sensibility. An amphiboly arises when we confuse these faculties, conflating a representation of the understanding with an intuition of sensibility, or conversely, b. 326. Now it is striking that Kant returns to this theme when he introduces his concept of the appearance of appearances. 45. He now explains that there are two kinds of illusion involved in the amphibolies. 320. The first occurs when we mistake the subjective with the objective, or appearances with things in themselves. The second happens when we confuse the empirical with the transcendental, or when we refy the necessary conditions of experience as if they were some kind of thing within experience itself. The point behind the concept of an appearance of appearance is to prevent these kinds of confusion. It draws a distinction between different logical orders so that we do not confuse the transcendental, appearances of appearances, with the empirical, appearances. Despite such textual evidence, this interpretation has been dismissed on the grounds that Kant had already abandoned his sharp dualism between understanding and sensibility in the transcendental deduction of the first critic. 46. According to this objection, the drastic dualism between understanding and sensibility, in which sensibility receives representations that are then processed by the understanding, was only provisional and completely undermined by the deduction, whose central conclusion is that nothing can be given to sensibility unless it is formed through the understanding. This objection has a point. There is indeed something troubling about Kant's simplistic restatement of his earlier dualism, which seems to regress to older abandoned doctrines. Furthermore, such a restatement appears flatly inconsistent with his frequent statements in Convolu X that nothing can be given in perception that we have not put into it. XXII, 287, 306, 309, 319, 323, 331, 343, 361 to 362. It is important to see, however, that we can uphold the central conclusion of the deduction without dropping the form, matter dualism. Kant can continue to think that nothing can be given to sensibility apart from the understanding, and still retain some form of his dualism between understanding and sensibility. There is a simple but crucial distinction to be made here between being conditioned by the understanding and being created by it. It is possible that the object of perception is completely conditioned by the understanding, so that no aspect of the object as it is presented to consciousness is simply given. Nevertheless, there is still an underlying material of sensation that cannot be created by the understanding. Formidat serei, of course, but essence does not mean sheer existence and materiality. This is Kant's position in the first critic apart from the preliminary exposition in section 1, chapter 2, of the Analytic, and it remains his view in the Opus Posthumum. Applying this distinction to the concept of an appearance of appearance, the distinction between levels of appearance is then a distinction between those appearances that are only conditioned by the understanding and those that are entirely created by it. While appearances are indeed conditioned by the understanding, since the content of perception has to be formed by the understanding, they are not completely created by it, because they must also be given to sensibility. Appearances of appearances, however, are created by the understanding, since the form of experience is entirely the product of self-affection and is not given in any manner. While Kant never puts the distinction in just this form, and his language sometimes suggests his pre-deduction dualism, this reformulation saves him from a serious inconsistency. It would seem, then, that Kant develops the concept of an appearance of appearance to maintain his dualism between understanding and sensibility, and not to express the consequences of abolishing it. The whole point of the concept appears to be to reveal the difference in kind between those representations that are a function of understanding and those that are a function of sensibility, or, to speak more in accord with the result of the deduction, between those that are entirely a function of the understanding and those that are only partly so and also a function of sensibility. After all, this is only in keeping with Kant's concern to maintain some form of his dualism within the transition program, which had to observe boundaries as well as bridge them. 7. Appearance of appearance, its novelty. Yet this is not the end of the story. The whole business becomes much more complicated once we realize that the idea of an appearance of appearance also played another role for Kant, to explain and defend the peculiar status of the ether. It is indeed noteworthy that Kant first writes about direct and indirect objects of experience in his remarks on the ether proofs in the section entitled Übergang 1-14, XXI, 543, 576. Furthermore, he seems to have first planned a section on the amphiboles to prevent confusion about the transcendental status of the ether, XXI, 545-546. Kant fears that it is very easy to think of the ether as a kind of hypothesis, a mere fiction or qualitas occulta, because it cannot be confirmed by direct experience. The amphiboles remove this confusion between the transcendental and the empirical, because there are two different but equally legitimate means of establishing the existence of something that cannot be given in immediate experience, either through conjectures from experience or by showing something to be a necessary condition of the possibility of experience itself. If the point behind the concept of appearance is to legitimate the ether, then this concept cannot be simply a variant of the distinction between understanding and sensibility after all. The very opposite would seem to be the case, for, as we have already seen, the ether does not readily or easily follow Kant's normal distinction between the formal and the material, or the transcendental and empirical. This concept has a unique status because it has objective reality and yet also serves as a necessary condition of experience. Kant states that the ether is the substrate underlying all moving forces, that it is the objective basis for the community of nature, and that it is the basis or matter of all experience. Nevertheless, he also holds that it cannot be found within experience because its existence cannot be confirmed by perception. XXI, 543, 561-562, 574, 576. Now it is striking that the concept of an appearance has just this peculiar status. The term is especially apt because an appearance stands on a different logical level from appearances themselves, and so cannot be derived from perception, yet it is still a kind of appearance or experience, even if an indirect or second-order one, because the transcendental conditions of experience enter into the very constitution of experience itself, and so have a kind of reality themselves. What we create is indeed part of what we perceive. The only mistake comes in thinking that it is derived from perception when it is created for it. The whole concept of appearance then denotes something very like the ether. It is not simply a formal condition of experience on the one hand, but also something that it is not within the content of perception itself on the other hand. It is that which has reality as the whole of experience but cannot be verified in any particular experience. If we consider all these factors, it is necessary to conclude that the concept of an appearance plays a new and unique role in Kant's transcendental idealism. On the one hand, it presupposes the distinction between understanding and sensibility because it tells us that the products of the understanding, appearances, must not be confused with those of sensibility, appearances. Kant could indeed defend the transcendental status of the ether only by maintaining a distinction in kind between these forms of representation. Yet, on the other hand, the concept also bridges that dualism by showing how, at least in the case of the ether, the transcendental condition of experience enters into experience itself. The point in talking about appearances, of indirect appearances, is to show that the transcendental too appears, entering into the constitution of experience itself, if only indirectly. In sum, the concept essentially amounts to a reformulation or refinement of the distinction between the form and matter of experience. It brings out how in some cases the form of experience becomes an element, though only an indirect one, constitutive of experience itself. To an extent, this conclusion was already implicit in the first critic, because Kant had always insisted in the transcendental deduction that the conditions of the possibility of experience are constitutive of experience itself, yet this point did not jibe well with his own sharper distinction between form and matter, understanding and sensibility. The value of the concept of appearance, then, is that it reformulates Kant's distinction between matter and form so that it is more in accord with the results of the deduction. Kant now devises the term appearance, or indirect appearances, to express how the transcendental conditions of experience are an element within experience itself. He was most likely led to such a conclusion through his reflection on the peculiar status of the ether. It is only necessary to add that this interpretation of the concept of an appearance differs markedly from that given by some of its foremost exponents. According to Beiser, Addix, Drews, and Kempf-Smith 47, the concept of an appearance is essentially the result of Kant's growing empirical realism, which began with the refutation of idealism in the second edition of the Critic. The point of the concept is to express how, according to Kant's empirical realism, we can treat appearances as if they were things in themselves, so that they exist in both matter and form independent of empirical consciousness. Empirical realism means that appearances act on empirical consciousness just as if they were physical things, so that the whole distinction between subject and object falls within the realm of appearances. This implies that the empirical ego's representations of physical things are appearances of appearances, given that from a transcendental standpoint its objects are really only appearances. This account of the concept becomes more complicated, however, when these scholars also interpret it along the lines of their doctrine of double affection. According to this doctrine, the distinction between levels of appearance is also a distinction between forms of affection. Appearances are the result of the affection of the transcendental self by the thing in itself, whereas appearances of appearances are the effect of the affection of the empirical ego by empirical objects. There are some grains of truth to this interpretation. There is indeed a deeper empirical realism in the opus posthumum, even if Beiser, Addix, and Kempf-Smith underestimate its presence in the first edition of the Critic insofar as Kant often writes about appearances as if they were things in themselves. Furthermore, Kant does introduce the concept in the context of a discussion about how appearances can be treated as things in themselves from the scientific standpoint, XXII, 318-320. Apart from this, however, there is a grave lack of textual evidence for this reading. It is striking that Kant rarely uses the phrase appearance to designate the status of the empirical ego's representations. 48 Most passages show that the very opposite is the case, rather than referring to empirical representations, which are only perceptions and so on the level of appearances themselves. Appearance denotes the transcendental ego's second-order construction of appearances from empirical representations. 49. There is also little warrant for reading the concept of appearances according to the doctrine of double affection. Prima facie there seems to be some evidence for this interpretation because, in one central passage, Kant writes of the distinction between appearance and thing in itself as concerning the manner in which the subject is affected by the object, in its form, XXII, 19-20, 320.50. Although Kant often refers to the distinction in terms of kind of affection, the kinds of affection he has in mind give no support for the double affection interpretation. What Kant often says is that the affection of sensibility gives rise to perceptions, while the self-affection of the transcendental self creates experience. 51 This is not a distinction between affection by appearances and by things in themselves but between self-affection and affection by something else, whether that is appearances or things in themselves. 8. The thing in itself. One of the most interesting and controversial aspects of the opus posthumum for the interpretation of Kant's transcendental idealism concerns the status of the thing in itself. There are many passages in the 7th and 10th fascicles where Kant seems to doubt or deny the existence of the thing in itself and where he explicitly assigns it the status of a mere Gedankennding or ens rationis. 52 It is as if Kant finally admits the full consequences of his critical principles, realizing that he cannot postulate the existence of something whose nature and reality should be completely unknowable to him. The implications for his idealism are obvious. If the thing in itself is a mere fiction, then transcendental idealism cannot claim to be a kind of formal idealism whose distinguishing characteristic is that it leaves intact the reality of things in themselves. The passages from the 7th and 10th fascicles are intricate and obscure, giving different accounts of the thing in itself and why it should be understood as an ens rationis. Not surprisingly, then, these passages too have been the subject of conflicting interpretations. Some scholars have regarded them as a disavowal of the reality of things in themselves, while others see them as simply a restatement of views Kant already held in the 1780s.53. Since the interpretation of these passages is so controversial, it is necessary to consider them in a little detail. There is one set of passages where Kant states that the thing in itself is not a kind of existing object but only the basic principle for synthetic a priori knowledge. The thing in itself is assigned a purely immanent function in establishing the objectivity of our knowledge, but as a transcendent entity it is dismissed as a mere ens rationis. Thus Kant writes, the thing in itself is not a given object existing outside our representation, but only the positing, disposition, of a thought entity which is thought of as corresponding to the object. 31. The thing in itself is explicitly identified with the principle of synthesis. The object in itself equals X is not a particular object but only the mere principle of synthetic a priori knowledge, which contains the formal element of the unity of this manifold of intuition. 20. In a similar vein Kant states, the thing in itself equals X is not an object given to the senses but only the principle of the synthetic a priori knowledge of the manifold of sense intuition in general and the law of its coordination. 33. More simply, Kant says, the thing in itself is not at all an existing thing but is merely a principle. 34. In another set of complementary passages Kant develops this line of thought by insisting that the thing in itself is only the correlate of the self-positing self, the product of its purely rational activity. Hence in referring to the matter of experience he writes, the material element of experience the thing in itself is equals X and is the mere representation of the subject's own activity. 37. A striking passage from fascicle X reads, the thing in itself is a thought entity Gedankennding, ens rationis, through which the subject constitutes itself for the connection of the whole manifold to unity. 414. Of course, these passages only reinforce those where Kant equates the thing in itself with the principle of the unity of experience. They simply add that this principle is the product of the self-positing subject, or that it is nothing more than its self-objectification. On the basis of these passages, it has been argued that Kant wants to eliminate the thing in itself as a kind of entity and to ascribe to it a completely immanent function in creating objectivity for the manifold of perceptions. The thing in itself now becomes nothing more than an expression for the limitation of our own self-positing activity, the fact that we are finite and cannot create all of our experience. 54. Read in context, however, there is little surprising or new in these passages, which simply return to a line of thinking established in the first critic. They do not necessarily imply that Kant doubts or denies the reality of the thing in itself, but only that he thinks it plays no useful role in the explanation of the objectivity of knowledge. The X in question here, the formal principle of our experience, is an old friend from the first edition of the first critic, the transcendental object. In many passages of the critic Kant had often equated the thing in itself with the transcendental object, because it usurped the thing in itself's traditional role of providing objectivity to experience. Example A 250-251, 277.55. He had argued against transcendental realism that the concept of the thing in itself, interpreted as a transcendent entity that exists apart from and prior to our perception of it, is useless in explaining the objectivity of experience. To ascribe objectivity to our perceptions, we had to understand the thing in itself in terms of the concept of an object, the transcendental object, which provides objectivity by synthesizing a manifold of perceptions according to a rule. It is striking that the passages from the Opus Posthumum appear in a similar context, where Kant again attempts to explain the source of the objectivity of our experience. He is again saying, as he already had in 1781, that to explain the objectivity of our experience the thing in itself is best interpreted as the transcendental object. It is for this reason and this alone that Kant insists in these passages that the thing in itself is an ens rationis. He is not denying or doubting the existence of things in themselves, but only arguing against transcendental realism that they can have no useful role as an explanation of the possibility of experience. It is in the same context that we should read other passages of the seventh fascicle where Kant seems to make the thing in itself a mere idea. He writes, for example, that the thing in itself is not an object existing for itself but only an idea, 28, where this idea is that of a completely determined experience, one in which every property of a perception is made determinate according to some concept of the understanding. When Kant describes the thing in itself as a Gedankennding, this means, at least in some contexts, that it is not a mere fiction or illusion but an ideal for the complete knowledge of appearances. Again, Kant is not necessarily doubting or denying the reality of things in themselves understood as transcendent entities. Their status remains simply problematic, but only explaining how the concept should be used in an immanent sense. There is another set of passages where Kant states explicitly that the thing in itself is not a specific entity but only another perspective on the object that appears, XXII, 26, 42-44, 412, 414. The thing in itself now seems to designate only that purely negative standpoint in which we consider the object in abstraction from all features of our sensibility. Kant comes closest to this perspectival reading when he writes, the thing in itself equals X is not another object but only another standpoint, namely the negative standpoint from which we consider one and the same object, 42. He also stresses that the thing in itself is simply a relational concept, Verhaltnisbegriff, to consider another relation of the object to our representation of it. The thing in itself, ens per se, is not another object but another relation of our representation to the same object, 26. This other relation arises when we consider the same object insofar as it is not subject to the transcendental conditions of our experience of it, but we have no right to think of it as a separate entity, Kant insists, because it is a mere cipher to designate something problematic, 37. Here again, though, there is little new in these passages, which only restate a position Kant had already developed in the 1780s. Kant simply reaffirms his view already stated in some passages of the first critic that the distinction between appearance and thing in itself is not between kinds of entity but only different aspects or relations of one and the same entity. 56. He is not denying or doubting that there are other aspects of these entities besides phenomenal ones, rather, he is only insisting on their problematic status. But that too is hardly a new development. That the concept of a thing in itself is purely problematic was already firmly stated in the chapter on noumena and phenomena in the first critic, b. 310-311. The more closely we consider these later passages, the more it becomes obvious that Kant cannot be doubting or denying the reality of things in themselves. To be sure, he is not affirming their reality, but he is definitely insisting on their possibility. This emphasis on the purely problematic status of the thing in itself is only in keeping with his general doctrine about the limits of knowledge, which forbid us to affirm or deny the reality of anything beyond possible experience. Hence Kant cannot be claiming that the concept of a thing in itself is a complete fiction in the sense that it does not exist, for that too would be to make a dogmatic claim that violates his strictures about the possibility of knowledge. Of course, it could be argued that Kant does mean to deny their existence because he now finally recognizes that any existence claim has meaning only within the realm of phenomena, but this interpretation flatly contradicts Kant's increasing insistence after 1787 that the categories do have meaning for objects in general, or that we can at least think things in themselves according to the categories. A close reading of the 7th and 10th fascicles confirms, then, that Kant was still clinging to his doctrine of the 1780s. While he insists upon the problematic status of things in themselves, Kant is still far from denying their reality. Indeed, he continues to reaffirm the doctrine of the second critic that practical reason gives us reason to believe in their reality, even when it cannot be demonstrated by theoretical reason. Thus in the 7th fascicle Kant repeatedly states that we can affirm the reality of freedom and God only because of the concept of duty, which is prescribed by practical reason, 52-53, 58, 60, 62. The explanation for Kant's greater caution in the seventh fascicle most probably lies in his historical context. Pressed hard by his critics and students, he had to show that he was not violating his critical principles. 57 Nevertheless, he remained fully convinced of the essentials of the doctrine he had already established in the Three Kritiken. 58 In this regard, as in so many others in the Opus Posthumum, Kant kept his peruke firmly attached. Part 2. Fichte's Critique of Subjectivism. Introduction, the interpretation of Fichte's idealism. Since the late 18th century, there have been two dominant interpretations of Fichte's early idealism, the so-called Jena Wissenschaftslehre developed by Fichte in his Jena years, 1794 to 1799. According to one interpretation, Fichte's early idealism is essentially a form of absolute idealism because it affirms the existence of an absolute ego that posits itself as all reality, and that creates not only the form but also the content of experience. This absolute idealism is a radical and complete form of Kant's transcendental idealism for two reasons. First, it eliminates the thing in itself and the given manifold, and, second, it universalizes the transcendental subject, so that there is not one such subject per person but only one infinite subject. According to the other interpretation, Fichte's early idealism is basically a form of subjective idealism because it limits all knowledge down to the representations of the finite subject and confers only a regulative status upon the absolute ego. Such subjective idealism is essentially a form of solipsism, because it either denies or doubts the reality of anything beyond our own representations. After trapping the ego inside the circle of its own consciousness, it acknowledges only a practical basis for our belief in an external world. In other words, though it admits we do not know there is an external world, it still insists that we ought to believe in one. The first interpretation, which is still widespread in the English-speaking world, has been common in standard histories of philosophy. 1 The second has been less prevalent, but it too has a venerable history. It began with Jacobi's famous 1799 Briefen Fichte, it was then adopted by Schelling and Hegel, and it is still common in Marxist histories of philosophy. 2. These interpretations are utterly irreconcilable, at conflict on every point. The first interpretation removes all limits on the transcendental subject, gives it a constitutive status, and denies the reality of the thing in itself as well as the given empirical manifold. The second interpretation retains all limits on the transcendental subject, grants it only a regulative status, and affirms the existence of both the thing in itself and the empirical manifold. It seems extraordinary that there can be two such radically opposed readings of any philosopher. But that this is so only demonstrates the difficulty of interpreting Fichte. Each interpretation has its strengths. The first alone seems consistent with Fichte's radical idealist program, which expressly banishes the thing in itself, and which explicitly affirms the unity of the intellectual and empirical. The second alone does justice to Fichte's insistence upon the limits of knowledge, that we cannot transcend experience, that we cannot escape the circle of consciousness, and that we are doomed to an infinite striving toward unattainable ideals. But each interpretation also has its weaknesses. The first, by postulating the reality of an absolute subject, makes Fichte's idealism into a transcendent metaphysics, flatly contrary to its teaching about the limits of knowledge. The second, by trapping the ego inside the circle of its own representations, flies in the face of Fichte's empirical realism, his attempt to demonstrate the reality of other minds and the external world. Obviously, the best reading of Fichte's idealism would combine the strengths, and avoid the weaknesses, of both interpretations. It would show how Fichte evades both solipsism and a transcendent metaphysics, and it would explain his idealist principles and his teaching about the limits of human knowledge. The following chapters attempt to do justice to these apparently conflicting demands. I will try to steer a via media between the opposing interpretations of Fichte's early idealism. Against the absolute idealist interpretation, I read Fichte's early philosophy as a system of pragmatic idealism. 3 Such a system consists in 4 fundamental propositions, all of them aspects of Fichte's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason. The world, in its present condition, is not ideal or rational, but it ought to become so through our striving as moral agents. Although what we now know in our experience is indeed posited by our rational activity, there always remains an extent to which the world is simply given, for we as finite beings do not have the power to create all of our experience. We can, however, diminish the given, and increase the created, content of experience as we approach the ideal of complete independence, total power over nature. We approach this ideal through concrete action, through making nature conform to our purposes. The absolute ego, which posits all reality, is not a constitutive principle but a regulative ideal. It represents the ideal for moral action of the finite ego, absolute independence, complete causality over nature. Knowledge arises from action or practice, not from contemplation or theory. There cannot be any reply to skepticism from a purely contemplative or theoretical standpoint, which only thinks about the world but which does not change it. Rather, the problems of skepticism can be resolved only through action, through changing the world and making it conform to the demands of our reason. Point 4. We cannot explain the possibility of experience according to theoretical reason but only according to practical reason. The fundamental principle for the deduction of experience is the self-consciousness of our freedom. Against the subjective idealist interpretation, I argue that the central purpose of Fichte's Wissenschaftlehre was to avoid the charges of subjectivism that had been leveled against Kant's philosophy in the 1780s. For Fichte, no less than Kant, transcendental idealism had to explain empirical reality, the existence of an external world. Throughout the Jena years Fichte developed several refutations of empirical idealism and solipsism, or various deductions of the reality of the external world and other minds. In chapters 7 and 8 below I attempt to reconstruct Fichte's arguments for the reality of the external world and other minds. Although we shall find serious problems with these arguments, the need to examine them seriously and in detail shows that Jacobi's charge of nihilism fails. Although Fichte's idealism has often been read as the very epitome of modern subjectivism, the truth of the matter is that Fichte radically broke with this tradition. We shall see in subsequent chapters that he departed from it in three fundamental respects. First, he argued that I am self-conscious only because I am also conscious of an external world. Second, he questioned the privacy of the Cartesian subject by defending the thesis that all self-knowledge is intersubjective, depending on a normative structure of mutual recognition. Third, and most radically, he contended that all knowledge is based on our practical activity, and ultimately on the will. In other words, we acquire knowledge not through contemplation but through action. The subjectivist tradition had made itself vulnerable to skepticism, Fichte charged, because it presupposed a contemplative model of knowledge, according to which we know objects simply by thinking about them. Fichte is the first philosopher in the modern idealist tradition to attack radically the classical distinction between knowing and doing, thinking and acting. Point 5. To be sure, this does not mean that Fichte completely rejected the Cartesian heritage. We still have some reason to place Fichte within this tradition since, like Kant, he continued to affirm that the world is constituted by, and appears according to, the activity by which we know it. He too was an opponent of transcendental realism, the doctrine that the objects of knowledge are things in themselves that continue to exist when we do not perceive them. For this reason, recent accounts of Fichte's idealism, which understand it entirely in terms of his anti-naturalism, or his belief in the autonomy of the normative, are insufficient. Point 6. The problem with such interpretations is that anti-naturalism alone is still compatible with transcendental realism, a doctrine that Fichte decidedly rejects. When Fichte defines his philosophy as criticism in contrast to dogmatism, he explicitly opposes it to transcendental realism as well as naturalism, see below, 2.3.2. Hence Spinozism, Fichte's nemesis, represents not only mechanism but a monistic form of transcendental realism, the belief in the reality of the thing in itself. It is indeed one general result of the present reading of Fichte's early idealism that its differences with Kant's transcendental idealism are not as great as commonly assumed. Regarding the limits of knowledge and the sources of experience, some of the main principles of Fichte's critical idealism turn out to be very similar to Kant's formal idealism. Although Fichte does avow radical idealist principles, which imply the elimination of the thing in itself and the given manifold, these principles eventually reveal themselves to be regulative rather than constitutive, prescriptions for action rather than descriptions of reality. In the end, the critical idealism of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre does affirm the existence of a thing in itself and a given manifold, even if their status is greatly diminished. Like Kant's formal idealism, it maintains that, to some extent, the matter of experience remains given, through the ceaseless striving to gain power over the world we can approach, but never attain, its complete elimination. This is not to say, of course, that Fichte's idealism is identical with Kant's. We shall find below that there are still fundamental differences, and that these are so great that they undermine Fichte's claim that his system represents nothing but the spirit of Kant's philosophy. To summarize and anticipate, there are four basic differences. First, Fichte makes practical reason, the root of all reason, the fundamental basis of experience itself. Second, Fichte understands the transcendental activity by which we form experience not only in a theoretical but also a practical sense. It is not only an intellectual but also a practical operation. Third, Fichte makes the distinction between understanding and sensibility a matter of degree rather than kind. Fourth, Fichte assumes a greater self-awareness of freedom than is possible in the Kantian system. He thinks that I can know not only that I am free but also how I am so, or in what my activity consists. The interpretation of Fichte's idealism in the following chapters is based on all the central works of the Jena years. It gives priority, however, to Fichte's own published works rather than the lecture transcripts. It therefore focuses on the 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, the 1795 Grundrisse Eigenthümlichen der Wissenschaftslehre, the 1796 Grundlage der Naturrechts, and the 1798 System der Sittenlehre, which were all published by Fichte himself. This means that I use the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, which is only based on lecture transcripts, chiefly as a supplement to the published works. This goes contrary to some recent trends in Fichte's scholarship, which regard the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo as the crowning achievement of the Jena period. 7 However, I think that this is a mistake for two reasons. First, even if we assume that the transcripts are completely faithful and accurate, the most they tell us is how Fichte was thinking only during the 2 semesters covered by them. 8 Fichte's thinking was in constant development, and he never reached a point where he was satisfied with his exposition. Second, if we compare the contents of the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo with Fichte's major published works of the same years, the 1796 to 1797 Grundlage der Naturrechts and the 1798 System der Sittenlehre, there is no comparison between them in terms of providing sustained, detailed, and rigorous technical argument. Any close reader of the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo will soon be frustrated because not only the detail but even the thread of argument is often lost. Time and again issues are raised but not explored, arguments are promised but never delivered. It is a great mistake to regard the 1796 Grundlage and the 1798 Sittenlehre as simply moral or political works, as if they simply apply the first principles of the Wissenschaftslehre. Rather, these works reformulate and re-argue some of Fichte's fundamental themes and give specific content to the more theoretical works. Chapter 1. Fichte and the Subjectivist Tradition. 1. The challenge of subjectivism. That the problems of the father are inherited by the son is a maxim true in philosophy no less than in domestic life. The problem of subjectivism that had so troubled Kant in the 1780s began to torment Fichte in the early 1790s. Fichte had been converted to the Kantian philosophy in the summer of 1790, and he had resolved to devote his life to its exposition and defense. But, by 1793, his faith in the critical philosophy had been so deeply shaken that he could no longer trust its very foundations. What had undermined his confidence was his reading of Hume, Jacobi, and the Neo-Humean skeptics, especially the writings of Ernst Plattner, Gottlieb Schultz, and Solomon Maimon. 1 These thinkers had convinced him that Kant's philosophy was still vulnerable to skeptical objections, and that, at least in its present formulation, it could end in a morass of doubt worse than anything imagined by Hume. Such a skepticism would undermine all reason for belief in the external world, other minds, and even our own selves. It would trap the self inside the circle of its own consciousness, so that it knew nothing more than its representations. In short, Fichte had discovered the horrors of nihilism. 2. Although Fichte's faith had been shaken, it had not been destroyed. Throughout the 1790s he continued to believe that the spirit, though not the letter, of Kant's philosophy provided the only solution to the problem of nihilism. Kant's philosophy alone, he maintained, could provide a rational basis for our belief in the existence of the external world, other minds, and the self. Still, Fichte was also convinced that the critical philosophy had to be rebuilt on a completely new basis. Hence his chief goal in the 1790s was to place Kant's transcendental idealism on a firmer foundation, one so solid that it could withstand the many skeptical objections against it. We can explain much of Fichte's early intellectual development by seeing it as an attempt to secure Kant's philosophy against Neo-Humean objections. 3. For Fichte, to rebuild Kant's transcendental idealism on a secure foundation meant first and foremost showing how it is immune to the charge of subjectivism. Like Kant, Fichte wanted to show how transcendental idealism could demonstrate the reality of the external world, or how it could provide a basis for an empirical realism and dualism. But Fichte could no longer rest content with Kant's response to the problem of subjectivism. The advent of the 1790s witnessed a new generation of anti-Kantian skeptics who were even more unforgiving than the old. The criticisms of Garve, Feder, and Mendelssohn now gave way to those of Schultz, Jacobi, and Maimon. These later critics gained the aging Kant's attention and, to some extent, even his respect, but they never received a detailed reply, for it was the task of the young Kantians to defend the spirit of the critical philosophy against this latest wave of skepticism. Such was Fichte's concern with the problem of subjectivism in the Jena years that he made its solution nothing less than the central goal of philosophy itself. Like Kant, Fichte saw the task of philosophy in transcendental terms. Its main purpose is to demonstrate the possibility of objective knowledge. This conception of the task of philosophy appears time and again in Fichte's Jena writings. The main goal of philosophy, he wrote in his Streitschrift gegen Schmidt, is to answer the question, what is the basis for our claim that there is something outside of us which corresponds to our representations? 5. The purpose of all philosophizing, he said in the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, is to answer the question, why do we believe that there are real things outside our representations? 6. The central problem of philosophy, he wrote in the Erste Einleitung in Die Wissenschaftslehre, is to explain why we refer some of our representations to a truth independent of them, and why we believe that they correspond to a reality external to them. 7. It is important to understand the precise problem subjectivism posed for Fichte. 8. In stressing the need to demonstrate things outside our representations, his statements about the task of philosophy make it seem as if his problem is to vindicate some form of transcendental realism against skeptical doubt. But, like Kant, Fichte insists that the ordinary notion of truth as correspondence with an external reality does not involve any commitment to the reality of things in themselves. The problem is only how to interpret this notion in a manner consistent with the principles of transcendental idealism. No less than Kant, Fichte recognizes that knowledge is impossible if it involves demonstrating that our representations correspond with something in itself. Nevertheless, the skeptical challenge arises for him even within the realm of experience alone, even inside the strictly immanent domain of transcendental idealism itself. The problem is that if the new skeptics are correct, then even empirical realism will be unsustainable. For, at the very least, empirical realism demands that our sensations conform to universal and necessary laws. It is these laws that give experience its intersubjective structure, ensuring coherence among perceptions. but it is the very validity of such laws that had been cast in doubt by the Neo-Humean skeptics, who insisted that Kant had not succeeded in demonstrating the applicability of the categories to the given manifold of intuition. Self-consciously reviving Hume, they argued that Kant gave us no reason to think that the given manifold consisted in anything more than accidentally associated, contingently conjoined, impressions. This was just the nihilist scenario that Jacobi loved to dramatize. Not only did our representations fail to conform to any external reality, they also had no universal or necessary structure, so that the world was ultimately really only my world, the arbitrary and accidental rhapsody of my impressions. Fichte's statements about the task of philosophy show, then, that his concern with nihilism goes back to the early 1790s. This point has not been fully appreciated, however, because Jacobi made his famous charge of nihilism against Fichte only in 1799, so that it then seems as if Fichte became concerned with nihilism only after the development of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. It has indeed been argued that Fichte's concern with this problem pushed him away from his earlier doctrines and toward the later versions of the Wissenschaftslehre. 9 Still, there can be no doubt that Fichte was troubled by nihilism before the development of his early philosophy. His concern with Neo-Humean skepticism shows that he knew the substance of the issue, and the notorious term already had currency in Jena before Jacobi, from sources all too familiar to Fichte. 10. Hence Fichte's later reaction to Jacobi's criticism was perfectly predictable. It was based on a complete misunderstanding of the aims and principles of transcendental idealism. 11 Jacobi failed to see that the task of the Wissenschaftslehre is not to undermine but to justify our belief in the independent reality of things. While Jacobi was indeed a perceptive critic of transcendental idealism, there was one aspect of that doctrine he never fully understood, its empirical realism. 12 His charge of nihilism simply confused the transcendental standpoint of the philosopher with the empirical standpoint of ordinary consciousness. 13 Fichte's involvement with the problem of subjectivism has been obscured for another less apparent reason, his famous statement that idealism and dogmatism are the only systems of philosophy. Since Fichte's dogmatism is a form of transcendental realism, this makes it seem as if the antithesis of Fichte's idealism is transcendental realism alone. This tends to conceal, however, the extent to which Fichte developed his idealism in opposition to dogmatic idealism as well as transcendental realism. Like Kant, Fichte contrasted his critical idealism not only with transcendental realism but also with dogmatic idealism, which denies the reality of the external world. 14 He too insisted that the great strength and advantage of transcendental idealism is that it can explain the reality of the external world, and he too stressed that any adequate idealism must involve an empirical realism and dualism. 15 Thus he dismissed the idealism of Berkeley because it could not account for objective reality except by resorting to the transcendent hypothesis of God. 16 Fichte's rejection of dogmatic or empirical idealism becomes especially apparent in the two versions of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, his 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre and his 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo. In these works Fichte makes a distinction between a critical and dogmatic idealism much like Kant's distinction between transcendental and empirical idealism. 17 The main distinction between a critical and a dogmatic idealism, he explained, is that critical idealism can account for the limits of our consciousness, the reality of something distinct from ourselves or independent of our consciousness, while a dogmatic idealism sees everything as a product of the ego and reduces everything down to mere representations. What is characteristic of critical idealism is that it recognizes the interdependence of both the subject and object, the ego and the non-ego. Hence the slogan of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre became no subject, no object, no object, no subject. Our task in this chapter is to examine one limited aspect of Fichte's early concern with subjectivism, his early break with the subjectivist tradition regarding the foundations of knowledge. We shall consider how this break arose, and its general consequences. We will examine Fichte's reply to the Neo-Humean skepticism of Schultz and Maimon in Chapter 2. 2 Early critique of Reinhold. That the spirit of the critical philosophy is anti-subjectivist was one of the formative insights of Fichte's early intellectual development. In the winter of 1793 to 1794, the crucial and creative phase for the genesis of his Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte saw clearly that the central thrust of Kant's analysis of experience undermined the whole theory of ideas. He recognized that, according to Kant's principles, ideas or representations cannot be basic and given because they are the products of more fundamental activities. The starting point of our analysis of experience should not be facts of consciousness, that such, as Fichte put it, but activities, THIRD-WORLDISM, below the level of consciousness itself. 18. Fichte came to this conclusion in the course of his examination of K. L. Reinhold's Elementar Philosophy, the most influential exposition of Kantian doctrine in the early 1790s. The Elementar Philosophy was first and foremost an attempt to systematize and provide a new foundation for the critical philosophy. Its method was to derive all the main results of the critical philosophy from a single self-evident first principle, which would express a fundamental fact of consciousness. To achieve this end, Reinhold reinterpreted the critical philosophy in a subjectivist manner, attributing to it some of the central theses of the theory of ideas in the Leibnizian Wolffian tradition. Though scarcely aware of his debt to Wolff, Reinhold closely followed his spirit by making the vis representativi the fundamental faculty of the mind. Taking his cue from Kant's statement that all forms of consciousness could be regarded as species of representation, Vorstellung, Reinhold maintained that representation is the most basic fact of consciousness, the fundamental datum of which every particular form is only a variant. The first principle of the critical philosophy should therefore consist in the analysis of consciousness in terms of representation. Reinhold called this principle the proposition of consciousness, Satzbewusstseins. In consciousness, the representation is distinguished from, and related to, the subject and object, by the subject. In other words, all consciousness involves three components: a representation, a subject who represents, and an object represented, and these are distinct from, yet connected to, one another. It is from this fundamental principle alone, Reinhold believed, that it is possible to establish the systematic unity of the critical philosophy. This principle provides the single root for all Kant's separate faculties: knowledge, will, and judgment, which now turn out to be so many forms of representation. In his Meditation über Elementar Philosophy, his early notebooks examining the Elementar Philosophy written in the winter of 1793 to 1794, Fichte contested the central role of representation in the critical philosophy, A. 2/3, 26-35. The proposition of consciousness cannot be its first principle, he reasoned, because representation is the product of even more basic activities. This becomes clear from a closer examination of this proposition. We cannot have a representation, the proposition states, if there is not a subject who has it, an object that it represents, a conscious state of representing, and the possible self-awareness of all these facts. In other words, the proposition implies that if the subject were not able to relate itself to, and to distinguish itself from, the object and the state of representing, then it could not have a representation at all. All of these points can be seen as an analysis of the Kantian unity of apperception, the conditions for the self-consciousness of one's representations. Fichte simply drew the appropriate and inevitable conclusion from such an analysis of representation, that the possibility of representation depends on the acts, possible or actual, by which the subject relates itself to, and distinguishes itself from, the conscious state and its object. Since, however, these acts are the condition of any possible representation, they cannot be representations themselves, rather, they are the manner in which the mind produces representations. Hence it was Reinhold's central mistake, Fichte argues, to assume that philosophy must begin from some fact, from something given to consciousness. Although this assumption came from the correct insight that philosophy must begin from some material first principle, as opposed to the formal laws of logic, it failed to see that such a material principle should not express a fact, Tatsache, but an act, Tathandlung. 3. The discovery of desire. Fichte's argument that the first principle of philosophy should express an act rather than a fact marks an important break with the subjectivist tradition, for it questions the simplicity and givenness of representations or ideas, a central premise behind the way of ideas so central to that tradition, see 1.7.1. It is important to see, however, that this was only the beginning of Fichte's split from this tradition. Even before his examination of Reinhold in the winter of 1793 to 1794, Fichte had gone further than Kant in questioning another central premise of the subjectivist tradition, the separation of the theoretical and practical, or the distinction between the realms of speculation and action. This separation was always implicit in the Cartesian view of the mind as the mirror of nature, or in its concept of knowledge as contemplation. Fichte began to undermine this view when he traced the source of the activities behind representation to the faculty of desire itself. It is not only that representation is derivative because it is created by activities, but also that these activities have their source in the faculty of volition. These activities are not theoretical or contemplative but practical or moral, because they are ultimately directed and created by the will itself. Hence Fichte replaced Reinhold's faculty of representation with the faculty of desire as the fundamental organizing principle of the mind. How did Fichte come to such a radical conclusion? It is not easy to reconstruct his reasoning, partly because Fichte himself does not explain it in any detail, and partly because of the sheer lack of documents for the period in question. Here the historian of philosophy can only reconstruct a likely story. At least the basic facts are clear and indisputable. Fichte developed his doctrine about the primacy of the faculty of desire at least as early as the spring of 1793 when he rewrote the introduction to the second edition of his Versuch einer Kritik aller Offenbarung.19. The purpose of that introduction was to provide a theory of the will, Theorie des Begierungsvermogens, as a basis for his deduction of the concept of religion, though Fichte did not hesitate to make some interesting obiter dicta about philosophy in general. Here he stated perfectly explicitly his central conclusion about the first principle of philosophy, that the final, single universally valid principle of all philosophy lies in the faculty of desire, and more specifically in the self-consciousness of the will through the moral law, 23-24. It is striking, however, that there is one respect in which Fichte fails to anticipate, and indeed contradicts, his later doctrine. He states that the first principle of philosophy is a fact of consciousness, 23-118. This means that Fichte had still not identified the will as the source of the subconscious activities underlying consciousness. That crucial step would emerge only after his encounter with Schultz's Aeneas Idealism in November 1793. Still, by the spring of that year, Fichte already had given priority to the faculty of desire over the faculty of representation as the fundamental faculty of the mind, and he saw the self-consciousness of the will as the first principle of philosophy. In the new introduction of the Versuch, Fichte announces this conclusion almost en passant and provides no justification for it. But a careful reader of the first edition of the Versuch would not have been too surprised by Fichte's bold announcement. The first edition, which was published in December 1791, some 2 years before Kant's Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft, had already extended Kant's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason in the Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, 1788, in important and interesting directions not suggested by Kant himself. First, Fichte had argued that all the attributes of God are deducible from practical reason alone, 40-41. Second, he contended that the possibility of revelation could not be decided on theoretical grounds but had to be determined by practical reason, which laid down all the criteria for the legitimacy of a revelation, 112, 147, 151. Most important of all, though, he had affirmed that the interaction of the realm of freedom and of nature, how free moral actions take place in the causally determined sensible world, could be explained only by attributing sovereignty to practical reason, 49. Although he admitted that we are not justified in deriving practical conclusions from theoretical premises, or in inferring how the world ought to be from how the world is, He stressed that the opposite procedure is perfectly legitimate, that we can derive theoretical conclusions from practical premises, or infer how the world is from how it ought to be. This latter procedure is not only possible but necessary, he argued, for it is only by it that we can explain how free moral action takes place in the sensible world. The primacy of practical reason then means that we can do in the sensible world what we ought to do in the supersensible world, or that the realm of nature, the domain of theoretical reason, can be subordinated to our moral ends, the domain of practical reason. This was, if only en nous, a cardinal tenet of the later Wissenschaftslehre. Fichte's new introduction provides other clues about why he gave priority to the faculty of desire over that of representation. Without attacking it explicitly, Fichte takes issue with the analysis of the will prevalent in the rationalist tradition. According to that tradition, the faculty of desire is consequent to, or simply a function of, the faculty of representation, and more specifically the representation of good or perfection. Fichte criticizes this tradition on at least two grounds. First, the faculty of desire cannot be determined into action by representation alone because it must determine itself through the representation. 17, in other words, we must first decide or resolve to act according to some representation because simply having it does not determine us to act on it. Second, we cannot explain the lower faculty of desire, that whose object lies in sensation rather than reason, by means of concepts because its determining ground lies in sensation alone, that is, why we desire something lies in the sui generis qualities of the sensation, which are not explicable or describable by concepts. 19-20. We can get another perspective on Fichte's reasoning in early 1793 if we consider some of the internal problems of Reinhold's own elementar philosophy. It is worthwhile to view the Wissenschaftslehre as an attempt to resolve one outstanding difficulty of the elementar philosophy: how to explain the faculty of desire. Reinhold's rationalist single faculty theory obliged him to explain the faculty of desire as a form of representation. There are, however, two classical difficulties in doing this. 21st, the faculty of representation attempts to know an object whose existence is already given, whereas the faculty of desire attempts to create an object that does not yet exist. Second, desire is not simply the product of a representation, such as the representation of the good, since it involves the possibility of weakness of will where we know the good but do not act according to it. These problems were especially serious for Reinhold, given his intention to provide a foundation for Kant's philosophy. For in the third critic Kant himself had stressed the independence of the faculty of desire from the faculty of knowledge, and in the second critic he had given practical reason primacy over theoretical, and had even suggested that freedom is the keystone of the whole architecture of the system of pure reason and even of speculative reason. 21. All this left Reinhold in a serious dilemma. If he attempted to explain the faculty of desire as a species of representation, he could not pretend to represent the spirit of Kant's philosophy. But if he admitted the independence of the faculty of desire, then he had to abandon the central thesis of the elementar philosophy that representation is the fundamental faculty of the mind, the single root of knowledge, desire, and judgment. Although he was not fully aware of its consequences, Reinhold swallowed the bitter pill of self-destruction and chose the second alternative. In the concluding section of his Versuch einer Theorie des menschlichen Vorstellungsvermögens, the first exposition of his elementar philosophy, he chose to vitalize representation rather than to intellectualize desire by making the faculty of desire the fundamental faculty of the mind. 22. Thus he states that the faculty of representation provides only the conditions for the possibility of representation, while the faculty of desire supplies the conditions for their existence. The faculty of desire consists in two drives, Trieb, that correspond to the two constituents of representation, the drive for matter or content, Trieb nach Stoff, and the drive for form, Trieb nach Form. Hence, though Reinhold does not fully admit it, the faculty of desire has virtually become the basis for the faculty of representation by creating the essential constituents of all representation. This daring thesis allows him to maintain his single faculty theory and to preserve the primacy of practical reason. But it came at a heavy price, the abandonment of the central role of representation itself. We can reconstruct some of the reasoning that led Fichte to his Wissenschaftslehre as an attempt to avoid Reinhold's dilemma. Fichte agreed with Reinhold about the need to find a single root for Kant's faculties. That search had been encouraged by Kant himself, who had insisted on systematic form in science, and who had suggested that there is a single source of understanding and sensibility, and indeed of both theoretical and practical reason. But it was also clearer to Fichte than it had ever been to Reinhold that this unifying principle could not lie in the faculty of representation. If there must be a single source and root of all our faculties, if representation cannot be that source, and if finally the concept of freedom is the keystone of the critical philosophy, then it seems inevitable that the fundamental faculty of the mind should be desire. Rather than seeing desire as a function of representation, we should now regard representation as a function of desire. Such a conclusion involved a complete reversal of classical rationalism, and a total break with the separation of theory and practice in the subjectivist tradition. For the primacy of practical reason. Fichte's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason was crucial to his break with the subjectivist tradition, and indeed it was the heart and soul of his Jena Wissenschaftslehre. It is of the first importance, therefore, that we know its precise meaning. This is not easy, however, because the doctrine is complex and ambiguous. If we carefully examine Fichte's Jena writings, we find three different though closely related senses of the primacy of practical reason. In each of these senses Fichte departs significantly from Kant, who first fathered this doctrine in the Kritik der praktischen Vernunft. 23. In the first sense, practical reason has primacy over theoretical because it explains the fundamental presupposition of theoretical reason, that there exists an external world. Fichte defined the primacy of practical reason in just this sense in the Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre when he wrote that the proof that reason is practical is that it could not be theoretical if it were not practical, I. 264. He explained that the central assumption of theoretical reason that there exists some object outside myself is demonstrable only as the condition for the possibility of moral action, or of my striving to change and improve the world, I. 261 to 262. In his short conspectus of this work, Fichte defined more precisely the sense of the primacy of practical reason. 24. The fundamental concept of practical reason, the concept of striving, could answer three questions that could not be answered on the assumptions of theoretical reason alone. 1. Why, given the presence of an affection, must we have representations at all? 2. What justification do we have for referring representations to things outside us as their cause? 3. What justification do we have for even assuming a faculty of representation? In ascribing primacy to practical reason in this sense, Fichte made the principles of morality nothing less than a transcendental condition of the possibility of experience itself. 25. This means that we can assume that there is an external world, the fundamental presupposition of our experience, only as a condition for moral action. In other words, what justifies belief in the external world is that it is the medium and means for the execution of moral duty. As Fichte summarized this view, our world is the sensibilized material of our duty. This is the proper reality in things, the true fundamental content of all appearance. 26. Though it had no Kantian precedent, Fichte saw such a transcendental deduction of the external world as the very spirit of the critical philosophy. Kant had always insisted that reason is a unity, that theoretical and practical reason are ultimately the same, and that reason must take systematic form. 27. But he failed to explain the source of this unity, leaving it a mystery for the speculation of his successors. Fichte was confident that his transcendental deduction finally revealed the secret unity of the Kantian system. It unified the realms of theoretical and practical reason because it made the main interest of practical reason, moral action, the solution to the central problem of theoretical reason, the explanation of the possibility of experience. The irony is, however, that Fichte's strategy also marks an important break with Kant, who had expressly prohibited any subordination of the understanding to the interests of practical reason. Kant had always insisted that practical reason has no power over the understanding, which has complete independence in laying down the constitution of experience. Point 28. According to the second sense, practical reason has primacy because it gives us the warrant or justification to hold certain moral and religious beliefs that we cannot demonstrate or refute through theoretical reason. This sense corresponds closely to the original meaning that Kant gave to the primacy of practical reason in the Second Critic. According to Kant, practical reason has primacy over theoretical because it gives us moral grounds to believe in what we cannot demonstrate or refute according to theoretical reason. More specifically, we have a right, indeed a duty, to believe in the existence of God and immortality because, although we cannot prove them, belief in them is a necessary condition of our achieving the highest good. Although Fichte follows Kant in ascribing primacy to practical reason in this sense, his application of the doctrine is much more radical. His use of it differs from Kant's in one fundamental respect, namely, Fichte thinks that we are justified in holding the moral ideas of God, immortality, and providence not as objects of belief but only as goals for action. Point 29. The primacy of practical reason does not give us the warrant to believe in the existence of entities beyond experience but only the right to act for the sake of certain ideals. Though here Fichte was departing from Kant in one respect, he was also following him in another, for he was simply drawing the final conclusions from Kant's analysis of transcendental illusion in the transcendental dialectic, that the ideas of pure reason are valid only as regulative rather than constitutive principles. Applied rigorously to the ideas of God, immortality, and the highest good, this doctrine means that these ideas should consist in only ideals for moral action rather than beliefs in the reality of things. According to the third sense, practical reason has primacy over theoretical because knowledge is the result of action rather than contemplation. This sense of the doctrine is the direct consequence of Fichte's voluntarist transformation of Kant's epistemology. Fichte endorsed the fundamental principle behind Kant's new method of thought, that we can know a priori of things only what we ourselves put into them. 30. Like Kant, he held that the paradigm of knowledge is the self-awareness of our own activity, or that only the activity of the mind is completely transparent to itself, so that the mind knows objects only to the extent that it creates them. Where Fichte went beyond Kant was in seeing such activity not only in intellectual or theoretical but also in practical or moral terms. The activity by which we know objects is ultimately directed by the will itself, and it takes place not in the mind alone but in its deeds and actions in the external world. We know an object, then, only to the extent that we produce or create it, making it conform to the demands of our own moral activity. As Fichte neatly summarized this point in his later Bestimmung des Menschen, we do not act because we know, but we know because we are destined for action. Practical reason is the root of all reason. 31. While Fichte's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason in all its senses anticipates many postmodern views about the dependency of knowledge on action and volition, it would be anachronistic to read into it any of the many forms of relativism characteristic of postmodernism. 32. For Fichte never ceased to hold that our creative activity must comply with the norms of reason, which are universal and necessary. Although these norms are not laws of nature that are preordained by providence, although they are indeed created by us as autonomous beings, they still have a universal authority because they express the necessary structure of reason. Fichte did not think that standards of rationality are somehow historically conditioned, so that what is rational in one culture is not so another. Rather, he reaffirmed the classical Enlightenment doctrine of the universality of reason, of its uniformity throughout all cultures and epochs of history. 33. Still less did Fichte think that criteria of rationality are determined by nothing more than acts of the will, as if the act of choice alone determines the validity of our ends. Instead, he held that we could determine the rationality of the ends themselves, or that we could appraise the good or evil of acts of choice, by seeing whether they conform to such minimal criteria of rationality as universalizability and consistency. 34. For all his voluntarism, Fichte was much more an heir of the Enlightenment than a forerunner of Schopenhauer or Nietzsche. 5. Fichte's foundationalism. Fichte's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason does not seem to square well, however, with his foundationalism, his affirmation of the ideals of first philosophy. While this doctrine claims that knowledge is only the result of action, Fichte's foundationalist program seems to provide knowledge through contemplation alone by a priori deduction from self-evident premises. Whereas the primacy of practical reason means that we cannot demonstrate or refute the existence of the external world, Fichte's foundationalist project promises a demonstration of the existence of the external world and other minds. There can be no doubt that Fichte was some kind of foundationalist. In some of his methodological writings 35 he outlines a philosophical program that is essentially Cartesian in inspiration. He explains that the philosopher should begin with some self-evident premise, with something like the Cartesian cogito, and more specifically with the indisputable statement I am. From this premise he should then derive its necessary conditions, and from these conditions he should derive further conditions, and so on, until the whole extent of our experience emerges before the eyes of the reader or spectator. 36 Such a strategy will be something like Kant's argument in the Transcendental Deduction. It will show that the possibility of self-consciousness requires knowledge of an objective world. But Fichte intends to go even further, and is much more ambitious. He wants to derive not only the categories, but also space and time, and the necessity of the empirical manifold itself. Indeed, Fichte hopes to derive the most general laws of natural science itself, which are properly speaking laws for the observation of nature and not laws learned from experience itself. 37 If such a deductive program could only succeed, Fichte believed, then it would avoid that drastic dualism between the form and content of experience, between understanding and sensibility, which had created so many difficulties for Kant. Rather, the content will be nothing more than the form in its entirety, and the object will be simply the sum of all relations as combined by the power of the imagination. 38. Fichte had envisaged such a rigorous foundationalist program for two closely related, yet distinct, reasons. First, like Descartes, Kant, and Reinhold before him, he saw it as a sheer necessity to refute the skeptic, who would accept only a self-evident premise and rigorous deduction from it. In many of his letters from late 1793 and early 1794, Fichte describes the new skeptical threat to the critical philosophy, and then states that philosophy must become as rigorous and self-evident as geometry if it is to meet it. 39 Second, only such a program would manifest and secure the systematic unity of the critical philosophy, whose necessity Kant had stressed but whose precise nature he never revealed. Kant had not explained the unity of theoretical and practical reason, nor the basis for the deduction of the categories from the forms of judgment, and still less the single source of understanding and sensibility. To establish the unity of the critical philosophy it was necessary to derive all its various facets from a single principle. Given Fichte's foundationalist and systematic ideals, it is not surprising that his Wissenschaftslehre has been interpreted as an attempt to realize the classical ideals of the Philosophia Prima. But if there is much evidence for such a reading, there is also much against it. While Fichte reaffirms the foundationalist program in some respects, he also seems bent on its destruction in others. His critique of the powers of theoretical reason is indeed so severe and thoroughgoing that it seems to undermine the whole program. Consider the following points. First, Fichte admits that philosophy can deduce only the necessity of limitation in general, but that it cannot derive any of the specific properties of this limitation. He insists that all deduction comes to an end in the face of the basic sensible qualities, tastes, colors, and sounds, and that these must be simply given in experience. 42. Fichte sometimes goes even further, not only conceding but even insisting that we cannot derive the necessity of limitation in general. Indeed, in his Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre he explicitly and emphatically argues that the existence of the non-ego is a mere presupposition of theoretical reason that it cannot explain. 41 This limitation of theoretical reason becomes especially clear in the first section of the Grundlage, where Fichte maintains that his first principle, the ego posits itself absolutely, cannot derive his second principle, the ego opposits a non-ego to itself, because the act of self-positing and the act of oppositing are completely opposed to one another. 42 Third, It is one of the central contentions of the second and third part of the Grundlage that theoretical reason gets caught in contradictions whenever it attempts to explain why the ego is limited by a non-ego outside itself. Point 43. Any attempt at such an argument fails in the face of the paradox of inner affection, that the ego is purely active, and so it cannot make itself passive by positing a non-ego that opposes it. Fourth, Fichte contends that all deductions of theoretical reason are based on the principle of sufficient reason, which is incompatible with the possibility of freedom. Hence Fichte's remarkable statement that the entire theoretical Wissenschaftslehre is nothing but systematic Spinozism, I. 122. This means, however, that the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre, human freedom, falls outside the domain of theoretical reason. How do we explain this contradiction? Why is there such a discrepancy between Fichte's affirmation of foundationalism and his critique of theoretical reason? It is tempting to say that Fichte simply abandoned his foundationalist ideals when he discovered that he could not execute them. However, this easy solution does not work. The problem is that the critique of theoretical reason is most explicit in the 1794 Grundlage, yet Fichte reaffirms this foundationalist program on several occasions after that. Point 44. Indeed, in his 1796 Rechtslehre and his 1798 System der Sittenlehre he attempts to realize these ideals by developing elaborate arguments for the reality of the external world and other minds. Why not, then, try the converse strategy, that Fichte abandoned the critique of theoretical reason in the Grundlage and then returned to foundationalism? Unfortunately, this too fails, given that Fichte reaffirms his critique of theoretical reason in later works. Point 45. The scholar has to face the hard fact that time alone cannot heal this tension in Fichte's thought. The contradiction disappears only if we consider more precisely the object of Fichte's critique of theoretical reason. This critique was not directed against all use of reasoning or any attempt at a deduction, and its aim was not to abolish transcendental philosophy as such. Rather, it was intended against a certain use of reasoning and a specific kind of deduction, namely, one whose premises are constitutive. Such a constitutive deduction would attempt to derive the existence of the world from the existence of the ego. Its premises would consist in the description of a purported kind of entity. It was Fichte's firm belief that any such deduction would have to fail, because theoretical reason cannot prove the existence of anything. This applies not only to the existence of God and the soul, Fichte realized, but also to the external world itself. We cannot attempt to demonstrate or refute the reality of the external world, whose existence must be simply given for theoretical reason. Although Fichte denies that we can prove the existence of the world from constitutive principles, he does think that we can do so from regulative ones, that is, from principles that tell us what we ought to do, or whose form is prescriptive rather than descriptive. This is because the true explanation for the existence of the external world is that it is the condition for our moral action, the medium and means for the realization of our moral duties. While we cannot demonstrate the reality of the external world according to theoretical reason, we can do so according to practical reason, which gives us not only the right but the duty to believe in anything that is a condition of our moral action. Hence, as we have seen above, Fichte simply extended Kant's doctrine of the moral postulates to the reality of the external world itself. This means that there can be a demonstration of the reality of the external world after all. However, such a proof will differ markedly from the traditional one. Its principles and premises will be nothing less than the first principles of morality and natural right, imperatives rather than self-evident axioms. The purpose of transcendental argument will then be to determine the conditions for acting according to such principles in the sensible world. Hence Fichte's transcendental arguments will not consider the truth conditions for some proposition, but the practical conditions for the fulfillment of some imperative. This interpretation alone is consistent with Fichte's foundationalism and his critique of theoretical reason in the 1794 Grundlage. Although Fichte insists that theoretical reason must presuppose the reality of the external world, in section 5 of part 3 he also attempts to provide an explanation or deduction of the existence of the non-ego after all. but he is explicit that we can do so only on the basis of the demand that the ego ought to derive the non-ego. Because theoretical reason cannot derive the non-ego from the ego, and because it cannot unify the ego and non-ego in the absolute ego, we are left with nothing more than a fiat of reason that makes the unity of the ego and non-ego into a regulative ideal. The most serious problem for this interpretation is that Fichte's first principle appears to make a constitutive claim. What indeed could be more constitutive than the claim I am or I exist, with which Fichte begins the 1794 Grundlage? This is certainly misleading, and it is the chief reason the regulative status of Fichte's arguments has not been recognized. But here it is only necessary to insist on a point that Fichte himself stresses, namely, that his first principle is a postulate. This is a command or demand that we do something, and it is not a proposition or statement about what is the case. More specifically, this means that the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre, the self-consciousness of my freedom, is not some given state of affairs that I observe or introspect in myself, but an action that I am commanded to perform within myself. That his first principle is only a postulate is a point that Fichte himself emphasized in his 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo. Furthermore, it was not a later doctrine but an insight that he had recognized as early as 1793 in his Hygiene Meditation and point 46. We can now see that the dispute about Fichte's foundationalism is misleading. Fichte was and was not a foundationalist, depending on whether one considers his views on practical or theoretical reason. He rejected foundationalism insofar as its arguments are based on constitutive principles, but he attempted to revive it by basing its arguments on regulative principles. In any case, it should be clear that Fichte was not a naive foundationalist who simply reaffirmed the Cartesian program. He saw all too well that such a program grew out of the metaphysical ambitions of traditional rationalism, and that it could not work in the face of Kant's critical arguments. It was his aim to re-establish this program according to the limits Kant had imposed on theoretical reason, and according to the primacy he had established for practical reason. It should also be clear, however, that Fichte was not an anti-foundationalist simpliciter, who rejected first principles in favor of internal coherence. Point 47. Fichte never accepted the Hegelian conception of a system that is somehow self-grounding, and whose internal coherence is the only guarantee of its truth. Rather, he insisted that the only guarantee of the truth of a system is its first principle. Point 48. To that extent, then, Fichte remained firmly within the foundationalist tradition. Chapter 2. The Battle Against Skepticism. 1. First doubts. Fichte began to have his first doubts about Kant's philosophy in early 1793, months before his encounter with Schulz's or Maimonides skepticism. In the draft of a letter to F. V. Reinhardt, which was written in February 20 of that year, Fichte wrote that he had always considered the critical system to be an unassailable fortress, and that he had encountered no objections, even those of Reinhold, which were effective against its central spirit. Point 1. Recently, however, in a conversation with an independent thinker, Selbstdenker, he had been struck with doubt about the first principle of the critical philosophy, which threatened to end in the most soulless skepticism, one which was even worse than Hume's. What had brought about such a severe and sudden loss of confidence? Unfortunately, all that remains is only part of the draft of Fichte's letter, which does not identify this independent thinker, nor explain the contents of the conversation. There are good reasons to assume, however, that Fichte's interlocutor was none other than Johann Friedrich Schulz, a Hofprediger in Königsberg and a friend of Kant's. Schulz knew Kant's philosophy well. He had written 2 commentaries on the first critic too, and Kant trusted him so much as to declare him his most accurate expositor. Point 3. Fichte too was a friend of Schulz, and had been a frequent visitor to the Schulz household, where he often discussed Kant's philosophy. It was during a conversation with Schulz, Fichte later said, that he had first expounded his idea of basing philosophy on the pure I. Point 4. Prima facie it seems extraordinary that Schulz, Kant's faithful expositor, should be the first to raise Fichte's doubts about the critical philosophy. Indeed, for just this reason, G. E. Schulz, alias Idealism, is usually seen as Fichte's first gadfly. Yet, for all his loyalty to Kant, Schulz did not hesitate to criticize him. He wrote an appreciative but critical review of the inaugural dissertation, 5, and he was deeply concerned about the adequacy of Kant's response to skepticism in the critic. His first commentary on Kant stresses the significance of the transcendental deduction, and sees Kant's response to skepticism as the crux of the critical philosophy. 6 Indeed, Schulz had grave reservations about the adequacy of Kant's response to skepticism, which nearly fractured his relationship with Kant. 7. Schulz's doubts about Kant's transcendental deduction were voiced in his review of J. A. Ulrich's Institutionslogik et Metaphysici, which appeared in the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung in 1785.8. Here Schulz's main concern was to defend Kant against the objections of Ulrich, an erstwhile convert to Kant who had now turned into his bitter opponent. In attempting to reply to Ulrich, Schulz stressed the importance of the transcendental deduction, but only to concede that it suffered from some serious ambiguities. The aim of the deduction, Schulz explained, is to show that synthetic a priori concepts are a necessary condition of experience. But Kant equivocates concerning the meaning of experience, Erfahrung. If experience consists in judgments of perception, which simply report accidental associations regarding the material of sensation, for example, this stone feels warm when the sun rises, then Kant's argument is false, because no such judgment implies the universal and necessary connections between sensations attributed by synthetic a priori concepts. If, on the other hand, experience consists in judgments of experience, which do imply such connections, for example, the heat of the sun causes the warmth of the stone, then Kant's argument is trivial, because it says that such connections involve synthetic a priori concepts, which by definition are universal and necessary. The main skeptical problem, Schulz concluded, still seems unaddressed by the critic: what right do we have to attribute universal and necessary connections to our perceptions? Although Schulz did not think that his objection was necessarily fatal, he begged Kant for further clarification. 9. It is probable, though of course far from certain, that Fichte's first doubts about Kant's philosophy go back to Schulz's early review. It raised the important question whether the transcendental deduction did resolve Hume's doubts after all. If it were indeed the case that there is no reason to assume that the categories apply to our perceptions, then it would be possible that our experience consists in nothing more than the accidental association of distinct impressions. There would then be no basis for the belief in necessary connection, a synthetic unity of our representation, and so no grounds to assume the possibility of objective knowledge. Hence the nihilist scenario raises its ugly head: everything in our experience could be nothing more than a dream or illusion. Whether or not Fichte's first misgivings were raised by Schulz's review, there can be no question that he was soon troubled by such neo-Humean doubts. By late 1793, Fichte had read G. E. Schulz, Solomon Maimon, and Ernst Plattner, who had all made neo-Humean objections similar to Schulz. According to Schulz, Maimon, and Plattner, the entire transcendental deduction is a petitio principii. Kant had shown that if there are to be empirical judgments having universality and necessity, then the categories must apply to experience, but this assumed that there were such judgments, which was the very point Hume had brought into question. 10. To the Idealism review. Fichte's first extended encounter with skepticism came with his review of G. E. Schulz's Idealism, which he wrote in late 1793. Appearing anonymously in 1792, Schulz's work is essentially a neo-Humean polemic against Kant and K. L. Reinhold's elementary philosophy. Idealism soon achieved rapid notoriety for the acuteness and subtlety of its arguments, whose withering effect proved to be one of the main reasons for the eventual decline of the elementary philosophy on the Jena literary scene. It is noteworthy that Schulz was intimately associated with Feder's circle in Göttingen 11, which explains some of the tone and content of his polemic. It should come as no surprise, then, that Schulz revived Feder's charge of Berkeleyan idealism against Kant. If it was not his conversations with Schulz, Schultz's Aeneas Idealism would surely have awakened Fichte from his critical slumbers. Some of his letters from late 1793 and early 1794 give frank and graphic testimony about its impact on him. Thus he wrote J.F. Flat in November or December 1793 that he regarded Aeneas Idealism as one of the most remarkable products of our decade, and he confessed that it had shaken my own system to its very foundations. 12 Aeneas Idealism had now convinced him that the critical philosophy had to be rebuilt upon a completely new foundation to secure it against skeptical objections. Point 13. Clearly, then, Fichte had to meet the challenge posed for him by Schultz's skepticism. As early as May 1793 he accepted the opportunity to review Schultz's work for the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung. But he could not complete the review promptly because, as he explained to the editor, he had been thrown into unforeseen labor by Aeneas Idealism's skepticism. 14 Indeed, Schultz's skepticism proved to be such a challenge that Fichte did not complete the review until January 1794. Fichte's review of Aeneas Idealism is a seminal text for the development of his later philosophy. It anticipates some of the central themes of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, such as intellectual intuition, infinite striving, and the self-positing ego. The importance of the review has long been recognized. 15 And with good reason, given that Fichte himself said that it indicates my new viewpoint, as far as possible within the narrow limits of a review. 16 Our task now will be to reconstruct Fichte's reply to Schultz's skepticism and to show how some of the central themes of the later Wissenschaftslehre emerge from it. One of Schultz's major criticisms of Kant's philosophy is that it ends in a complete subjectivism. He maintains that it is guilty of formalism because it reduces all of reality down to nothing more than an aggregate of forms and effects of the mind. 17 What Garve and Feder once wrote against the first edition of the Critic, Schultz now said against the second. Although he takes note of the refutation of idealism, Schultz still thinks that Kant fails to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's. He argues that the refutation does not work for two reasons. First, the proof shows only that there are permanent things in space, but that does not mean that they exist independent of our consciousness, given that in the Transcendental Aesthetic Kant had already argued that space is only a form of intuition. Second, if Kant is consistent and rids his philosophy of the thing in itself, then it is identical with Berkeley's idealism after all, for it then places all of reality within the realm of consciousness. Fichte's reply to this objection is that it tacitly presupposes the transcendental realist criterion of truth, and so begs the question against Kant. According to this criterion, truth consists in the correspondence of representations with things in themselves. Schultz holds that this criterion is essential to any distinction between truth and reality, and that by rejecting it Kant turns all of our experience into a dream. But Fichte counters that Schultz's allegiance to this standard of truth reveals his own dogmatism and the main weakness of his own skepticism. 10, 12. Such a criterion is indeed the common source of all the objections, skeptical as well as dogmatic, which have been raised against the critical philosophy. 19. Fichte repudiates this criterion of truth not because it makes a demand impossible to fulfill that would, of course, only beg the question against the skeptic, but because it involves an absurd presupposition. The criterion presupposes the idea of a thing in itself, of something that could exist apart from any possible conception of it. But it is nonsense, Fichte argues, to think of a thing in itself that exists apart from how it must be conceived according to any rational being. The object of knowledge is actually constituted in itself in just that way in which it must be thought to be constituted by any conceivable intelligent subject. 20. Hence Leibniz was correct to think that monads consist in their power of representation, Fichte explains, because this contains the correct insight that the thing would be constituted in itself just as it represented itself to itself. 20. Fichte then announces the general principle, one central to his idealism: what is logically true for any intellect is at the same time true in reality, and there is no other truth than this. 20. Fichte thinks that this principle provides a sufficient basis to blunt the skeptic's doubts. It means that there is no need to worry that we cannot get outside our representations to see if they correspond with things in themselves, for the very idea of a thing in itself is nonsense. There is no problem of knowing whether the laws of thinking correspond with things in themselves, because the criterion of truth consists in conformity to these laws, which alone provide the basis to distinguish between reality and illusion. Like Kant, then, Fichte thinks that the criterion of truth consists not in correspondence with a thing in itself, but in conformity with the universal and necessary laws of understanding. It is important to note, however, that Fichte has already gone much further than Kant in the direction of a complete idealism. By rejecting the very possibility of the thing in itself, Fichte refuses to admit Kant's distinction between a formal and material idealism, which was so important for Kant's later attempt to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's. Ironically, then, Fichte had only provided more fuel for Schulz's charge of Berkeleyanism. Though the rejection of the thing in itself seems to involve a clear break with Kant, Fichte insists that it is perfectly in accord with the spirit of the critical philosophy. Indeed, he refuses to admit that Kant even entertained the idea of the thing in itself, I. 19-20. He concedes that Kant's language sometimes seems to endorse the idea, when, for example, he makes a distinction between appearances and things in themselves, or when he writes of space and time as if they are true only for our human sensibility. But, Fichte asserts, Kant's language in such passages is only provisional, a concession to our ordinary ways of speaking, I. 19. When Kant refers to a thing in itself, he speaks from the standpoint of ordinary consciousness, which does not reflect on its knowing activity, and which therefore sees objects as existing independent of it. It is questionable, however, whether Fichte's interpretation of the thing in itself is true to Kant's meaning. The central premise behind his reading is that the thing in itself is not only something independent of the forms of sensibility, which are valid only for human beings, but also something independent of the forms of the understanding, which are valid for all intelligent beings. Such an interpretation makes things in themselves not only imperceptible but also inconceivable, and so it undermines Kant's own distinction between thinking and knowing an object. Whatever its merits, the charge of subjectivism was only one aspect of Schulz's polemic against Kant. There was another aspect, one that proved no less challenging to Fichte. This is best described as its metacritique, its attempt to show that Kant's restrictions upon first-order knowledge apply to his own second-order transcendental knowledge. Idealism contains a whole battery of metacritical arguments against Kant, but only 4 points are directly relevant to Fichte's review. 1. Kant's investigation into the faculty of knowledge, or into the origin and conditions of experience, considers not only the content but the genesis of representations, and so it presupposes the principle of causality, which only begs the question against Hume. 18. 2. Because he insists that all of knowledge is limited to appearances, Kant must also assume that we know the faculty of knowledge too only as an appearance and not as it is in itself. 19. 3. Kant's reasoning about the conditions and limits of experience is just as guilty of transcendental illusion as traditional metaphysics. It assumes that because we must think of the mind as the lawgiver of nature, the mind must also be the lawgiver of nature, but this is a form of hypostasis because it confuses a necessity of thought with the nature of things in themselves. 20. 4. Kant's concept of the transcendental subject is ambiguous, and in whatever sense one interprets it, whether as thing in itself, noumenon, or transcendental idea, it is nonsense to think of it as the origin or source of knowledge. If it is the thing in itself, we cannot apply the category of causality to it, since that would violate Kant's own teaching about the limits of knowledge. If it is a noumenon, then it is either a purely intelligible entity or the formal unity of experience, the unity of apperception. In the first case, we again apply the category of causality beyond experience, and in the second case, we assume per impossible that a merely formal unity creates the order of experience. If, finally, it is a transcendental idea, then we cannot claim constitutive validity for it, for Kant himself insists that all ideas have only a regulative validity. 21. Fichte makes one central point against all of Schulz's metacritical arguments, that they hypostatize the Kantian subject, treating it as if it were some kind of entity that exists apart from and prior to our knowledge of it. Here again Schulz's retention of the concept of the thing in itself was working its mischief. When Schulz hears the words faculty of representation, Fichte explains, he thinks only of some sort of thing, round or square, which exists as a thing in itself, independently of its being represented, and indeed exists as a thing which represents, I. 11. If we conceive the transcendental subject in this manner, then Schulz's objections indeed have their point. There is the danger that all representations might not conform to it, that we know it only as an appearance, and that we cannot apply the principle of causality to it, and so on. But, Fichte insists, we need not accept, and indeed we must reject, this whole conception of the transcendental subject. We cannot think of the transcendental subject as something that exists apart from and prior to its knowledge of itself, as something that transcends all its own self-conceptions, because that is to ignore the simple but fundamental point that self-consciousness is essential to, and constitutive of, the very nature of our subjectivity. Who we are depends on what we conceive ourselves to be. A subject which could not be self-conscious would be a thing but not a subject at all. Hence Fichte states as his counter-principle, the faculty of representation exists for the faculty of representation and through the faculty of representation, I. 11, or, as he also puts it, the I is what it is. For the I. 16. This principle that the I is only for itself will later play a pivotal role in the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. The principle has a methodological, an ontological, and an ethical meaning, all of them implicit in the review but never disentangled by Fichte himself. In the methodological sense, the principle implies that any explanation of the mind must be in terms that could be given by the mind itself. In other words, we cannot understand the mind by accounting for it from some third-person standpoint, such as the laws of physics. Rather, we must interpret it from within, according to its own self-conceptions or self-understanding. Fichte alludes to this methodological meaning when he writes that everything which occurs in the mind can be completely explained and comprehended on the basis of the mind itself, I. 15. In its ontological sense, the principle means that the ego does not exist, or at least does not fully realize its nature, apart from and prior to its self-conceptions. Its very essence and existence is constituted by its self-conceptions. This ontological meaning becomes apparent when Fichte refuses to admit a faculty of representation that exists as a thing in itself independently of its being represented and insists the faculty of representation exists for the faculty of representation and through the faculty of representation, I. 11, my italics. Finally, in its ethical sense, the principle means that the essence of the ego consists in its activity of self-determination, of autonomy, of making itself what it is. The categorical imperative of the ego is to realize this autonomy, to become completely independent. This ethical meaning emerges when Fichte says that the I is self-positing, absolutely independent, and autonomous, I. 22. It was this principle, especially its methodological aspect, that provided Fichte with his solution to the metacritical problem posed by Schulz. The net effect of Schulz's arguments was to pose the question, how does the transcendental philosopher know that his analysis of the faculty of knowledge corresponds with that faculty itself? Fichte was now ready with an answer. The philosopher has a correct explanation or analysis of the faculty of knowledge, or of the subject of consciousness, when it agrees with the self-explanation or self-analysis of the subject itself. The transcendental philosopher will then know the faculty of knowledge, the subject of experience, when he can account for it in terms by which it would account for itself. We know that this will be the nature of the subject in itself because that subject consists in its self-explanations or self-conceptions. This was a principle that Fichte soon put into practice in the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. An important part of the 1794 Grundlage, and almost all of the 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, consist in a dialectic of consciousness by which the ego comes to recognize for itself what has been postulated and hypothesized by the philosopher. The general moral and message of the Idealism review is that transcendental philosophy must be built on a strictly immanent foundation, that is, it has to remain strictly within the limits of possible experience and the reflection on its conditions. This means that transcendental philosophy must fulfill two tasks. First, it must interpret the ego from within according to its own self-conceptions, and not try to explain it according to some naturalistic standpoint, and, second, it must avoid postulating all transcendent entities, such as the thing in itself. It was the admission of transcendent entities into the critical philosophy, Fichte argued, that was the source of all the skeptical objections against it. If such entities were permitted, then all of Schulz's metacritical objections would indeed hold against it. The irony was, of course, that Kant himself was deeply reluctant to apply Fichte's medicine. Indeed, as we shall see, 2.8.4, this eventually proved to be one of the main sources of friction between Fichte and his erstwhile teacher. For all of its importance for Fichte's later philosophy, it is still important to keep the Idealism review in proper perspective. Some of the ideas sketched in the review take on a different hue when seen in the context of Fichte's later writings. It would be wrong to interpret the review as the anticipation of a later radical idealism, as the program for a complete idealism that eliminates the thing in itself and makes the sole criterion of reality the laws of consciousness alone. Although Fichte appears to reject the thing in itself entirely, he in fact does so in only one sense, that which is utterly unthinkable or inconceivable. And while he also seems to espouse a radical idealism, according to which all external reality is explained in terms of the universal and necessary forms of consciousness, he later qualifies this doctrine, postulating the existence of something like the Kantian thing in itself in the form of an irreducible check or limit to the infinite activity of the ego. 3. Maimoni's skepticism. At the very least, Maimoni's skepticism was as important as Schulz's for Fichte's philosophical development. Fichte himself virtually said as much. He happily acknowledged his debts to Maimon, whose acumen he greatly admired. He would often mention Maimon's name along with Schulz's and Hume's as one of the most worthy of modern skeptics. 22 And he even referred to Maimon as one of the greatest thinkers of our age. 23 It was through reading the new skeptics, especially the excellent Maimonian writings, he wrote, that he became convinced that philosophy is not yet a science. 24 On several occasions he insisted that any attempt to rebuild the critical philosophy would have to answer Maimon's skepticism. 25 In his March, April 1795 letter to Reinhold Fichte paid very handsome tribute to Maimon. My respect for Maimon's talents knows no bounds. I firmly believe that he has completely overturned the entire Kantian philosophy as it has been understood by everyone until now, including you, and I am prepared to prove it. No one noticed what he had done, they had looked down on him from their heights. I believe that future centuries will mock us bitterly. 26. Why was Maimon so important for Fichte? What challenge did he pose, and how did Fichte respond to it? These questions are not so easy to answer, partly because Fichte himself never explains his reaction in any detail, and partly because his few remarks are sketchy and even misleading. The difficulties are compounded by the intricacy and obscurity of Maimon's own thought. To understand Maimon's significance for Fichte requires knowledge not only of Maimon's major writings, such as the Versuch über die Transzendentalphilosophie, 1790, and the Versuch einer neuen Logik, 1794, but also of some of the lesser-known ones, such as the Wörterbuch der Philosophie, 1791, and the Strefereien im Gebiet der Philosophie, 1793. The heart of Maimon's skepticism, and the main challenge it posed for Fichte, lies in its critique of the transcendental deduction. The essence of Maimon's critique is that Kant cannot solve the problem behind the deduction. How do a priori concepts apply to experience if they do not derive from it? Because of his rigid and sharp dualism between understanding and sensibility. According to Kant, knowledge of experience arises from two distinct faculties, the understanding, which spontaneously generates universal and necessary concepts, and sensibility, which receives particular and contingent intuitions from the senses. While these concepts provide experience with its form, the intuitions supply it with its matter. Kant stressed that knowledge requires the most intimate interchange between these elements. Concepts without intuitions have no content or reference, and intuitions without concepts have no structure or meaning. As he put it in a famous dictum, concepts without intuitions are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind, B75. Yet the problem of the transcendental deduction arose because each of these elements derive from distinct sources. If concepts originate a priori in the understanding, and if intuitions come a posteriori from sensibility, then what guarantee is there that these concepts apply to these intuitions? In short, what makes a priori concepts apply to experience if they do not derive from it? According to Maimon, the very dualism that was the source of Kant's problem was also the main obstacle to its solution. The gulf between understanding and sensibility in the absolute terms in which Kant formulated it is simply unbridgeable, so that the interchange between them necessary for all knowledge is impossible. Maimon gave several reasons why the dualism is insurmountable, and each of them deserves separate explanation. The most striking problem posed by Kant's dualism, Maimon argued, is that it seems impossible for such heterogeneous faculties as understanding and sensibility to interact with one another. 27 The understanding is a purely intellectual faculty, which is active and beyond space and time, and sensibility is a strictly empirical faculty, which is passive and within space and time. But if these faculties are so unlike, then how do they interact with one another? They must interact if there is to be that close cooperation between them necessary for knowledge. The understanding must act on sensibility because it has to organize intuitions according to concepts, making their raw content take on definite shape and form, and sensibility has to act on understanding, providing it with the material to form and synthesize. Yet it also seems that they cannot interact because they belong to different realms, understanding to the noumenal world, and sensibility to the phenomenal. To Maimon, the problem here seemed analogous to the Cartesian mind-body problem. It seemed as if Kant had simply replaced Descartes' heterogeneous substances with his own discrete faculties. Thus the mind-body problem, which had so haunted 17th-century philosophy, seemed to sneak in through the back door of the critical system. The mind and body of Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz had simply been replaced by the noumenal understanding and phenomenal sensibility of Kant. Another problem raised by Kant's dualism is that it seems impossible to know when, and indeed whether, the a priori concepts of the understanding apply to the a posteriori intuitions of sensibility. The concepts of the understanding are so abstract and general that they do not necessarily ensure order among the specific intuitions of our actual experience. Indeed, they seem to be compatible with the complete absence of order, with that haphazard and arbitrary phantasmagoria that Kant so deeply feared. Maimon made this point clear by arguing that Kant could not provide a criterion to determine whether the categories apply to any specific intuitions. 28 The category of causality, for example, is compatible with all kinds of specific empirical laws. It tells us that experience must conform to causal laws, such that there must be a sufficient reason for each event. But it does not tell us which events are causes. It is as compatible with smoke being the cause of fire as fire being the cause of smoke. Hence, if we want to know which specific events illustrate the category of causality, we must consult experience. But, Maimon then insisted, experience really cannot help us either. For, as Hume pointed out and Kant conceded, all that experience ever shows is constant conjunction, not universal and necessary connection. This means that, in any specific case, we cannot be sure that the category of causality really does apply to our experience. Even if we see that smoke always follows fire, we cannot infer that smoke is the cause of fire, because all that experience shows is a constant conjunction between fire and smoke. So, even if we know from the deduction that the category of causality applies to experience, we do not know that it applies in this, or indeed in any, specific case. Even if we know that the categories apply, we will never be able to determine when and where they do so. But that leaves the disturbing question: if we cannot know when and where they apply, do we really know that they apply after all? On these grounds Maimon dismissed the schematism as a plausible solution to the problem of the application of the categories. Point 29 in the schematism chapter of the first critic, Kant had addressed this very issue by developing the idea of a schema, a monogram or image that mediates between the categories of the understanding and the intuitions of sense. What allows us to apply the category to experience, Kant maintains, is the a priori form of inner sense, time. This faculty determines the concept's application by assigning it a temporal significance. For example, the category of cause applies to temporal sequences where the cause is that which precedes and the effect that which follows. Assigned such a schema or temporal significance, the category of causality becomes compatible with only certain sequences, since, for example, fire always precedes smoke in time. But, Maimon retorts, this still does not provide a sufficient criterion. Again, the problem is that all the evidence of my senses does not warrant the application of this category. If I constantly observe fire preceding smoke, this still does not justify applying the category of causality, which attributes a universal and necessary connection between fire and smoke. There is no means, then, of distinguishing cases where there is only a contingent constant conjunction from those where there is a universal and necessary connection. Although Kant is right to think that the application of a category requires knowing its temporal schema, he is wrong to conclude that this is a sufficient condition of its application, since knowing the temporal schema alone does not justify applying the category. Such, in rough outline, was the challenge Maimon had laid down for Fichte sometime in the early 1790s. It is clear that it poses an even greater threat to Kant's philosophy than the skepticism of Schultz, which had simply presupposed the standard of truth characteristic of transcendental realism. Maimon rightly saw that such a standard of truth simply begged the question against Kant, and he too chastened Schultz for his implicit dogmatism. 30 Maimon's skepticism poses a deeper danger because it shows that there is still reason to doubt even if we adhere to the standard of truth of the critical philosophy itself. Assuming that truth consists in the conformity of intuitions with rules, the problem still arises of how we know that these rules ever do apply to these intuitions. It is possible that all of our experience is illusory because Kant does not provide sufficient reason to think that it conforms to the categories, which provide the formal conditions of all empirical reality. The nightmare of nihilism, the possibility that our representations represent nothing at all, now recurs even when we accept the Kantian account of representation as the conformity of intuition with rules. Hence Maimon's critique of Kant, unlike Schultz's, is purely internal. Its ultimate and very dangerous message is that the critical philosophy cannot solve the problem of knowledge even when it is formulated in its own terms. 31. Thus the ultimate challenge of Maimon's skepticism for Fichte, and indeed the whole post-Kantian generation, was how to bridge the gap between understanding and sensibility, noumena and phenomena. If it were not possible to surmount Kant's dualisms, to find some synthesis or middle term between them, then the skeptical problem remained unsolved, so that the whole realm of experience remains an illusion. The whole predicament was perfectly summarized by Maimon himself: philosophy has not been able to build a bridge that makes possible the transition from the transcendental to the particular. 32. For the official response. Fichte's official account of his reply to Maimon appears in some brief and dense passages from two pivotal works of the Jena years, the Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre and the Grundrisse Eigentümlichen der Wissenschaftslehre. 33. The thrust of his reply is that Maimon too is guilty of his own form of dogmatism. Like Schultz, Maimon assumes that the categories must apply to some object independent of them, though in his case the object is something given in experience rather than a thing in itself beyond it. According to Fichte, Maimon ascribes our belief that the categories apply to experience to a mere illusion of the imagination. We have no evidence from reason or experience that the categories do apply to our sense impressions, but because we are so accustomed to associating these impressions, we imagine something corresponding to them in the world outside us. The proper response to this argument, Fichte contends, is to question the premise that the object is given independent of the activity of the imagination. Maimon fails to appreciate the creative power of the imagination, which not only supplies schemata to apply the categories to given objects, as Kant assumes, but which also produces the objects themselves. Fichte concedes that this is in effect to admit the skeptic's case, that we have no reason to believe that our concepts apply to an object independent of them. But he still insists that we do not have to accept the skeptic's conclusion that all of our experience consists only in an illusion. This is because there is simply no given object to which our concepts have to conform. All of our experience is the work of the imagination, and indeed all reality depends on it, so that there is no criterion of truth outside it to which we can appeal. Illusion must be opposed to truth, and illusion must be avoidable. But the activity of the imagination provides the rule of truth, and its activity is inescapable. We can no more doubt the reality of the productive imagination, Fichte argues, than we can doubt the reality of our existence, because the activity of the imagination is a necessary condition of our own self-consciousness. 227. Fichte's argument against Maimon alludes to, and indeed presupposes, his account of the productive imagination in the Grundlage and Grundriss. This faculty plays a pivotal role in Fichte's analysis of experience. Imagination unites the two fundamental elements of all experience, form and matter, 215 to 217. It engages in the infinite task of attempting to create order out of chaos, of striving to determine the infinitely determinable matter of sensation. Although no single determination is ever completely adequate to this matter, precisely because it is infinitely determinable, the imagination still attempts to determine it anew, forever creating new forms, and so making experience increasingly more determinate and comprehensible. To the extent that it determines the matter of sensation, making it conform to its a priori forms, the imagination internalizes it, making it part of consciousness, but to the extent that it cannot determine this matter, it is repelled by it and externalizes it, seeing itself as limited by something outside itself. The imagination is the hovering, Schweben, between these two tendencies, internalizing the matter and making it submit to some form, and externalizing it because it cannot completely dominate and control it. In the Grundlage and Grundriss, Fichte describes enormous powers to the imagination. All reality is produced by it, making possible all consciousness, all life, and our being for ourselves, that is, our being as ego. 227. It is indeed only because of the imagination that we have an awareness of the external world. In a section of the Grundlage entitled The Deduction of Representation, Fichte explains how intuition, or the representation of something outside ourselves, is essentially the product of the imagination. 232 to 233. Fichte thinks that Kant was profoundly correct to suggest the fundamental role of the imagination in the constitution of our experience. He went astray, however, in limiting its role to producing the schemata alone when it also creates the very objects we know. Prima facie, Fichte's reply to Maimon works only by presupposing some rather speculative transcendental psychology and some even more extravagant transcendental idealism. It seems that Fichte intends to defeat Maimon by a more radical idealism that makes the productive imagination responsible for not only the form but also the content of experience. If this is the case, then Fichte has engaged in a very high-risk strategy indeed, since Maimon only has to doubt the fanciful claim that the imagination produces all of reality. Such a claim seems to come to grief in the face of the stubborn events of ordinary experience, which seem to come and go independent of my will and imagination. Such a counterargument would be much too hasty, however. To be fair to Fichte, it is important to see exactly what role he ascribes to the productive imagination. He is not as extravagant as he first appears. Contrary to one very popular interpretation, Fichte does not hold that the imagination creates ex nihilo the entire world, as if nothing exists prior to its act of creation. This would be a metaphysical hypothesis for which Fichte believes he has no warrant. He constantly stresses how we, as finite beings, are limited by a reality external to ourselves, which is simply given to us, and that an idealism is transcendent or dogmatic when it fails to acknowledge such a reality. 34 Fichte is also not claiming that the imagination somehow creates the entire content of experience, that it literally produces the matter of sensation, because he is explicit elsewhere that the feelings or sensations that make up the primitive qualia of experience are given. 35 He assumes that the imagination is limited by something infinite, the infinitely determinable content of sensation that it cannot entirely control. 36 And it is indeed partly for this reason that it externalizes its object as something outside itself. What the imagination does create for Fichte is the object of experience, that is, its universal and necessary form, the structure that makes objective knowledge of experience possible. While Fichte extends this form much further than Kant, so that it comprises not only the categories of understanding and forms of sensibility but also empirical properties of an object, he still does not completely abrogate the given matter of experience, which remains to some degree irreducibly particular and contingent. Although all the determinations of the object of experience can be created by the imagination, the matter of experience, its raw sensations or feelings, remains simply given, recalcitrant to all the efforts of an infinite striving. According to this more modest reading of Fichte's concept of imagination, then, Fichte's reply to Maimon does not commit him to any extravagant metaphysical assumptions. More specifically, it does not presuppose a cosmic imagination that somehow creates the entire world or the matter of experience. To defeat Maimon, Fichte needs to assume only that the object of experience is entirely created by the imagination. If this is the case, then the skeptical problem disappears, because there is nothing to the object of experience that is given prior to synthesis. While the object in itself, the matter of sensation prior to its synthesis, remains unknowable to us, this poses no problem for knowledge within experience itself. Indeed, as we have already seen, Maimon himself admits that the problem of knowledge does not arise from the difficulty of knowing whether our representations conform to things in themselves. Although this interpretation makes Fichte's reply to skepticism more plausible, it nevertheless remains doubtful whether it would satisfy Maimon. For the question still remains, what right do we have to assume that the concept of an object, the universal and necessary forms of the understanding, apply to the given manifold? How do we know that our perceptions conform to the universal and necessary forms of experience? Again, as Hume argued and Maimon reiterated, we cannot appeal to the content of experience itself, to the world as we perceive it, because that only reveals a constant conjunction. What Fichte must establish is that all the empirical characteristics of an object are somehow necessary conditions of self-consciousness, but, clearly, that is a proof of a very tall order, which any skeptic will find plenty of reasons to doubt. Indeed, Fichte himself doubted whether such a transcendental deduction of the more general features of experience is possible. 37. 5. The final line of defense. It would be a serious mistake to leave things here and to accept this conclusion. For Fichte has another strategy, another line of defense against Maimon's skepticism, which is much more promising and interesting. He began to develop this response in the winter of 1793 to 1794 in his two notebooks Eigen Meditation über Elementarphilosophie and Praktische Philosophie, whose themes reappear in the third part of his 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre. Although Fichte rarely directly discusses Maimon in these works 38, he is still grappling with the main problem posed by his skepticism: how can we establish knowledge of an objective world? What is most striking of all, however, is that Fichte's response to skepticism was already clearly anticipated by Maimon himself. It is indeed not implausible to hold that Fichte was influenced by Maimon in this regard, even though the evidence is rather circumstantial, resting entirely on the similarity of some of their ideas. If there is such an influence, though, the irony is rather rich, no one helped Fichte to defeat Maimon more than Maimon himself. To understand Fichte's final line of reply, it is best to return to Maimon's formulation of the problem of knowledge in one of his lesser-known works, his 1791 Wörterbuch der Philosophie. 39. Here Maimon summarized the whole dilemma facing the critical philosopher in terms of a universal antinomy of thought. According to this antinomy, there are two conflicting but necessary requirements of all thinking. On the one hand, thought must have something given, a subject matter or object to think about, because thinking essentially consists in the application of something universal, a rule of the understanding, to something particular, the matter of sensation. On the other hand, though, the perfection of thought demands that nothing is given and that everything be created and pure form. With the first horn of this dilemma, Maimon wished to express the point that our human understanding is finite, that it creates the form but not the content of our experience, which is simply given. With the second horn, he formulated the ideal of knowledge already implicit in Kant, that we know perfectly only that which we create, a noumenon produced by the activity of the understanding alone. The antinomy therefore points out the vast discrepancy between our ideal of knowledge and our de facto condition as finite beings. Knowledge demands creating an object, making it something purely intelligible or noumenal, but objects are given to us as something empirical or phenomenal. The ideal of knowledge therefore seems reserved for the intellectus archetypus, the infinite understanding of God alone. Rather than advising resignation to this predicament, Maimon demands that we act to overcome it. Taking his cue from Kant's theory of ideas, he suggests that we regard the idea of the infinite understanding, the intellectus archetypus, as a regulative ideal, the goal of all inquiry. If we only exert the powers of our understanding, he maintains, then we can approach, even if we still cannot attain, this ideal of knowledge. In other words, we can approximate, even if we cannot reach, the status of the intellectual archetypus. We can make some progress toward this ideal, Maimon assures us, if we constantly strive to exert our power over nature and make it conform to the laws of our own understanding. The more we gain power over nature, the more its phenomenal content will decrease and the more its noumenal content will increase. What Maimon is proposing here is a pragmatic solution to his own skepticism. The key to our knowledge of experience, and the resolution of skeptical doubt, now lies in the field of action rather than contemplation. Rather than just thinking about the object in a new way, we must actually make the object conform to the laws of our rational activity. Although Maimon never abandons his argument that the dualism between understanding and sensibility is fatal to the possibility of knowledge, he now suggests that, if we only act, we need not consider this dualism as something absolute and eternal. If we exert our powers over nature, then we can diminish, even if we cannot completely remove it. We will acquire at least some degree of knowledge to the extent that we have gained control over nature and made it conform to the laws of our own activity. Here, more by implication rather than intention, Maimon was proposing some significant alterations to Kant's system. First of all, the dualism between understanding and sensibility was now more a matter of degree rather than of kind. Kant regarded the dualism as eternal and static, but Maimon made it temporary and moving, depending on the extent that we exert our powers over nature. Second, the concept of a noumenon no longer designates a transcendent entity beyond appearances, but it serves as a limiting concept to designate the goal of a complete knowledge of appearances. Point 40. Such was Maimon's own solution to the problem of skepticism, to the very challenge he himself had laid down. But it was another of Maimon's many suggestions, another of his many proposals, that neither time nor temperament allowed him to elaborate. Fichte soon developed it on a grand scale, however, making it one of the central themes of his early 1794 Wissenschaftslehre. It is striking that, in Part 3 of his Grundlage, and in the first lecture of his Bestimmung der Gelehrten, Fichte considers an antinomy very similar to Maimon's. According to this fundamental antithesis, we are all finite beings because we are limited by and acted on by a world outside us. We are divided into reason and sensibility, where our sensibility is purely passive, subject to the influence of nature. It is the fundamental demand of reason, The essence of the categorical imperative, however, that we attain complete autonomy and independence, or that we become only what we posit ourselves to be. We can fulfill this demand. We can achieve such complete independence only when we attain complete control over all of nature, for only then are we no longer dependent on, or influenced by, an external world. Needless to say, then, such complete independence is the prerogative of the divine understanding, which alone has the power to create all of nature. According to Fichte, the only solution to this predicament, the only means to overcome the vast discrepancy between the demands of reason and our actual condition as finite beings, is for us to strive to realize the ideal of complete independence. Although we cannot ever fully attain this ideal, we can at least approach it through constant struggle and effort. We can approximate this ideal if we exert ourselves to bring nature more and more under our control, and if we try with all our power to make it conform more and more to the demands of our reason. The more nature is under our control, the more our passive sensibility will disappear, and the more our noumenal and rational nature will grow, so that we will become more like the purely rational intellectus archetypus. It should be clear that Fichte's antithesis is very much like Maimon's antinomy, and that his concept of striving plays virtually the same role, and is based on the same idea, as Maimon's concept of the infinite progress of inquiry. The main difference between Fichte and Maimon is that Fichte sees the problem in moral terms. We should strive to realize the status of the infinite understanding because the categorical imperative commands it, and because nothing less is at stake than our autonomy or independence. There can be no doubt, however, that Fichte also sees the problem in epistemological terms, and indeed as the main predicament facing the possibility of knowledge. For, no less than Maimon, he thinks that the ideal of knowledge is the intellectus archetypus, and that the dualism between thought and its object, or between understanding and sensibility, is the main obstacle to its realization. All this makes it plain how Fichte's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason serves as his final response to the challenge of skepticism. We have already seen how that doctrine means inter alia that knowledge is the result of action rather than contemplation. Applied to the problem of skepticism, this implies that the cure for radical doubt lies not in the field of speculation in building firmer foundations from self-evident principles but in the realm of action. All the objections of the skeptic are completely unanswerable, Fichte thinks, as long as we remain captive in the confines of speculation or theory. For if we simply contemplate or reflect upon an object, we do not change it, and so the dualism between subject and object persists, but as long as that dualism remains, we have made no progress toward acquiring knowledge. The only means of overcoming the despair of skepticism, then, is through acting, for only in acting on the world do I change it, and so diminish the subject-object dualism. In Fichte's view, the chief error of all previous epistemology, and especially that of the subjectivist tradition, is its purely contemplative or speculative paradigm of knowledge, according to which knowledge is possible apart from, and prior to, activity. 41 For Fichte, however, knowledge is only the result of activity, and ultimately the will itself. Though Fichte's pragmatism marks an important break with the contemplative model of knowledge characteristic of the subjectivist tradition, it would be absurd to stress its originality. For Fichte is not only borrowing an insight of Maimon's, he is also going back to a tradition of thought as old as Francis Bacon. According to this tradition, knowledge is the product of action rather than contemplation, of making the world conform to our demands rather than trying to mirror its essence through rational theorizing. This was indeed the only possible response to Pyrrhonism, Bacon argued, given that the skeptic could always demolish the subtlest scholastic demonstration. 42 This allegiance to the Baconian tradition was not, however, unconscious or unacknowledged. For it was no accident that the motto of Fichte's Einleitungen in die Wissenschaftslehre and, indeed, of Kant's first critic came from the Novum Organum. Chapter 3. Criticism versus Dogmatism. 1. The transformation of the Kantian problematic. We have seen how Fichte developed some of the most important principles of his idealism in combating the skepticism of Schulz and Maimon. That things exist only as any rational being must conceive them, that the ego is only for itself, that knowledge is the result of practical activity, and that transcendental philosophy has to be completely immanent. All these central ideas of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre were developed in response to the challenge of skepticism. Still, it should be obvious that we are far from a complete and accurate account of Fichte's idealism. We have only traced the genesis of some of its parts, but we have not considered how they form a whole. To have some idea of the whole, we do well to begin with what Fichte himself means by idealism. Like any other philosopher, we must interpret Fichte in his own terms. We must take into account the distinctions he made, the concepts he used, and the definitions he formulated. This means first and foremost that we should consider his own definition of idealism and how he distinguishes it from opposing positions. Prima facie it might seem tried to insist on an internal understanding of Fichte's idealism. What else, one might ask? There is a serious danger, however, that we interpret Fichte's definitions, concepts, and distinctions along Kantian lines. This is very tempting, partly because Fichte uses the same terms as Kant, and partly because he insists that his system represents the very spirit of the critical philosophy. Still, this is a temptation that we must resist. For, in significant respects, Fichte reformulated, and indeed transformed, Kant's doctrines and problems. Furthermore, his context is very different from Kant's. There is a wide difference between the philosophical concerns of the 1770s, when the critical philosophy was born, and that of the early 1790s, when Fichte first conceived his Wissenschaftslehre. So, even when Fichte uses the same terms as Kant, we should not take for granted that he means the same thing by them. Placed in Fichte's context, they take on a completely different sense. In the Erste Einleitung in die Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte explains idealism in terms of his basic distinction between criticism and dogmatism. Point 1 He contends that these are the only possible answers to the fundamental problem of transcendental philosophy, the explanation of experience. While criticism explains experience from some immanent principle within consciousness, the self, ego, or I in itself, das Ich in sich, dogmatism accounts for it from some transcendent principle beyond consciousness, the thing in itself, Ding in sich. Criticism maintains that experience is the product of the self in itself, or that we know objects because we create them according to the laws of reason. Dogmatism holds that experience is the result of the thing in itself, or that we know objects because our consciousness reflects the world that acts on it. Fichte saw the opposition between criticism and dogmatism in terms of a dramatic choice, freedom or fatalism. While criticism preserves the possibility of freedom by seeing the subject as pure activity, the source of its entire world, dogmatism undermines freedom by viewing the subject as passive, the product of nature. For Fichte, this is a choice between Kant's critical idealism, which defends the possibility and reality of moral freedom, or Spinoza's naturalism, which stresses that everything happens of necessity according to the laws of nature. Point 2. Prima facie Fichte's distinction between criticism and dogmatism is simply a reformulation of Kant's own distinction between transcendental idealism and realism, which he explained in almost the same terms as Fichte. The transcendental idealist holds that objects conform to concepts because the understanding is the lawgiver of nature, whereas the transcendental realist maintains that concepts conform to objects since they are the product of objects. Point 3 Moreover, Kant saw the difference between transcendental idealism and realism in terms of the choice between freedom and fatalism. Through its distinction between appearances and things in themselves, transcendental idealism upholds the possibility of freedom, because even though everything in the realm of appearances is determined according to the principle of sufficient reason, the world of things in themselves is not subject to this law. Conversely, transcendental realism, by conflating things in themselves with appearances, has to accept a form of determinism, an infinite series of causes, which leaves no room for the possibility of freedom. For it is indeed striking that Kant himself, under the influence of the Spinoza revival of the late 1780s, saw his transcendental idealism as the only alternative to Spinozism. Point 5. Although these similarities are noteworthy, they should not obscure the underlying differences between Kant's and Fichte's distinctions. While Kant's contrast between transcendental idealism and realism is essentially between those accounts of knowledge that distinguish between appearances and things in themselves, transcendental idealism, and those that conflate them, transcendental realism, Fichte's distinction between criticism and dogmatism takes no account of this point. Unlike Kant's transcendental idealism, Fichte's criticism does not distinguish between appearances and things in themselves. Rather, it explains all of experience as the product of the subject alone, eliminating things in themselves entirely. Indeed, the whole point of Fichte's criticism, at least as he explains it in the Erste Einleitung, is to eradicate the thing in itself from the body of the Kantian system. 6 Conversely, Fichte's dogmatism is a form of materialism that explains all of experience according to natural laws. 7 It does not simply regard the objects of experience as things in themselves, a doctrine common to materialism and dualism. Excluding the very possibility of dualism, Fichte's criticism and dogmatism are essentially monistic. Criticism is entirely idealistic, explaining all reality in terms of the ego, while dogmatism is entirely naturalistic, explaining everything according to mechanical laws. It is also important to see that Kant's and Fichte's distinctions arose from different formulations of the basic problem of transcendental philosophy. The purpose of Kant's transcendental idealism is to resolve the specific problem of the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments. How do we explain the truth of such judgments if they are not derived from experience and if they cannot be demonstrated according to the law of contradiction? The task of Fichte's criticism, however, is to explain how representations can correspond with objects if the mind and the world are so different from one another. 8 Hence the Fichtean problem is broader than the Kantian, it extends to any class of representations, even empirical or synthetic a posteriori ones, and it does not arise for synthetic a priori concepts alone. This difference between Kant's and Fichte's problems becomes especially apparent from Fichte's own interpretation of Kant's synthetic a priori. He thinks that it should be understood not simply as a unity of distinct representations but as a unity of the subject and object themselves. According to Fichte, Kant had failed to see the more general issue behind the problem of synthetic a priori judgments. How does the subject know the object if the subject and object have opposing characteristics? 9 Such a reformulation of the Kantian problem reflects the polemics against the critical philosophy in the late 1780s and early 1790s, which had stressed the difficulties of Kant's dualisms. For the entire post-Kantian generation, the basic problem of transcendental philosophy is how to surmount these dualisms. There is another more obvious, but no less important, difference between Kant's and Fichte's distinctions. The Fichtean distinction is cast in more metaphysical terms. This metaphysical language first becomes apparent when Fichte, in the first part of the Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, states that idealism makes its first principle the absolute ego, which is completely unconditioned and not determinable by anything else outside itself. 97. He explains that to call something in itself absolute, or unconditioned means that it stands above all contrast and comparison. 109 to 110, 119. Such terminology seems to derive from the metaphysical tradition, and more specifically from its modern incarnation in Spinozism. The term in itself is indeed reminiscent of Spinoza's definition of substance from Book I of the Ethica, that which is conceived in itself, and not in relation to something else. Def 7. The similarity is indeed more than apparent, given that Fichte saw the Wissenschaftslehre as the antithesis and antidote to Spinoza's Ethica. If we take Fichte's metaphysical language as more than a facon de parler, then the choice between criticism and dogmatism is not only between competing accounts of experience, but also between rival conceptions of the infinite or the unconditioned. 10 The infinite or unconditioned is either the subject in itself or the object in itself. Fichte then explains the central problem of transcendental philosophy in such metaphysical terms. To demonstrate the reality of the external world is to show how the absolute or infinite subject goes outside itself and becomes something limited and finite. 11 This seems to be nothing less than the ancient metaphysical puzzle about how something infinite becomes finite. Fichte's transformation of the Kantian problematic raises some interesting and important questions. First, why the dilemma between criticism and dogmatism? Why are there only two systems of philosophy? Second, why does Fichte reject dogmatism? Why, in the end, does he think that idealism is the only possible option in philosophy? Third, why such metaphysical language? Why is the choice between criticism and dogmatism between two competing concepts of the unconditioned or infinite? And, fourth, how does Fichte square his metaphysical language with his ideal of a completely immanent transcendental philosophy? 12. These are important questions for the later development of absolute idealism. Fichte's transformation of the Kantian problematic became decisive for Schelling and Hegel, who understood Kant's questions in essentially Fichtean terms. The main problems that Schelling and Hegel address in the 1790s are very much those first formulated by Fichte in the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, and their main argument in behalf of absolute idealism is that it alone resolves the questions that Fichte raised but could not answer. All the more reason, then, to examine each question in a little detail. To the two systems. Fichte's explicit explanation for why there are only two possible systems of philosophy is not very helpful. In the Erste Einleitung in Die Wissenschaftslehre he says that anyone who disputes that there are only two systems has to prove that there are some additional components to experience besides the subject and object, I. 426. Since the subject and object are the basic entities of all experience, and since criticism and dogmatism explain experience according to either the subject or object, it seems that there cannot be any other alternative. However, this explanation would not be very convincing to the dualist, who will simply ask why there cannot be a system that explains experience according to both the subject and object. 13. There is no great mystery, however, behind Fichte's exclusion of dualism. It is only necessary to consider the historical context in which Fichte's problem arose. Like Maimon and many of his contemporaries, Fichte regarded dualism not as a possible solution to his problem but as the very source of the problem itself. The central issue in explaining the possibility of knowledge is how to account for the correspondence between the mind and the world, given that the subject and object seem to be such heterogeneous things. No one in the 1780s and 1790s had forgotten Descartes' notorious problem, and it was widely held to be a reductio ad absurdum of the dualistic position. But the critical philosophy did not resolve Descartes' problem, it simply transformed it. Although Kant himself had rejected transcendental dualism in the Critique 14, it seemed that he had revived it in other forms with his distinctions between noumena and phenomena, things in themselves, and appearances, and understanding and sensibility. It was the task of Fichte and the young Schelling, then, to remove those residues of dualism within the critical philosophy that left so much room for skeptical mischief. Hence they never ceased to lambast the dualism of the dogmatic Kantians, who wanted to explain the origin of experience by the action of the thing in itself upon our sensibility. 15 For Fichte, any attempt to synthesize criticism and dogmatism is absurd because it presupposes per impossible a continuous transition from matter to mind or vice versa. 16. Granted that dualism is not an option, why explain criticism and dogmatism in such metaphysical language? The ultimate reason for Fichte's use of such terms as absolute, infinite, and in itself lies less with the metaphysical tradition than with his conception of the transcendental itself. Something is absolute or infinite in the classical sense if it has no limit or end, having nothing else outside it to limit its essence or existence. This means that it cannot be determinate, because all determination involves a form of limitation. To determine a thing is to contrast and compare it with other things, so that it limits them and is limited by them. Now, Fichte reasons, the fundamental ground of experience must be absolute or infinite in just this sense. For we cannot identify this ground with any determinate thing, something that resembles or differs from other things when it is the condition of all determination, the ground under which we contrast and compare things with one another. We identify a determinate thing, Fichte thinks, only by applying the principle of sufficient reason, which determines the similarities and differences between one thing and another. 17 But the ground of experience is also the basis of the principle of sufficient reason, so that we cannot apply this principle to it except on pain of circularity. Hence, in the first section of the Grundlage, Fichte explains that the absolute ego is interminable, because it is the condition under which we apply the principle of sufficient reason itself. It has no ground because it is the condition under which anything is a ground. 109 to 112. It is now very easy to understand Fichte's identification of transcendental realism with Spinozism. If realism, like idealism, must be strictly monistic, and if its first principle too must be absolute in the sense of being beyond all contrast and comparison, then Spinoza's system seems to be the perfect candidate to fill these roles. Spinoza's substance is infinite in the sense that it is absolutely unique, inconceivable in relation to other things. It is also the source of Spinoza's monism. Substance is the single reality of which mind and body are only attributes, different ways of explaining one and the same thing. Why, though, call Spinozism realism? It is because the first principle of Spinozism, the single infinite substance, is not within consciousness. It is therefore like the Kantian thing in itself in that it transcends all possible experience. Although Fichte's language is metaphysical, it is important to recognize that he still refuses to make any metaphysical commitment with it. To say that the ego is absolute or infinite does not mean that it is the whole of all reality, the totality of all determinations. Rather, it is something purely formal and indeterminate, and so the absence of all determinations. All that can be said about it is that it is, as the ground of all predication, it has no predicates at all. 111 to 112, 116. For Fichte, it is a fallacy to apply determinate predicates to the absolute, because that would be to confuse the transcendental with the empirical. The very essence of dogmatism is that it hypostatizes the transcendental, placing what is a condition of our experience into experience itself. 120 to 121. 3. The refutation of dogmatism. If criticism and dogmatism are the only possible explanations of experience, why did Fichte choose criticism? We can answer this question, of course, only if we first know why he rejected dogmatism. The answer to this latter question proves to be rather complicated, however. Prima facie there does not seem to be any difficulty in explaining Fichte's disapproval of dogmatism. In his review of Aeneas Idomus, he had dismissed the very idea of the thing in itself as an impossibility. It was nothing less than the thought of something unthinkable, a noumenon that did not exist according to any of the laws of logic. If, however, the thing in itself is a fiction, the main explanatory principle of dogmatism collapses. That, it seems, should be the end of the matter. Yet Fichte did not exploit this obvious strategy. In his later 1797 Erste Einleitung in die Wissenschaftslehre he made some remarkable concessions to the dogmatist. To some extent he repeated his old refrain, the thing in itself is a pure invention which possesses no reality whatsoever, 428. Yet he no longer dismisses this fiction as a sheer impossibility. Rather, he admits that the dogmatist can give some reality to his principle after all, if he can show the necessity of thinking of it as the basis or foundation of experience. 428. He even concedes that the dogmatist can explain away the self-consciousness of freedom, the central datum of criticism, because he can point out how such an apparent experience is really only the result of our ignorance of the necessary laws of nature. 430. Such, indeed, are Fichte's concessions that he sometimes argues that there cannot be any theoretical basis for a choice between criticism and dogmatism, since the dispute between them concerns first principles and all demonstration and refutation presupposes a shared first principle. 429. Fichte then concludes that the decision between criticism and dogmatism has to be made on practical, and indeed on personal, grounds, I. 434. Now we have come full circle. Rather than being nonsensical, dogmatism is as legitimate as criticism, and there is only a personal decision to be made between them. We shall have occasion to sort out Fichte's confusion and ambivalence about this issue in a later chapter, 4.1.4. Suffice it to say for now, however, that Fichte's concessions to dogmatism were not such that he abandoned all arguments against it. If he softens his stance against dogmatism in one section of the Erste Einleitung, 5, he returns to attack it in the very next section, 6. He now finds dogmatism to be inadequate after all, and indeed on theoretical grounds. While he does not attempt a refutation of dogmatism in the sense of a valid deductive argument proceeding from self-evident premises, he still insists that dogmatism should be rejected because it is unable to explain experience. If the only reality the dogmatist can give to his principle is to make it the basis for the explanation of experience, and if it can be shown that this principle cannot do justice to some central features of our experience, then dogmatism will become a helpless affirmation and assurance, I. 438. The starting point of Fichte's argument is his principle, first announced in the Einesidemus Review, that the ego or subject is essentially for itself. This means inter alia that self-consciousness is essential to the very nature of subjectivity, and that we hypostatize a subject if we separate it from at least the possibility of self-awareness. As Fichte now puts this point, there is an immediate unity of being and seeing in the case of the subject, whereas there is no such unity in the case of the object, whose existence is separable from any consciousness of it, I. 436. Now, Fichte maintains, it is just this feature of subjectivity, the necessity of self-consciousness, that dogmatism cannot explain. Rather than attempting to explain a subject from within, according to its self-interpretations or self-descriptions, it tries to account for it from without, according to some third-person point of view. It treats the subject like any other object in nature, as a mere thing conforming to mechanical laws. In other words, the dogmatist hypostatizes the subject. Hypostatization of the subject is indeed the basic mistake of all dogmatism. Point 18. More specifically, Fichte's argument goes as follows, I. 435 to 436. If dogmatism is to explain experience, then it must account for our representations, and more specifically those accompanied by a feeling of necessity in our consciousness. To do this, it employs the principle of causality and sees the representations as effects of the thing in itself. But no such explanation can possibly succeed, because representations, and indeed the mind that has them, are very different from things or objects. A representation exists only for the subject who has it, and it is nothing unless the subject can be self-conscious of it. There is therefore a double series in the mind, the representation and the self-awareness of it, or, as Fichte puts it, being and the observation of it. The essence of the mind, Fichte then stresses, consists in the inseparability of these two series. An object, however, differs from a representation in that it does not exist for the subject who perceives it, for by definition it is supposed to exist independent of any perception of it. Among things, therefore, there is only a single series of existence. To bring out the difference between representations and things, Fichte points out that we can ask of any representation, for whom does it exist? There must be some answer to this question for the representation, namely, that it exists for the subject. But there cannot be an answer to this question for the thing, which exists for no one, because ex hypothesi it continues to exist even when no one perceives it. Fichte therefore concludes that we cannot explain representations, the essential units of our experience, on the basis of material things. The main problem is this: the representation and the thing lie in two different worlds between which there is no bridge. I. 436. It is as if the dogmatist tried to explain the origin of fire by water. 19. It is an important and explicit premise of this argument that dogmatism presupposes a mechanical model of explanation. The reason that the dogmatist cannot explain experience, Fichte contends, is that it is not possible to account for representations on the basis of mechanical causation. All efficacious action is mechanical in character. And no representation can be produced in virtue of mechanical action alone. 439.20. Although Fichte is not explicit, he seems to assume that mechanical explanation operates when the cause precedes the effect in time, and when the cause imparts its force to the effect, which passively receives it. Thus he says that the cause is an event that transmits its force to another event, and so on in a series, in such a manner that it is not possible for any event to in turn react against the cause acting upon it. 436, 437. Here Fichte seems to assume the law of inertia for material things, in other words, that such things cannot act unless they are acted on. Point 21. So, despite his many concessions to dogmatism, Fichte finally rejects it, and indeed on theoretical grounds. The fundamental principle of dogmatism, the thing in itself, proves to be a fiction after all, because it cannot explain our experience. The ultimate reason for the failure of dogmatism is clear: it attempts to explain experience from some standpoint external to the mind itself, when the mind is essentially for itself, something that has to be explained internally in terms of its self-consciousness alone. The necessity of idealism is that it alone explains experience on an immanent basis according to the principles inherent in the mind itself. For Fichte and the thing in itself. Every student of the history of philosophy, if he knows anything about Fichte at all, knows that he rejected the thing in itself. That he did so is crucial to the stereotype of Fichte as the philosopher who completes and radicalizes Kant's Copernican revolution. But, like most stereotypes in the history of philosophy, this one too is simplistic and misleading. There are at least two problems with it. First, as we have already seen, Fichte gave different, and even incompatible, reasons for rejecting the thing in itself. Second, Fichte did not dismiss the concept tout court. If he insisted on abandoning it in some senses, he demanded that it be retained in others, and indeed to such an extent that it played a pivotal role in his system. Point 22. This makes it necessary to raise the questions: in what senses did Fichte reject the thing in itself? And in what senses did he accept it? Fichte repudiates the concept of the thing in itself insofar as it is the unthinkable. This is the sense he first identified and denounced in the Aeneasidemus Review, and he never retreated from this position. According to this interpretation, the thing in itself is something that exists not only independent of the forms of sensibility, space, and time, but also independent of all the categories of the understanding. Hence it is not only something imperceptible, but also something inconceivable. For at least two reasons, Fichte finds the very idea of such a thing in itself absurd. First, he claims that to postulate its existence is to think the unthinkable, and so ipso facto destroys its very existence as the unthinkable. Second, he affirms the general idealist principle that things can exist only in the way that we must think of them. Rightly, Fichte refused to attribute such a concept of the thing in itself to Kant, but from this he drew the general and more problematic conclusion that Kant had no concept of the thing in itself at all. Fichte also dismisses the concept of the thing in itself insofar as it is the transcendental cause of appearances. This concept is distinct from that of the utterly unthinkable, since the cause of appearances must at least be thinkable according to the category of causality. Still, Fichte rejected it all the same. He discovered two difficulties with the assumption that the thing in itself could be the cause of appearances. Point 23. First, it assumes that something completely unlike our representations can be the cause of our representations, so that it jumps a chasm between two worlds. Second, it involves the transcendent application of the categories of causality beyond appearances, which is flatly contrary to critical doctrine. Here, however, Fichte failed to recognize Kant's important distinction between knowing and thinking an object according to the categories. In general, Fichte thinks that the assumption of a thing in itself as the cause of appearances arises from a confusion between two levels of discourse in transcendental philosophy: the standpoint of the philosopher, who reflects on and analyzes the conditions of consciousness, and the standpoint of empirical consciousness itself, which presupposes and acts according to these conditions. From the standpoint of our empirical consciousness, we speak of things in themselves because we think that appearances exist apart from and prior to our perception of them, and we think this because we have no knowledge of the conditions that produce this object. From the standpoint of the philosopher, however, we know that these objects are only appearances that are created by transcendental synthesis. I. 482-483. Although Fichte admits that Kant sometimes does refer to the existence of things in themselves as the causes of appearances, he still insists that Kant then speaks only from the perspective of empirical consciousness itself. Those Kantians who postulate a thing in itself as the cause of the whole order of appearances fail to recognize that Kant often speaks with two voices, depending on whether he adopts the standpoint of the transcendental philosopher or that of ordinary consciousness. They not only confuse these two levels of discourse, but they also make an illegitimate use of the principle of causality, which is applicable only within the sphere of appearances themselves. I. 482. On similar grounds, Fichte dismisses Jacobi's famous objection against the thing in itself. Jacobi confuses the empirical and transcendental levels of analysis because he thinks that Kant uses the term thing in itself in a transcendental sense when he uses it really only in an empirical one. 483n. It is remarkable, however, that Fichte himself produces very little textual support for his reading of Kant, and that when he does so he cites passages that are more accurately read as evidence against it. In section 6 of the Zweiteinleitung in die Wissenschaftslehre he cites passages from Kant that he takes from, of all texts, the appendix to Jacobi's David Hume, the main source for Jacobi's famous attack on the thing in itself. There Jacobi cited a passage from the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism where Kant criticizes empirical idealism because it accepts a hidden premise from transcendental realism, that appearances are things in themselves, and that as such they are the cause of our representations of things outside us. A. 372. In this passage Kant argued that if we assume that appearances continue to exist when we do not perceive them, then our knowledge about them will become uncertain, because we will not be in a position to know whether our representations are really caused by these things. Fichte refers to this passage as evidence for why Kant rejects things in themselves as the transcendental cause of our experience, as if Kant wishes to reject any kind of transcendental cause and not only the transcendental realist assumption that appearances as things in themselves should be that cause. But Kant is perfectly explicit in this passage, in some further sentences not cited by Fichte, that he is rejecting not things in themselves as the cause of our experience but only appearances understood as things in themselves. 24. For all his resistance to the thing in itself, Fichte still endorsed the idea in important respects, assigning it a pivotal role in his own critical idealism. He does not reject the thing in itself provided that it is understood as a noumenon, the idea of something that is the product of pure thinking alone. 25. Fichte admits that Kant sometimes uses the thing in itself to refer to the noumenon, and that in this case it is perfectly consistent with his critical principles. The noumenon is the object that is created by the necessary laws of our reason, and that we add to appearances to give them objectivity. Such a noumenon is indeed the cornerstone of Kant's empirical realism. I. 483. Fichte maintains, because by it we can explain how objects appear independent of our representations and yet are not transcendent entities. In section 5 of his Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte also reintroduces the idea of the thing in itself in the role of a stimulus or check, Anstoß, to the activity of the ego. He explains that we cannot say anything more about this entity other than it is something opposed to the ego's activity. I. 279. Although all of its known determinations are created or posited by the activity of the ego, there is still an extent to which it resists its activity and so remains forever interminable and unknowable. Like Kant with his thing in itself, Fichte feels compelled to postulate the existence of this unknowable entity to explain the finitude of the human predicament, the fact that we do not have the creative power to produce the entire world. It is here that a serious question of consistency arises. It would seem as if this check to the ego's activity also acts on it, so that it is a cause of our representations, but this would involve, of course, a transcendent application of the category of causality. It is not possible to avoid this contradiction by claiming that the check exists only from the standpoint of empirical consciousness. For it is indeed the Fichtean philosopher who postulates the existence of this entity. Furthermore, the difficulty cannot be resolved by claiming that Fichte gives a purely regulative status to his check, for Fichte gives it an unmistakable constitutive role by stating that it acts on the subject's feelings and provokes it into activity. A merely regulative ideal is not in the position to act on anything. Fichte himself was aware of this tension in his views, and he attempted to resolve it through a distinction between representation and feeling. Point 26 While representation has some objective status because it refers to some object to which we ascribe properties, feeling consists in nothing more than sensation itself. Whereas representation has a cognitive status because it issues in judgment, feeling consists in nothing more than the subjective states of the perceiver. Following this distinction, Fichte then maintains that, though we represent things only as appearances, we feel them as things in themselves. He explains that although we cannot know things in themselves directly through representation, we can know them indirectly through feeling. This removes the apparent inconsistency, he implies, because things in themselves are not completely unknowable after all. Their status as something felt would indeed seem to justify the application of the categories to them, so that there is no problem involved with the transcendent use of the category of causality. Thus, having initially banished the thing in itself as something almost nonsensical, Fichte reinstates it as the object of ineffable feeling. We shall have occasion to re-examine the role of this rehabilitated thing in itself in a later chapter, 2.6.4. Chapter 4. Freedom and Subjectivity. 1. The meaning of freedom. Now that we have seen why Fichte repudiated dogmatism, the only question that remains is why he advocated idealism. For Fichte, the answer to this question was simple and straightforward. The great value of idealism, and its fundamental advantage over dogmatism, is that it alone can preserve freedom. This means that only idealism provides a sufficient support for the fundamental principles of morality, which are undermined by the fatalism of dogmatism. Hence Fichte saw his Wissenschaftslehre as the first system of freedom. 1. Its chief purpose was to represent and defend the value of human freedom, which is the sole interest of reason itself. Point 2. It is important to see, however, that freedom played an even more vital role in Fichte's thinking. It is not only the main value behind his idealism, but also its fundamental explanatory principle. Fichte saw freedom as the key to the basic problem of transcendental philosophy, how to explain the possibility of experience and the consciousness of the external world. The self-consciousness of freedom is his first principle for the deduction of experience, his basic premise to establish the awareness of an objective reality. According to Fichte, the entire sensible world has to be understood as the necessary condition for the self-consciousness of our freedom, as the means and medium by which the ego knows itself as an autonomous moral agent. Freedom is the vehicle for our knowledge of objects, but not the converse, that our knowledge of objects is the vehicle for our knowledge of freedom. 3. The central role of freedom in Fichte's idealism makes it imperative to raise one question: what does Fichte mean by freedom? His views on freedom are scattered throughout his Jena writings, but it is best to focus on his clearest and most mature exposition of this concept, that found in his 1798 System der Sittenlehre. It is also necessary to consider his 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, which in some places gives a somewhat different account. Point 4. To begin, it is important to recognize that Fichte, like Kant, has two very different concepts of freedom. Point 5. There is the freedom of the pure will, Wille, which he identifies with the law of reason, the categorical imperative. Point 6. There is also the freedom of choice, Willkür, the power to do or not do something. The difference between these concepts is clear: the pure will cannot be identical with choice, which can act not only according to, but also contrary to, the law of reason. Fichte relates these two concepts by claiming that choice arises from the self-consciousness of, or reflection on, the pure will. We become aware of freedom only as choice, because we feel the moral law only as a command on our sensible nature, as an imperative that we might or might not obey. 7 Freedom in the sense of pure will cannot be an object of consciousness, Fichte explains, because it is the condition of any consciousness whatsoever. Partly because it is so problematic, and partly because it is so important for attribution of moral responsibility, the main focus of Fichte's theory of freedom is on the concept of choice. It is this concept that is the subject of Fichte's detailed discussions of freedom in the System der Sittenlehre and Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo. To understand what he means by freedom in this sense, we do well to begin with his own thought experiment in the Sittenlehre, 4, 26-27, 33-34. Imagine a steel spring that resists the motion impressed on it from outside. This spring has a principle of motion within itself, so that it is not merely passive but reacts against what acts on it. Still, we refuse to ascribe freedom to it. Why? Fichte asks. Our first answer is likely to be that the spring is not free because it acts of necessity. It behaves according to laws, such that if a certain pressure is applied to it, then it must react with a certain force, and it cannot do otherwise. Hence we do not regard the spring as free because we think that freedom excludes necessity, or that it involves the power to act otherwise. Now Fichte reverses the experiment. Assume that the spring does not act of necessity, but that on one occasion it acts in one way, and that on another occasion it acts in another way, so that there is no law to predict its actions. Even in this case, Fichte insists, we would refuse to ascribe freedom to the spring. Why? Because its actions happen by chance and for no reason. Any account of freedom, Fichte thinks, must do justice to these apparently conflicting intuitions. Freedom excludes necessity, but also chance. There must be some reason for our actions, but it cannot be a cause that compels us to act so that we cannot do otherwise. This means that any adequate theory of freedom must reject compatibilism, according to which a free action is consistent with natural necessity, as well as indifferentism, according to which the will can act without a reason so that it is indifferent whether it does one thing or another. Fichte's own theory attempts to satisfy both these desiderata. He thinks that freedom excludes necessity because it essentially involves independence, 4, 24-25. Independence means that the will does not depend on external causes to act. Rather, the will is the cause of itself, so that we know why it acts from itself alone, and not from anything else outside itself. Hence any explanation for the acts of the will must be in terms of the will itself, of which we can only say it is as it is, because it is so, 4, 25. Because he thinks freedom means independence, Fichte accepts Kant's definition of freedom as spontaneity, the power of the will to be a first cause, to begin a causal series without determination by some prior cause, 4, 37. For the same reason, he rejects Spinoza's definition of freedom, that which acts by the necessity of its own nature alone. 8 Like Kant, but unlike Spinoza, Fichte thinks that freedom cannot be placed within nature, which is a realm of strict necessity. Anything that happens in nature is strictly governed by the principle of sufficient reason, according to which all events have external causes, such that, given the causes, the events cannot be otherwise. 4, 134-135. Another reason freedom excludes necessity, Fichte argues, is because it involves choice, that is, the decision to act between opposing courses of action, 4, 81, 159. The will is free only if it has the choice to do A, B, or C, such that it is completely indeterminate whether it opts for A, B, or C. Those philosophers who find a contradiction in the possibility of an agent doing either X or X on any specific occasion simply beg the question, Fichte contends, because they assume that a free agent is like something in nature. Of anything in nature we can indeed say that its essence is completely determinate, such that only one action is compatible with its essence. But when we assume the possibility of freedom, we ipso facto reject the fact that a free rational agent is another thing in nature, and so we deny that it is completely determinate. Freedom, by its very nature as choice, involves indeterminacy, the fact that something can be either X or X, for 159 to 161. Although freedom involves choice, Fichte insists that it is not possible that we decide for no reason at all, as if it were completely indifferent whether we opt for X or X, for 35, 37, 179. Since freedom excludes chance, there must be some reason for choice. Fichte explains that we can formulate this reason in terms of a practical syllogism, for 179. Such a syllogism would begin with some general maxim, such as we must give priority to X. It would then determine how this applies to a particular case, C is a case of X, and it would then conclude with the imperative we ought to do C. But if there must be a reason for choice, how do we escape determinism? Fichte thinks that we can avoid the snares of both natural necessity and chance if we assume that the reasons for a free action lie in the realm of thought alone. The reason for a free action is not the cause for the action, but its end or purpose as conceived by an intelligent or rational being. Insofar as we are thinking beings, Fichte argues, we ascend to a new order of explanation outside nature itself. 9 In nature one being is the cause of another being, and so on ad infinitum, but in the case of a rational agent something merely thought is the reason for action. Although he does not use the same terms, Fichte anticipates the prevalent modern view that there is a distinction between reasons and causes. 10 Reasons are the purposes of an intelligent thinking being, whereas causes are events in nature that happen in space and time. It is important to add, however, that Fichte does not think that the reasons for free actions are simply any kind of purpose or end. Such reasons are a specific kind of purpose or end, that chosen by an intelligent or rational being. Not all purposive activity is free, Fichte argues, because many organisms in nature act for ends but they do so of necessity. 11 Although Fichte does not think that the actions of living beings are explicable according to mechanical causes, he does hold that their activity is still subject to necessity and so another kind of natural law. To be free, then, an action must not only be done for some purpose, it also must be chosen by a self-conscious rational agent. 12. Fichte summarizes his concept of freedom in the term self-determination, Selbstbestimmung. 13 He explains that this concept means two things. First, that the self exists prior to its determinations, so that it can determine itself to be X, Y, or Z, depending on its choice, hence it must have an existence independent of any one of its determinations. In the case of a free being, then, we must make a distinction between its existence and essence. This is not the case with a thing, however. We cannot separate its existence from its essence, because its very being or existence consists in nothing more than all the properties or determinations constitutive of its nature. Thus, while the existence of a free being is indeterminate, that of a thing in nature is entirely determinate. It has all its properties of necessity, and it cannot have any others without destroying its nature. Second, self-determination means that the self acts according to its own concept of itself, that it becomes only what it conceives itself to be, so that its essence or nature conforms entirely to its own rational choice. Like all theories of self-determination, Fichte's theory states that the agent's activity makes determinate who or what I am, and that before this activity I am only something inchoate and indeterminate. But there are two distinctive aspects to Fichte's account that distinguish it from other theories. First, it maintains that the activity of self-determination does not realize a nature that is already complete and fixed, rather, it holds that there is no such fixed nature or essence at all. Second, the activity of self-determination does not take place of necessity but conforms entirely to the acts of rational choice, which could have been otherwise. In both these respects Fichte's account of self-determination anticipates the later existentialist concept of radical freedom. 14 Thus Fichte not only implies or suggests, but explicitly states, and indeed stresses, that the self is only what it makes itself. Who am I really? That is, what am I as an individual? And what is the reason that I am just this one and no other? I answer, I am, from the moment I have come to consciousness, that to which I make myself according to freedom, and I am this simply because I so make myself. Point 15. Fichte does not think, of course, that we are now free beings in the sense proposed by his concept of self-determination. Rather, he stresses that his concept lays down only an ideal, a goal for moral action. In Kantian terms, it is only a regulative, not a constitutive principle. Fichte fully recognizes that who we are depends on factors completely beyond our control, whether they are due to environment or heredity. Point 16. He indeed stresses that we are free only in a formal but not a material sense, that is, though we have the power or capacity to conceive purposes and to act according to them, what we are, our determinate properties or characteristics, still depends on nature. We can become self-determining beings, Fichte maintains, only when we make all these characteristics conform to the standards of our rational activity. What has been given to us by nature we must recreate according to reason. We approach the goal of self-determination, then, only by a struggle against nature, by striving to bring it more under our control so that it complies with the ends of reason. Only when we have complete control over nature will we be completely free, for only then will there be no external causes to make us what we are. It is of the first importance to see that Fichte's theory of freedom, though it is conceived in the name of Kant, also involves a dramatic break with his old teacher. Fichte's ideal of complete self-determination commits him to something Kant regarded as impossible, and indeed as undesirable, self-identity, the unity of the noumenal and phenomenal selves. Point 17. According to Fichte, the more the ego gains control over nature, the more its rational character grows and the more its sensible character disappears. Although Fichte admits that the ideal of complete independence is unattainable, the mere fact that he thinks that we can approach it is significant, for this means that the Kantian dualism is no longer absolute and qualitative but only relative and quantitative. Such an assumption violates the Kantian architectonic at its most delicate and difficult point, the relationship between the noumenal and the phenomenal, the free and the necessity. For it implies, pace Kant, that noumenal actions not only harmonize with the course of nature, as if it remains forever the same, but that they actually change it, forcing it to become more rational where it had once been more sensible. 2. The theory of subjectivity. Fichte sometimes writes that the fundamental principle of his idealism, the ultimate basis for its explanation of experience, is the I in itself, Ich in sich. This is perfectly compatible with his other statements that his basic principle is freedom. Indeed, the two formulations support one another, because Fichte thinks that the very essence of the I, self, or ego consists in freedom. Still, the two formulations are not entirely equivalent, since behind Fichte's concept of the ego lies a theory about the nature of subjectivity itself, the distinctive characteristics of a subject in contrast to an object. Some account of this theory is crucial for an understanding of Fichte's idealism, but the theory is also worth considering for its own sake, because it is one of Fichte's most original contributions to the history of philosophy. 18. It marks an important break not only with the subjectivist tradition but also with Kant himself. The theory also had a notable influence on later thinkers, most notably Hegel and Sartre. The essence of Fichte's theory of subjectivity is captured in his odd proposition that the essence of the ego consists in subject-object identity. 19. This proposition is best explained as an attempt to capture the interdependence of the two distinguishing features of the self or the rational subject, freedom and self-consciousness. Both these aspects were already formulated by Kant, but what is new and interesting about Fichte's theory is what he says about their interconnection. The first aspect of the self is freedom. According to Fichte, one characteristic feature of subjectivity in contrast to objectivity, or of rational agents in contrast to things, is that subjects or rational agents are free. This point had already been stated by Kant, who held that the distinctive feature of a rational being is its autonomy, its power to create and act according to its own laws. While everything else in creation acts according to laws, Kant wrote, rational beings alone have the power to act according to the concept of law, that is, its universalizable form alone. Point 20. The second aspect or characteristic trait of the self is self-consciousness. Fichte also thinks that a distinctive feature of subjectivity in contrast to objectivity is that subjects have the power of self-consciousness. We have already seen how Fichte thinks that self-consciousness is constitutive of our subjectivity, and how he maintains that we cannot separate the existence of the self from its actual or possible awareness of itself. 2.2.1, 2.3.3. For Fichte, to separate the self from its self-consciousness as if it could somehow exist even if one could not become self-conscious of itself is to refi or hypostatize the self, to treat a subject as if it were an object. It seems strange that this point had already been foreshadowed by Kant, who, notoriously, postulated the existence of an unknowable self. But here it is important to keep in mind Kant's principle of the unity of apperception, which states that a representation is nothing at all to me unless I can be self-conscious of having it. This principle was very important for Fichte, and the starting point for his reflection on the nature of subjectivity. Point 21. Corresponding to each of these characteristics, Fichte distinguishes between the subjective and objective aspects, or the ideal and the real, aspects of the self. Point 22. Its subjective or ideal aspect consists in its self-consciousness, its power of representing or thinking about its own activity. Its objective or real aspect consists in its freedom, its power of willing and acting. While the subjective aspect is theoretical and cognitive, the objective aspect is practical and volitional. Fichte includes among the ideal or subjective side of the self its power of conceiving and deliberating about ends. The real or objective side of the self is the decision to act on one of these ends and the power to execute it. Insofar as I will some end, he explains, I make the purely subjective into something objective. Point 23. This is the crucial transition from the indeterminate to the determinate that is so essential for self-determination. Fichte makes this distinction to do justice to the ordinary distinction between thinking and willing, reflecting and doing. But it is important to see that he does not intend it to correspond to any absolute distinction between cognition and volition. He is firm that this distinction holds only from the standpoint of ordinary consciousness, and not from the standpoint of the transcendental philosopher who reflects on it. Point 24. It is the central aim of the transcendental philosopher to show how these two aspects of the self are united. That they are inseparable is indeed the main thrust of Fichte's theory of subjectivity. The point of his theory of the self as subject-object identity is to show that the subjective and objective, ideal and real, aspects of the self are ultimately one. This means that we cannot be self-conscious and reflective unless we are free, and that we cannot be free unless we are self-conscious and reflective. Self-consciousness and freedom involve one another, and it is especially their interconnection that is characteristic of our subjectivity. Why does Fichte think that self-consciousness requires freedom? If we summarize his lengthy argument for this contention in the 1798 Seitenlehre, it boils down to the following general point. Point 25. Freedom consists in the activity of self-determination, which makes determinate who or what I am. Before engaging in this activity, however, I am not anything specific at all but only an abstract set of possibilities. I do not have a complete and given nature that I can know prior to my acting, rather, my activity of self-determination makes me who I am. Hence it is only through freedom, the activity of self-determination, that I know who I am. Fichte puts the point this way in the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo: to be self-conscious, the subject must know itself as an object, in other words, it must manifest, express, or objectify itself. But this activity of self-manifestation, self-expression, or self-objectification is identical with self-determination and so with freedom itself. Point 26. Why does freedom require self-consciousness? Fichte has in mind partly the simple point that freedom involves choice, and that to decide between alternatives and to act on them I must know what I choose and how I attain it. In other words, I must be self-conscious. Point 27. But his contention goes beyond this commonplace. He remarks that we never consider our free activity to be something that goes on while we passively observe it. Point 28 Rather, I make the activity of the will my activity by making it conform to my concepts or ends, but to make it mine, to appropriate it for myself, is to be self-conscious of it. It should be clear that self-consciousness here must be understood not simply as descriptive, but also as prescriptive. In other words, it consists in those self-conceptions or self-ideals that project the kind of person I should become. Freedom then requires self-consciousness because the activity of self-determination, of making myself who I am, involves realizing these self-conceptions. Point 29. The unity of the subjective and objective sides of the self, of freedom and self-consciousness, emerges most forcefully in Fichte's idea of the self-positing subject, which is epitomized by the first principle of the 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, the ego, as absolute subject, is that whose being, essence, consists only in positing itself. I. 97. The concept of self-positing, sich setzen, unites both thinking and willing, conceiving and acting. This concept has two meanings. First, the I posits itself when it becomes conscious of itself, that is, when it becomes an object for itself. Second, the I posits itself when it constitutes or makes itself. Positing therefore contains an aspect of both knowing and doing, of perceiving and making. When I posit myself, I know myself, but I also make or create myself. In self-positing, self-knowing and self-making are intertwined. I know myself because I make myself, and I make myself because I know myself. Hence when the ego posits itself when it reflects on its existence as a pure subject, it also creates or makes its existence through this very act. Fichte's theory of the self-positing self was primarily directed against the concept of the self as a soul or substance, which had played such a prominent role in the Christian tradition and 17th-century rationalism. Point 30 Of course, this concept had come under withering criticism long before Fichte. In his essay Locke had found it useless to explain self-identity. In his treatise Hume had dismissed it as a fiction after failing to discover it in his stream of impressions, and in the first critic Kant had exposed the paralogisms behind the attempts to demonstrate its existence. Fichte accepted all these criticisms of the traditional concept of the self, but he believed that they had still not gone far enough. For all their criticisms of hypostasis, Locke, Hume, and Kant continued to refute the self because they persisted in thinking that it had a fixed identity apart from its free activity. To be sure, Locke had virtually identified personal identity with self-consciousness, but, despite his radical criticism of the concept of subject, he still saw self-consciousness as reflective rather than creative, as the consciousness of something whose real essence is unknowable. 31 Hume, for all his skepticism, had still accepted the traditional concept of the self. He assumed that if the self existed, then it had to be a substance, some kind of permanent entity behind the flow of our impressions. Hence, after not finding it, he simply concluded it did not exist at all. Kant too had lapsed into the traditional error by postulating the existence of an unknowable noumenal self. Fichte's concept of the self-positing self goes beyond Locke, Hume, and Kant by conceiving of the self as nothing more than the product of its free activity. 3 Woes of the absolute ego. One of the most notorious problems in the interpretation of Fichte's idealism concerns the status of his subject or ego. Who is this ego? Is it my finite self? Or is it the absolute and infinite self? The questions are basic, but the texts do not speak with a clear single voice. Sometimes Fichte talks about the ego as if it must be finite, and at other times he writes about it as if it must be infinite. Not surprisingly, the result has been confusion and controversy. Let us examine the apparent inconsistencies and see if we can find a coherent interpretation. Prima facie there seem to be some telling arguments against the Fichtean ego having a merely finite status. First of all, a finite ego cannot be the first principle or source of experience. By its very nature a finite ego has limited powers of creation, and so it confronts a given and contingent manifold, only an absolute ego has the power to produce what it perceives. It seems to be on just these grounds that Fichte writes in the Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre that his first principle is the absolute I, 109, 112, 116. The absolute status of his ego seems further confirmed when he makes it the counterpart of Spinoza's substance, which is infinite and indeed the universe itself, 119 to 122. Second, if the ego is the fundamental condition for the explanation of experience as Fichte insists it is, then it would seem that it cannot be finite itself, for it is the necessary condition under which we identify or determine any finite thing. Any attempt to individuate or determine such a transcendental ego would simply presuppose it, revolving in a circle. At least Fichte himself seems to endorse this line of reasoning. Hence he argues in the Zweiteinleitung in Die Wissenschaftslehre that the ego cannot be empirical or individual, because it is the condition under which we experience or individuate egos, 476, 516. He also sharply distinguishes between the concepts of selfhood, Ichheit, and individuality, stressing how the former is original and basic and the latter secondary and derived, 502 to 504. Upon closer examination, however, both of these arguments prove to be questionable, not only in themselves but also as interpretations of Fichte. The first argument presupposes the metaphysical interpretation of Fichte's idealism, which we will soon find textual reasons to reject, 2.6.2, 2.6.3. Furthermore, it confuses Fichte's transcendental account of experience with a genetic account of the causes of experience. In other words, it conflates the necessary conditions for objective knowledge of the world with the psychological causes of perceiving the world. The second argument commits no such basic confusion, since it considers only the transcendental status of Fichte's ego. Nevertheless, it is an obvious non sequitur. Simply because the ego is the condition under which I individuate something does not mean that it cannot be individual itself. This would be to conflate the conditions under which we know something, the ratio conoscendi, with the conditions under which it exists, the ratio essendi. Hence there is nothing about the transcendental status of Fichte's ego that necessarily commits him to its existence as an absolute ego. Whatever the difficulties with these arguments, Fichte would be grossly inconsistent if he were to claim knowledge of the existence of an absolute ego. Such a claim would violate one of his fundamental principles, that all our knowledge is limited to possible experience. 32 With regard to the conditions of knowledge, which is all that is at stake here, the circularity argument indeed holds, as the basic condition of sensible experience the ego cannot be an object of sensible experience itself. Of course, Fichte seems to sidestep this argument insofar as he holds that the ego is the object of another kind of experience, an intellectual rather than sensible intuition. It is important to see, however, that Fichte stresses that an intellectual intuition gives us no metaphysical knowledge. 33 It gives us insight only into the fact that we are active, but it does not tell us how we are so. It is very far from a mystical insight into the absolute. 34. A serious problem of consistency arises in another direction. It is one of the central teachings of the Wissenschaftslehre, which appears time and again in the Jena writings 35, that existence must be determinate, or that nothing abstract exists as such. In other words, to be is to take on some determinate form and to assume some definite relations with other things. An absolute ego, however, is by definition not something determinate but the negation of all limitation. It would seem, therefore, that it could not exist, at least as such. Fichte himself drew just this conclusion, and perfectly explicitly. In the first lecture of his Bestimmung der Gelehrten he begins by raising the question what would be the properly mental, geistige, in a person, the pure I absolute in itself isolated and apart from all relation to something outside itself. 294, he replies that, taken strictly, this question is absurd. Such a pure ego does not exist, because the ego exists only in embodied form, that is, only through its empirical determinations, and only through its relations to other selves and the world outside it. 295. There is yet another, even more powerful, consideration weighing against the existence of an absolute ego in Fichte's system. In his Grundlage Natur Rex, Fichte puts forward an elaborate, extended, and explicit argument about why the ego, if it is to be self-conscious as a rational and free being, must be individual, and indeed why it must be even physical, having a body that appears in space and time. The ego can become self-conscious as a rational being, he contends, only insofar as it becomes self-conscious as one individual among others in a community, or only insofar as it recognizes the equal and independent status of other egos like itself according to the principles of right. 1, 3. Furthermore, this ego can become self-conscious as a rational being only by virtue of its physical body, or only by virtue of having a spatial and temporal presence in the world. 5. The ego cannot become self-conscious simply as some rational being in general, Fichte repeatedly says, because it must assume a more determinate form as an individual. 3, 8, 62. It is necessary to add that it would be a serious misunderstanding of Fichte's argument to see it only as an account of the conditions of rationality of the finite ego. Rather, Fichte wants to determine the conditions for the self-consciousness of rationality and freedom as such, and it is a result of his argument that among its conditions are individuality and material embodiment. Hence it is no accident that the argument begins with the self-positing ego of the Wissenschaftslehre. For the two egos. For all the problems in admitting the existence of an absolute ego in his system, the fact still remains that Fichte writes of an absolute ego. The problem is then how to interpret such language. What does such language mean? And does it commit Fichte to the existence of the absolute ego? We do best to begin with Fichte's own attempt to clear up the confusion. He was very disturbed by the misunderstandings of his first principle, the absolute ego, and attempted to dispel them in the penultimate section, 11, of his Zweiteinleitung in die Wissenschaftslehre, 515 to 516. Here Fichte makes a distinction between the I that begins the Wissenschaftslehre, which is given in intellectual intuition, and the I that ends it, which is only an idea, in the Kantian sense. The first I is only the form of subjectivity, while the second also includes its content. The form of the I is nothing more than its pure self-determining activity, prior to any of its creations and its specific determinations. The matter of the I includes all its creations and determinations, both actual and possible. We have an intellectual intuition of the form of the I because we can intuit that we are self-determining, but we have no such intuition of the matter of the I because we cannot intuit how we are self-determining, in what specific properties or determinations its activity consists. The I that is not only form but also matter is simply an idea, a goal for our infinite striving, because we are not yet everything that we posit ourselves to be. Some of our characteristics are simply given to us, the product of nature rather than our own creative activity. Fichte's distinction does correspond closely to the actual structure of the Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre. 36 What Fichte means by calling the I that begins the Wissenschaftslehre purely formal becomes clear from his first principle I am. This principle is formal because it abstracts from all of our empirical and individual characteristics, and because it states only that but not how we exist. It expresses our existence as spontaneous, self-determining beings, but it does not make any further proposition about our nature. This hardly seems to agree with Fichte's other statements that the I that begins the work is absolute, but this difficulty disappears as soon as we recognize that it is absolute in a purely formal sense. He explains that the I referred to by his first principle I am is absolute in the sense that it is beyond all contrast and comparison. We cannot compare or contrast it to anything, since to do so already presupposes the application of the principle of sufficient reason, which, at least on Fichte's interpretation, defines a thing by determining its species and genera, its identity and difference with other things. I. 118 to 120. Since the I that begins the Wissenschaftslehre is the condition of the application of this principle, it ipso facto does not fall under it. 112. This means that the absolute I, as the condition of all determination, will have to transcend it, and so, for all we know, cannot be anything specific at all. Hence it will have to be something purely formal, stating the existence of the I and nothing more. Fichte states explicitly, the absolute ego of the first principle is not something, it has no predicate, and cannot have any, it is absolutely what it is, and this cannot be further explained. 109. He further explains that the absolute ego is the subject of a special kind of thetic judgment, which does nothing more than state the existence of something without ascribing any determinate property to it. 116. The perfect example of such a judgment is indeed I am, because it states nothing about the I, and the place of the predicate is left empty for the possible infinite determination of the I. Thus the I that begins the Wissenschaftslehre turns out to be purely formal because it is something completely indeterminate, its entire nature being exhausted by the form of self-identity, A equals A. That the ego that ends the Wissenschaftslehre is only an idea is also clear from the text of the Grundlage. In section 5 of the third and final part of that work, Fichte often states that propositions of the form the ego posits itself as all reality, the ego posits itself absolutely have an essentially practical meaning. They do not refer to something that exists, he explains, but to something that ought to exist. They express the demand of practical reason that everything in the world conform to our rational activity. 260 to 261, 263 to 264, 277. The first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre now refers to, Fichte expressly says, an idea of the ego, which must be presupposed by its practical infinite demand. 277. Fichte's distinction between the two egos takes on its full meaning only when it is placed in the context of another earlier work, the first lecture of his 1794 Über die Bestimmung der Gelehrten. Although this is only a popular work, which abstracts from the technical details of the Wissenschaftslehre, it provides the original purpose and context behind Fichte's distinction. Here Fichte portrays the predicament of the ego in the world, where it is divided between its existence and essence, its rational form and sensible content. 195 to 198. While the ego is perfectly self-determining and rational in its mere form or existence, it remains passive and sensible in its essence. It knows that it exists as a self-determining being, and that it has at least the power to act according to the demands of reason, but it also knows that how it exists, its essence, nature, or specific properties depends on the sensible world outside it. Its predicament in the sensible world contradicts the fundamental law of morality, that the ego should be completely autonomous and independent, free not only in its mere form and existence but also in its matter and essence. The only way to resolve the contradiction between the demands of morality and the actual existence of the ego, Fichte then explains, is to read the constitutive principle the ego is self-positing as the regulative ideal the ego ought to be self-positing. 296. This means that the ego must set itself the infinite task to make itself perfectly free and self-positing, not only in its form but also in its essence. This demands that it acquires power over nature, so that it is no longer passive and determined by it but so that everything conforms to the requirements of its reason. Here we have, in essence, the very spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, self-identity, the reunification of Kant's noumenal and phenomenal selves, as the categorical imperative of morality, the goal of infinite striving. Thus the purpose of the distinction between the ego that begins and that which ends the Wissenschaftslehre is to distinguish between the ego as it exists and the ego as it ought to be. The ego as it exists is free only in its form, having merely the capacity for self-determination. The ego as it ought to be is free also in its content, it has complete causality over all of nature, because that is the condition under which it ceases to be a dependent and passive being. Only the ideal ego is completely self-positing because it alone is completely independent and self-determining, not only in its existence but also in its essence. If we then raise the question which of these egos is absolute, we get the surprising answer that they both are. Prima facie it might seem that only the ego that ends the Wissenschaftslehre is the absolute ego, because it alone has complete causality over nature, the power of an infinite being alone. But this is not the case, for Fichte also describes the ego that begins the Wissenschaftslehre as absolute. Hence he states in the Grundlage that the I of his first merely formal first principle is absolute, and he affirms in the Bestimmung der Gelehrten that the purely formal ego has the characteristic of absolute being, Absolutenseins, 6, 295-296. The crucial point to see, however, is that this I is absolute only in its mere form or existence. It is not absolute in the sense that it is all reality, but in the sense that it is purely indeterminate and the negation of all determinate reality. Thus Fichte says in the Grundlage that the I of his first principle is absolute because it has no determinate properties, and in the Bestimmung der Gelehrten he states that the I at first consists only in the form of pure self-identity, absolute unity, and complete uniformity with itself because it has not realized itself fully in the empirical world. If we distill the main points in all these texts, we come to the following conclusion: there are two senses in which the ego is absolute in the Wissenschaftslehre. It is absolute in the purely formal sense, in which it is self-determining only in its existence, and it is absolute in the material sense, in which it is self-determining in not only its existence but also its essence. It is very easy to confuse these two senses, so that it seems that the ego that begins the Wissenschaftslehre in the former sense is also absolute in the latter sense. This is indeed exactly what is done by those who give a metaphysical interpretation of Fichte's first principle, reading it as if it referred to some ex nihilo creation of the world by the absolute ego. 37 But this is to conflate the very distinction Fichte wants to make between the two egos of the Wissenschaftslehre. If we strictly adhere to these distinctions, we can also see that Fichte's general position is perfectly consistent. There is no real contradiction in saying that the ego is both absolute and individual, infinite and finite. If the ego is absolute or infinite only in the formal sense, having only the power of self-determination, then it is also possible for it to be individual or finite in the material sense, where all its specific determinations are still the result of nature rather than its own activity. This is indeed just the predicament in which human beings find themselves, Fichte maintains, because there is a conflict between their power of self-determination and their having a passive nature determined by external causes. The task of every human being is to resolve this conflict, so that their entire nature is the product of their self-determining activity alone. Armed with all these caveats and distinctions, we are now in a position to resolve some of the disputes about Fichte's first principle. There has been some controversy about whether the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre has a theoretical or practical meaning, whether it is a constitutive principle for the explanation of experience or a regulative principle for guiding action. It has even been argued that the Grundlage is an incoherent work, because Fichte shifted unintentionally and inconsistently between these two meanings of his first principle. 38 The solution to the controversy is that the first principle is both a theoretical and practical principle. The I of intellectual intuition, the purely formal I, which begins the Wissenschaftslehre, is indeed a theoretical principle, but the I as idea, the I that is the unification of form and content, is only a practical ideal, which becomes evident only in the final section of the Wissenschaftslehre. Although Fichte used the principle in both these senses, he did so deliberately and consistently, applying them to different aspects of the ego. Chapter 5. Knowledge of freedom. 1. The break with Kant. If there was a single decisive factor behind Fichte's break with the subjectivist tradition, one fateful move from which everything else followed, it was the pivotal role he gave to freedom in the Wissenschaftslehre. This forced Fichte to stress the role of volition in the constitution of experience, and so to question the contemplative tradition and way of ideas. It also compelled him to emphasize the role of free activity in the concept of the self, and thus to reject the view that the self is a special kind of substance. Most important of all, it proved vital to Fichte's attempt to break out of the circle of consciousness. As we shall soon see, both Fichte's deduction of the reality of the external world, and his proof for the existence of other minds, begin from premises about the self-knowledge of freedom. To place such weight on the concept of freedom makes the question inevitable: how do I know that I am free? If Fichte had no proof for the reality of freedom, the entire Wissenschaftslehre could be in the service of an illusion, and all its demonstrations of the reality of the external world and other minds nothing but a sham. Fichte was painfully aware of this problem, which plagued him throughout the early 1790s. From 1790 to 1794 his views about this issue underwent several remarkable transformations. Not surprisingly, Fichte's first reflections on the self-knowledge of freedom reveal a great debt to Kant. On the whole, he seemed content to reaffirm Kant's solution to this problem, the fact of reason of the second critic. According to this doctrine, we know we are free through the voice of conscience within us, which informs us that, despite temptation, we still have the power to act according to the dictates of duty. In his early Versuch einer Kritik aller Offenbarung, which he wrote in August 1791, Fichte followed this doctrine closely, since he stressed that we can prove the reality of our freedom only through some immediate fact, unmittelbar Tatsache, which turns out to be our awareness of the moral law. 1 Despite some growing doubts, Fichte adopted roughly the same position in another early work, the Beiträge zur Berechtigung der Urteile Publikums über die Französische Revolution, whose first part was written in the spring of 1793 and then published in June 1793. Here, still true to Kant, Fichte made the moral law the ratio cognoscendi of freedom, the proof that there exists an original form of ourselves that is independent of all the causes of the empirical world. 6, 59, 170 to 171. Fichte's first doubts about Kant's solution appeared in the second edition of the Versuch einer Kritik aller Offenbarung, which he wrote in the winter of 1792 to 1793. This edition contains a new introduction outlining a general theory of the will, which raised anew the question of the ratio cognoscendi of freedom. Despite reaffirming Kant's doctrine of the fact of reason in the Beiträge, Fichte is now much more cautious about inferring the existence of freedom from any immediate facts of consciousness. He raises the possibility that the self-consciousness of our freedom is based on nothing more than ignorance of the underlying causes of our actions, v. 22. In this case, however, the self-consciousness of freedom might be illusory, so that we would have to embrace fatalism. To avoid such a dire and drastic conclusion, Fichte attempts to provide a demonstration that we have a moral will, a pure faculty of desire. We know that we have such a will, he argues, only if we are conscious of something that could be created only by us, something that derives from our spontaneity alone. That we have such self-consciousness becomes clear by considering the content of our representations of the will, that is, what it is we are aware of when we intend to act on the moral law. Unlike all other representations, whose content arises from sensation and so from some source outside ourselves, the content of this representation arises only from ourselves, since it is the pure form of the moral law, the categorical imperative, v. 22 to 23. Here Fichte's argument presupposes a claim that he will often make later, that what arises from pure thinking alone, universalizability, must have its source in ourselves alone. 2. Although Fichte had expressed some doubt about the Kantian strategy of appealing to facts of consciousness, his new demonstration of freedom did not completely dispense with them. That we are aware of some pure form, and that our will reveals itself through this form, turn out to be only facts of consciousness again, v. 23. And, indeed, that we act for the sake of duty, without any hidden empirical motive, is something we know to be true, Fichte says, only from a feeling, and more specifically the feeling of respect for the law, v. 29. The crucial move away from Kant appeared in two reviews Fichte wrote in the autumn of 1793. The first was of Leonard Kreutzer's Skeptische Betrachtungen über die Freiheit des Willens, which is a critique of Kant's proof of the existence of freedom. In some respects this review simply repeats Fichte's earlier position. Regarding the possibility of freedom, Fichte again states that the unity of the realms of freedom and nature exists in some higher ground, which is incomprehensible to us, 8, 415, concerning the reality of freedom. However, Fichte now retreats even further from his earlier view that freedom appears in some fact. He distinguishes between the determining of the will as an activity and the determination of the will as its product or result. While the determination of the will appears as the moral law, the determining does not appear at all. 413. This activity is only a postulate to explain the moral law, and it is not an object of knowledge but only a belief. We cannot even know that this act of determining is the cause of its determination, because that would be to apply the principle of sufficient reason to it. 414. Fichte's second review marks an even greater break with the Kantian position. This review was of F. H. Gebhard's Über die Sittlichkeit aus uninteressiertem Wohlwollen, a work attempting to defend Kant against the criticisms of a disciple of Adam Smith's moral sentimentalism. 3 In examining Gebhard's defense of Kant, Fichte discovered what he now regarded as a fatal weakness in the strategy of appealing to facts of consciousness, that the fact of moral feeling is also explicable according to sentimentalism, which regards it as nothing more than an expression of moral sympathy. 8, 423. The crucial question is not about the existence of any facts, Fichte now sees, but about competing explanations of them. While the Kantian derives moral feeling from practical reason, the sentimentalist deduces it from sympathy. Since he is a naturalist, the sentimentalist insists that there are natural causes for this feeling of sympathy. He does not deny that we have some feeling of moral freedom, though he insists that it is only the result of ignorance of the causes of our actions. 425. Rather than appealing to facts of consciousness, then, the critical philosopher must demonstrate the reality of freedom. He can do so, Fichte proposes, only if he shows that freedom is a necessary condition of the possibility of consciousness itself. This proof would proceed from the unity of consciousness, show that this unity is not possible without something unconditioned in us, and then conclude that this something unconditioned is nothing less than the will or practical reason. 425. Such a proof seems to envisage freedom as the necessary condition of the unity of apperception, and thus as the first principle of the possibility of experience. While Fichte did not employ exactly this strategy in the later Wissenschaftslehre, he did attempt to implement the general idea behind it, that freedom is the basis for the possibility of experience itself. 4. 2. A philosophy of striving. The net effect of the Kreutzer and Gebhard reviews was to compel Fichte to rethink the whole problem of freedom sometime in the early winter of 1793. It was around the same time that Fichte read Schulz's Aeneas Idealism, which left him living under the open sky, completely shaken in all his beliefs about the foundation of the critical philosophy. The turbulence of Fichte's thought during this period is captured in two notebooks, entitled Eigene Meditationen über Elementare Philosophie and Praktische Philosophie. These drafts are exciting because they reveal Fichte in the very process of discovery, proposing, revising, and rejecting ideas, then chiding, warning, and questioning himself. Fichte thought as he wrote, and he wrote to explore the issues. As one would expect, he often contradicts himself, and he is often undecided. He does not know how to go forward, but he also realizes he cannot retreat. Over no issue was Fichte more uncertain and troubled at this time than the question of the reality of freedom itself. The notebook entitled Praktische Philosophie begins by expressing doubts about the very existence of freedom. Fichte is now explicit that we cannot have any proof of its reality, for a proof would belong to the realm of theoretical reason, which has no insight into the practical field. Rather than saying man is free, it is better just to say that he strives and hopes to be free. Then in plain blunt language Fichte writes, the proposition that man is free is not true, a. 2/3, 183. But this skepticism is not sustained. Although Fichte bluntly denies that the will is free, he also states categorically that all desire is absolute, independent self-activity. 185. Undecided and confused, Fichte asks himself, the question is, which way to turn? He eventually resolves this tension by developing the thesis that, although we are not free in the sense of having absolute independence, we still must strive to attain this goal. 5. It is indeed only in the striving after freedom that we prove that we are free after all. Ideal freedom requires complete independence, not only from, but over the causes of nature. It consists in having causality over everything that is not ourselves. Although we cannot achieve such complete independence, we can still strive to approach it. This theme of striving is the leitmotif of praktische Philosophie, which Fichte appropriately entitles a Strebungsphilosophie. The fate of man on this earth, Fichte writes, is eternal striving and struggle, which expresses itself through a drive forever to extend the limits of our activity beyond any given point. The condition, the sublime condition, of man is a constant striving. His joys are merely a heightening of this striving. Man always has needs, and all his satisfaction consists in the heightening of these needs, and he is the true man, for whom things are so. 189. As we shall soon see, 2.6.2, striving soon became the central theme of Fichte's idealism. Fichte developed the striving theme in his review of Schulz's Necessitatis, which he wrote from November 1793 to early 1794. This theme now appears in the context of discussing Schulz's objections against Kant's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason. According to Schulz, Kant infers can from ought, the conditions of the fulfillment of a command from the command itself. But this begs the question, because we cannot determine whether the command is valid unless we first know that we can fulfill it. Whether something is possible can be decided only by theoretical principles, which determine whether something is or is not the case, so that theoretical reason has priority over practical rather than conversely. Fichte replies that Schulz has confused the very meaning of practical reason. The condition for the validity of the ought is not that some action takes place in the world of nature. Rather than commanding a physical or natural force, the moral law addresses a noumenal faculty of desire. At first it does not require any action at all, but only the constant striving toward one, and it does not matter if such an intention has no efficacy in the natural world. 22. Furthermore, reason shows that it is practical by its striving to unify the two aspects of the self, its independent intelligible or noumenal character, and its dependent empirical or phenomenal character. 22. It is not practical in respect to either character alone, but only in its striving to unify them. Prima facie it is not clear how the striving to realize complete independence, or to unify the two sides of our nature, proves the existence of our freedom. It only seems to beg the question, because even this striving could be determined by natural causes, so that it too acts by natural necessity. Indeed, in his review of Gebhard, Fichte had already admitted this very possibility. So in what sense, if any, has he advanced in his thinking? How has he come closer to establishing the reality of freedom? Though it is only implicit, it is not difficult to reconstruct the point behind Fichte's increasing emphasis on striving as a proof for freedom. Throughout his Jena writings Fichte had expressed two general principles concerning freedom and knowledge. 1. That to be free we must make ourselves free because freedom is not something given but something that we create. 2. That knowledge is the result of action rather than contemplation. It follows from these principles that there cannot be any a priori guarantee of our freedom. If we are to know that we are free, then we must first strive to make ourselves free. We cannot know that we are free prior to the attempt to make ourselves so, because we only become free agents through our struggle against nature and the external causes forcing us into action. We will know that we are free only when we see that we have succeeded in making nature submit to our control, and indeed only when we make the whole realm of nature disappear. So, in Fichte's view, the whole debate about the ratio cognoscendi of freedom rests upon a false premise, that there is some means of knowing that we are free apart from and prior to acting. In the end, then, Fichte leaves the problem of freedom on a hypothetical and pragmatic note. We know that we are free only by striving to make ourselves free, and we know that we have become free only if we succeed in our efforts to dominate and control nature. Like all knowledge, then, the self-knowledge of freedom is the result of action, and there can be no guarantee of its reality except through the success of action. This was the essential spirit of Fichte's response to skepticism in the Jena years, see 2.2.5, which he applied to the problem of freedom itself. In this spirit, we shall soon see that Fichte came to deny the possibility of any theoretical demonstration of freedom in his later Jena years, 2.5.7. 3. The origins of intellectual intuition. The most formidable challenge to Fichte's attempt to establish the self-knowledge of freedom came from unexpected quarters, from the source of all his inspiration, the critical philosophy itself. In many passages of the first critic, Kant wrote about the noumenal self, the source of our activity as self-determining subjects, as something unknowable, which he designated by the daunting symbol X.6. Such a postulate is a flagrant violation, however, of the central principle that Fichte had laid down in the Idealism review, that the self is only for itself, or only what it conceives itself to be. Although Fichte insisted that his principle represents the very spirit of the critical philosophy, he had to admit that it scarcely agrees with its letter, which contained many unmistakable references to a mysterious unknowable self. It was therefore imperative for Fichte at least to reinterpret Kant, and that meant eliminating the noumenal self, the last vestige of hypostasis still lurking within the critical philosophy itself. Only such a drastic measure, Fichte was convinced, would make Kant's philosophy truly immanent and thus save it from the snares of Schulz's skepticism, see 2.2.2. The removal of the Kantian noumenal self involved much more, however, than merely dispensing with the superfluous entity. It demanded rethinking the whole foundation of Kant's philosophy, and more specifically its central doctrine of freedom. For the inscrutable noumenal self played a fundamental role in Kant's first critic. Its unknowability guaranteed the very possibility of freedom, the independence of the self from the principle of causality. It is important to see that noumenal self-knowledge and freedom are indeed incompatible in the first critic. Kant had maintained that self-knowledge, like all knowledge, requires the application of the categories, but among these categories is that of causality, which makes its object passive and determined by subsuming it under the principle of sufficient reason. There cannot be any self-knowledge as an active self-determining subject, then, because in becoming self-conscious I make myself passive and determined. Ironically, then, the greatest threat to freedom comes not from outside but inside myself, and more specifically from making myself the object of the categories. All heteronomy thus becomes essentially a form of self-enslavement. Hence, to save freedom, Kant was compelled to lay down the most severe restrictions upon self-knowledge in the first critic. He stresses that we know ourselves only as we appear to ourselves, but not as we are in ourselves as spontaneous self-determining subjects. To enforce and justify these restrictions, Kant developed some powerful arguments against self-knowledge in the Aesthetic, B. Deduction, and Paralogisms. 7. These arguments soon became a powerful challenge to Fichte. To be true to his principle that the ego is only for itself, to realize his ideal of a completely immanent transcendental philosophy, he had to develop a new theory of self-knowledge that would avoid the need to postulate an unknowable subject. Furthermore, he had to formulate a new theory of freedom, so that freedom and self-consciousness are no longer incompatible. Fichte turned to both these tasks in one of the most fascinating and frustrating doctrines of the early Wissenschaftslehre, intellectual intuition. The general purpose of this theory is to explain the possibility of self-knowledge, and more specifically the possibility of self-knowledge of freedom. The net result of Fichte's theory is an account of self-knowledge and freedom diametrically opposed to Kant's. Freedom and self-knowledge are no longer incompatible but complementary. The purpose of Fichte's theory of intellectual intuition has been subject to some dispute. It has been read as a critique of the dominant theory of self-knowledge in the modern tradition, the theory of reflection, which creates paradoxes by distinguishing the subject of self-knowledge from acts of self-knowledge. It has also been interpreted as a theory about the conditions of consciousness in general that takes special issue with Kant's unity of apperception. 9. Both of these interpretations, which are compatible, have their merits. But, if we go back to the original context of Fichte's theory, There are special reasons for thinking that Fichte was attempting to develop a purely immanent transcendental philosophy, and so was taking issue with Kant's theory of the unknowable self. This becomes clear by retracing a few steps of Fichte's intellectual development. The first mention of intellectual intuition appears in the Eigene Meditationen über Elementar Philosophie, which was written in the winter of 1793 to 1794.10. Fichte first developed this concept in the context of replying to Schulz's and Maimond's metacritical skepticism. They had raised the question, how does the transcendental philosopher know that his reflections on the conditions of consciousness reflect consciousness itself? How do his thoughts correspond with the activities of the mind? How can such a correspondence be shown? A. 2/3, 23, 24n. To answer this question, Fichte envisages an intellectual intuition along the lines of Kant's theory of mathematical construction. Just as we prove a proposition in geometry through the construction of a figure in pure intuition, so in philosophy we should demonstrate the forms of the mind by constructing them in a pure intuition. Fichte conceives of a chain of deductions where we produce intuitions according to rules, from which we derive further rules, according to which we produce further intuitions, and so on. If we proceed in this manner, Fichte maintains, then there is no problem of a correspondence between the philosopher's reflection on consciousness and consciousness itself, because the philosopher constructs in intuition, or produces according to a rule, the very objects that he knows. It is not as if the mind were something in itself that exists apart from and prior to its reflections on itself. This is the main response to Schulz's skepticism that Fichte will develop only months later in the Idealism review. Prima facie, Fichte's theory has little to do with self-knowledge in the specific sense of how I know myself as the subject of knowledge. Rather, it seems to concern the problem of how I know anything at all about myself, or more specifically how I know the general laws of my consciousness. But Fichte soon extends his theory in the direction of the transcendental subject. He asks how the transcendental philosopher knows the ego itself, which is the proposed first principle of his new elementar philosophy, A. 2/3, 26-28. In attempting to grasp it, the philosopher ensnares himself in an inescapable circle. He cannot represent the subject of all possible representations, because such a representation would simply presuppose a subject. 26. This was indeed just the circle exploited by Kant to prove the impossibility of self-knowledge. Rather than drawing such a dire conclusion, though, Fichte grapples for a solution, for some means of knowing the subject of all knowledge. He resolves the difficulty by again appealing to an intellectual intuition. He explains that the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre is a postulate that demands that the subject intuit itself, that it think of itself and in doing so construct itself in intuition. This was just the salve that Fichte would later apply to the wounds Schulz had inflicted on the critical philosophy. In the Idealism review, Fichte argues against Schulz that the critical philosopher does not go beyond possible experience because he constructs the pure subject in an intellectual intuition. The transcendental ego is not a thing in itself, Fichte contends, but a transcendental idea, and indeed a specific kind of transcendental idea because it can be realized in intellectual intuition. 16. By appealing to intellectual intuition, then, Fichte could keep transcendental philosophy within its own self-imposed limits of possible experience. This context shows, then, that Fichte did not develop his theory of intellectual intuition by reflecting on self-consciousness in abstracto, and still less from examining the conditions of consciousness in general. Rather, he formed it in reflecting on the conditions of transcendental self-knowledge, and in attempting to build a strictly immanent transcendental philosophy. Fichte's main concern was to remove that unknowable subject that is the condition of knowledge but that cannot be an object of knowledge itself. 11 Such a subject was nothing less than the Kantian noumenal self. For the meaning of intellectual intuition. What, more precisely, does Fichte mean by intellectual intuition? The general meaning he gives to this term is self-knowledge as a spontaneous, acting subject. Fichte defines it in these terms: intellectual intuition is the immediate consciousness that I act, and of what I do when I act. It is because of this that it is possible for me to know something because I do it. 463. When I have an intellectual intuition, I know myself as acting rather than acted on, as self-determining rather than determined. In Kant's language, an intellectual intuition is that self-intuition which gives the determining in me. I am conscious only of the spontaneity of it, prior to the act of determination. 12. This means that in intellectual intuition the self-determining self that applies the categories knows itself as the self-determining self, and not only as the self that is determined by or subsumed under the categories. Hence Fichte often insists that an intellectual intuition consists in nothing less than the perfect identity of subject and object. The self-knowing self is the self-known. There is no distinction between the subject and object of self-knowledge, such that the subject is active and self-determining and the object passive and determinable. In short, then, an intellectual intuition consists in the active self-knowing knowing itself as an active self-knowing self. 13. Why, though, does Fichte call such knowledge an intellectual intuition? What does he mean by each of these terms? Fichte uses the term intuition, Anschauung, in the Kantian sense for that form of representation that stands in an immediate relationship to its object. According to Kant, immediate knowledge consists in the direct intuition of a particular as a particular, so that it is a singular representation, representatio singularis. 14. An intuition is immediate in the sense that it does not require a concept to intervene or mediate between itself and the particular. An intuition is therefore opposed to a concept, Begriff, which is a general representation that unifies what is common to a number of particular representations. A concept gives us immediate knowledge of a particular because, as a universal, it is a representation of many representations of particulars. If a concept knows a particular, then, it does not know it directly as just this particular, but only indirectly or mediately through its similarities and dissimilarities with other particulars. Fichte stresses the immediacy of intellectual intuition in this Kantian sense, denying that it is a form of discursive knowledge. To say it is non-discursive means two things: that it is non-conceptual, we do not use judgment to determine if it is true, and that it is indemonstrable, we do not prove it through reasoning. In other words, we know it to be true directly through experience. Fichte calls an intellectual intuition intellectual to contrast it with a sensible intuition. Here again his usage is Kantian. According to Kant, the object is given for sensible intuition, while it is created or posited by intellectual intuition. 15. In a sensible intuition we are passive, since the object acts on us, but in an intellectual intuition we are active, because we produce the object we know through knowing it. Fichte emphasizes this active and creative component of intellectual intuition when he states that it, i.e., the knowledge of intellectual intuition is so, because I make it so. 460. If an intellectual intuition is the self-awareness of myself acting, then it must be both intuitive and intellectual in these senses. It must be intuitive for two reasons. First, I do not infer that I am acting but know this directly through experience. Second, if I know myself as an active being, then I cannot apply concepts to myself, because that would make me passive and determined, another object subsumed under the principle of sufficient reason. Self-knowledge as acting also must be intellectual because, in acting, I create the object that I know. Although this self-creative self-knowing appears fanciful and extravagant, as if the self somehow brings itself into being through the act of knowing itself, it is simply a requirement of knowing my own activity. The self-knowledge that I am acting creates or acts out what I know, simply because what I know is that I am acting. Self-consciousness of my activity cannot be of something given to me, for something that is given is not the exercise of my agency. In other words, in an intellectual intuition I know that I act because I act. It is in this sense that Fichte says that in intellectual intuition I know something is so because I make it so. 5. Fichte versus Kant on intellectual intuition. Prima facie, the anti-Kantian motivation behind Fichte's theory of intellectual intuition appears obvious. Kant and Fichte both hold that self-knowledge of myself as an active, self-determining subject requires intellectual intuition, but Kant denies, and Fichte affirms, the possibility of intellectual intuition. Fichte's affirmation of intellectual intuition indeed seems to violate Kant's basic teachings about the limits of knowledge. Kant was compelled to deny intellectual intuition because of two central doctrines of the first critic, that all knowledge, including self-knowledge, is discursive, requiring the application of concepts, and that all knowledge, including self-knowledge, is empirical, demanding a manifold given to sensation. The first doctrine forbids the immediacy, the second the intellectuality, of intellectual intuition. Hence, in affirming both the immediacy and intellectuality of self-knowledge, Fichte contradicts both Kantian theses about the limits of knowledge. But if this conflict seems obvious to us, it was not so to Fichte. Such was his respect for Kant that he took pains to remove any hint of a quarrel with his former teacher. Some of the stricter Kantians saw a discrepancy between Fichte's affirmation of intellectual intuition and Kant's strictures against it. But Fichte protested that he was simply using the term intellectual intuition in a different sense from Kant. 16 According to Fichte's interpretation, Kant's intellectual intuition is the divine understanding's knowledge of the archetypes, which are pure noumena transcending all experience. Fichte insisted that he too denied intellectual intuition in this sense, and he stressed that he agreed with Kant that no finite being has such powers. If he affirms an intellectual intuition, it is in a completely different sense than Kant. Namely, his intellectual intuition is not of some entity beyond our experience, but merely of an activity within it. It is necessary to admit that Fichte does have a point. Sometimes Kant does use the term intellectual intuition to refer to the divine understanding 17, and in this sense his intellectual intuition differs from Kant's. Still, this was not Kant's only use of the term. He also uses it to refer to self-knowledge as an active, self-determining subject. 18 In this sense the conflict between Kant and Fichte is plain. Both maintain that self-knowledge of my spontaneity requires intellectual intuition, a possibility that Fichte affirms and Kant denies. In any case, the whole issue does not hang on the mere use of a word. The question is whether Fichte is making claims to self-knowledge that violate Kant's critical limits, and of this there can be little doubt. In affirming that there is an intuitive and intellectual form of self-knowledge, Fichte denies Kant's claims that all knowledge is both conceptual and empirical. 19. Apart from any differences in usage, the main reason Fichte is convinced that he is not in conflict with Kant comes from his interpretation of the unity of apperception. Fichte thinks that the I think of this Kantian principle presupposes an intellectual intuition, a self-awareness of myself as a self-determining subject. 20 There is indeed some plausibility to this interpretation. Kant expressly says that the I think expresses my spontaneity as a self-determining subject, which appears to commit him to both the immediacy and intellectuality of intellectual intuition. It is precisely in this regard, however, that the conflict between Kant and Fichte again comes to the fore. Because it would contradict his theses that all knowledge requires concepts and given intuitions, Kant refuses to call the I think an intellectual intuition. The I think, he insists, is not an intuition but a thought. B 157. 21 It does not give me an experience of myself because it is only a form with which any experience must comply, it merely says that any experience must be my experience, and to identify experiences as mine is not to identify any particular feature of them. A 346. In Kant's view, then, the claim that the I think gives me an experience of myself simply confuses the condition of an experience with an experience itself. Here, then, is precisely where Kant and Fichte part company. While Fichte says that I have an intuition of myself as a self-determining subject, Kant stresses that I only have the thought of myself as such. To put their differences bluntly, Kant would accuse Fichte of a paralogism. In the end, however, Fichte did come to a grudging admission that he was at odds with Kant. There are some signs in his later writings that he knew of his differences with his erstwhile teacher. Thus in his 1798 Versuch einer neuen Darstellung der Wissenschaftslehre Fichte makes an unmistakable allusion to Kant when he complains about how the idea of an unknowable subject infects even the most famous lover of wisdom of our philosophical century, I. 529-530, and in his 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo he mentions Kant by name and even chides him for failing to detect the sophistry behind the denial of self-consciousness. 22 Not surprisingly, Fichte only fully realized some of his differences with Kant after Kant's 1799 Erklärung denouncing the Wissenschaftslehre. 23. 6. Self-knowledge and freedom. Now that we have seen that there is indeed a conflict between Fichte and Kant, the problem is to explain how it arose in the first place. Why does Kant insist that self-knowledge as a self-determining self is impossible, and why does Fichte stress that it is necessary? What arguments did each give for his position, and why did they make them? We have already considered why Kant denies the possibility of self-knowledge, to protect the possibility of freedom. To this end, Kant makes two arguments against self-knowledge in both editions of the First Critic. The first applies to the self as subject, and appears in the paralogism chapters, the second applies to the self as object, and derives from the aesthetic and B deduction. 1. According to the first argument, the subject of all awareness, including self-awareness, is unknowable, since it is the condition of all awareness. The self-knowing self cannot know itself since its activity has to be presupposed if there is to be self-knowledge. The attempt of the self-knowing self to know itself would be circular. 24. 2. According to the second argument, self-awareness, like all awareness, involves the application of the categories and inner sense. But the application of the categories and inner sense change their object in the act of becoming aware of it, so that it is impossible to know the object as it exists in itself, prior to their application. 25. Fichte would reject both of these arguments because, in his view, their conclusion amounts to a virtual reductio ad absurdum. That there is a self that exists apart from and prior to all possible acts of self-knowledge is nothing less than hypostasis. It treats the self as if it were an object, some kind of thing, when the self is essentially for itself, something constituted by its acts of self-consciousness. The distinctive characteristic of a subject in contrast to an object, Fichte maintains, is at least the possibility of self-consciousness. Ironically, Fichte drew this conclusion from the Kantian unity of apperception itself. A self of which I could not be self-conscious would be nothing to me, no better than a dream. Fichte, then, would simply hurl Kant's charge of paralogism back at him. In his view, the true hypostatizers of the subject are those who make it an unknowable X, beyond even the possibility of self-consciousness. The conflict between Kant and Fichte regarding the possibility of self-knowledge is striking, because they contradict one another for the sake of the same end, freedom. We have already seen how, for Kant, freedom excludes self-knowledge. Self-knowledge involves the application of the categories to myself, and so makes me passive and determined. Fichte maintains, however, that freedom requires self-knowledge. If we assume that the acting self, which is the basis of all my actions, is unknowable, then to be determined by it is to be determined by some cause external to myself. I have nothing to do with this self, which is nothing for me, and so in making me do something it acts as an alien cause. On these grounds Fichte insists that freedom requires self-consciousness. The self does not have an identity prior to its self-conceptions and to which they must conform. Rather, the identity of the self depends on its self-conceptions, and its freedom consists in its striving to realize them. As Fichte put the point in his Sittenlehre, what the ego ought to be it must make itself through its concept of itself, and whatever it will be, it must have been made through this concept. 4. 29-30, 32. Assuming that there must be self-knowledge, what are the conditions of its possibility? The main aim of Fichte's theory of intellectual intuition is to lay down two such conditions, and so by implication to reply to Kant's arguments against self-knowledge. We might call the first condition the self-constitution condition, the second the self-expression condition. Point 26. Each condition is necessary to reply to Kant's arguments against self-knowledge. 1. The self-constitution condition. The self as object does not exist apart from and prior to the self as subject. In other words, the known self is not given to the self-knowing self. Rather, the known self is only what the self-knowing self knows itself to be. In other words, the self as object is posited or constituted by the self as subject. 2. The self-expression condition. The self as subject expresses, manifests, or embodies itself in the self as object. This means that the self-knowing self consists in nothing more than its self-expressions, self-manifestations, or self-embodiments. These conditions are clearly distinct. If there is self-constitution, then it is still possible that there is no self-expression. Although we would know the self as object, it could still be possible that we do not know it as subject if it transcends its acts of self-objectification. These conditions are indeed the converse of one another. Self-constitution says that the self as object is constituted by the self as subject. Self-expression says that the self as subject is expressed by the self as object. If we join these two conditions, then we have exactly what Fichte says is required by intellectual intuition, subject-object identity. Each of these conditions is a necessary condition of self-consciousness. We need self-constitution for self-consciousness, because if we assume that all consciousness, including self-consciousness, acts on what it knows, and if we assume further than the object is given to it, then we cannot know the object itself. The self-constitution condition can therefore be seen as Fichte's reply to Kant's argument in the Aesthetic. We also need self-expression, because, as Fichte argues in the Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, if we assume that the self-knowing self is prior to the known self, then we cannot know it except on pain of an infinite regress. Point 27. To know the self-knowing self, there would be always a higher-order self-knowing self for any level of self-knowledge. Fichte's insistence on the self-expression condition can therefore be seen as his response to Kant's argument in the paralogisms. If these conditions are joined, then they lead to a very striking result: the self is nothing more than what it conceives itself to be. It is neither a subject nor an object existing apart from, and prior to, its actual or potential acts of self-knowledge itself. Though it is strange and radical, Fichte draws just this conclusion: I am this intellectual intuition and absolutely nothing further, and this intuition itself is who I am. 529. Fichte's famous concept of the self-positing self is best interpreted as the conjunction of both these conditions. To be self-positing implies self-constitution, since the self-knowing self brings itself into existence when it posits itself. There is no pre-existing self who is just given prior to the self-knowing self. Self-positing also implies self-expression, since to say that the self posits itself as P is to say that the self simply is P, that it makes itself what it is through P or whatever it posits itself to be. In other words, P is not just a product of the self from which it can disassociate itself. 7. Faith in freedom. However plausible, Fichte's theory of intellectual intuition is not without its difficulties. For one thing, the theory seems hopelessly idealistic. It seems to prescribe an ideal experience rather than to describe a real one. All that the theory does is spell out the conditions for self-knowledge of our spontaneity, but it does not show that they are actual. These conditions are indeed so demanding complete identity of the subject and object that one could doubt that they are ever fulfilled. For another thing, granted that these conditions could be satisfied, there is the troublesome question of how we know that they are so. Although Fichte insists that having an intellectual intuition is simply a question of having an experience of a certain kind, he suggests it is as simple as seeing colors and hearing sounds. One could still ask whether the experience one has is indeed an intellectual intuition. Given such difficulties, it could well be asked how the theory of intellectual intuition could ever serve as a basis for knowledge of our freedom. The question is appropriate, but, to be fair to Fichte, it is important to realize that he never intended an intellectual intuition to provide the criterion or ratio cognoscendi of freedom. The purpose of the theory is only to explain the possibility of self-knowledge of our freedom, not to demonstrate its reality. We have already seen how Fichte refused to admit appeals to immediate experience as proof of the reality of freedom, and it would be remarkable if he forgot this point in developing his theory of intellectual intuition. It is indeed striking how Fichte, in section 5 of the Zweiteinleitung in die Wissenschaftslehre, distinguishes between the question of the possibility of an intellectual intuition and that of its reality, I. 466. Assuming that there could be an intellectual intuition, there would still be the question how we could believe that it really gave us self-knowledge of our freedom. Fichte addresses this question in section 5 of the Zweiteinleitung and in various passages of the System der Sittenlehre. 28. Here he explains that the whole question of the reality of freedom cannot be decided on theoretical grounds. We cannot demonstrate or refute the reality of freedom by discovering and assessing evidence. The critical philosopher cannot demonstrate the reality of freedom through his experience, because it is always possible that there are some causes, unknown to him, of his actions. On the other hand, the dogmatist cannot refute the reality of freedom, because he cannot find sufficient evidence for the hypothetical causes of all our actions. All the dogmatist's arguments against freedom simply presuppose the fundamental point at issue, that the ego is part of nature. Since we cannot know that we are free, we are left with the question, should we believe that we are so? Whether we should believe we are free, Fichte argues, ultimately has to be determined on practical grounds. This means that we have to decide the question according to the demands of action. We have to choose between criticism or dogmatism according to which best conforms to the ends of our conduct. Seen from this perspective, Fichte thinks there can be no doubt about the outcome of the issue. We should choose to believe in the reality of freedom for the simple reason that we ought to, or because the moral law commands us. Morality demands that we be responsible agents, and the condition of responsibility is freedom. Like Kant, then, Fichte attempts to decide the question of the reality of freedom by an appeal to conscience, the awareness of the moral law. We have the duty to believe that we are free because, when we do something contrary to duty, the voice of our conscience tells us that we could have always done otherwise. Fichte realizes that such an appeal is inadequate on theoretical grounds because the naturalist can always dispute the testimony of conscience, which he thinks rests on ignorance of the natural causes of our actions. But, against this objection, Fichte takes his last stand and ends the discussion. He says that he will not contest the fact of the moral law because he ought not to. We cannot go beyond the moral law, the experience of our own conscience, because it is a practical necessity. I cannot go beyond this standpoint because I am not permitted to go beyond it. I. 467. In the end, then, the Wissenschaftslehre rests the whole question of the reality of freedom on an act of choice, the decision to be moral. Although there can be no doubt that morality commands us to adopt the belief in freedom, Fichte admits that we still have to choose the standpoint of morality. But nothing more can be expected of a philosophy devoted to freedom, Fichte insists, than resting its foundation on an act of choice. Chapter 6. Critical Idealism. 1. Problems of Idealism. Now that we have examined the fundamental concepts of Fichte's idealism, freedom, intellectual intuition, the self-positing ego, subject, object identity, we have crossed the threshold of the Wissenschaftslehre. Nevertheless, we have not entered its inner sanctum. To take that final step, we have to consider Fichte's solution to the fundamental problem of transcendental philosophy: how is it possible to demonstrate the reality of the external world? After all, this was the central problem the Wissenschaftslehre was meant to solve. 2.1.1. We saw in Chapter 1 how Fichte gave priority to the refutation of subjectivism, and in Chapter 2 how he attempted to respond to Schulz's and Maimond's doubts about the reality of experience. Still, Fichte's reply to their skepticism provided at best only one half of his answer to the challenge of subjectivism. While it had perhaps established the possibility of knowledge, it still had not demonstrated the independent reality of the external world. In other words, it had not shown that our knowledge is of some independent reality. it is still possible that it is limited to nothing more than our own representations. It is important to be precise about the limits of Fichte's earlier arguments. The essence of Fichte's case against Schulz's and Maimon's skepticism was essentially pragmatic. It is possible to know objects only if we act on them and make them conform to the demands of reason. The false premise behind skepticism, Fichte contended, is its contemplative model of knowledge, that we know things simply by reflecting on them and without trying to change them. Though this argument might secure the possibility of knowledge, it does not establish the reality of the external world, for it does not show that we know something independent of our powers. On the contrary, it demonstrates that we know an object only insofar as we create it, or only insofar as it is the product of our activity. But this seems to say that all the objects of our knowledge are only our creations, or that we cannot know any reality independent of them. This seems to confirm rather than refute the charge of subjectivism. The weakness of Fichte's pragmatic case against skepticism is reminiscent of Kant's predicament in the Critique of the Fourth Paralogism. It will be recalled that Kant had refuted skepticism only by identifying appearances with representations, but that argument backfired because it seemed to prove the subjectivist's case that we cannot know any independent reality. 1.3.1 Fichte trapped himself in the same impasse by showing how knowledge depends on our creative activity. It then seems as if all we know is what we make. Of course, it is one thing for idealism to recognize its need to prove the reality of the external world, it is quite another thing for it to satisfy that need. It seems almost impossible to explain the external world on the principles of idealism, especially those laid down by Fichte. There are three apparently insuperable problems. The first concerns the status of the ego or subject in itself, an issue we have already considered below, 1.4.3. It would seem that the subject must be infinite or absolute, because, to avoid the problems of dualism, it must create not only the form but also the content of experience, something beyond the powers of any finite subject. The idea of the absolute ego seems much like the Kantian divine intellect or intellectus archetypus, which creates all of its experience in the very act of knowing it, and for whom there is no dualism between universal and particular, possibility and reality. But Kant had stressed that such an idea has no constitutive validity, and that it is only legitimate as a regulative principle for the purpose of our inquiry into nature. Hence arises the suspicion, is Fichte not violating Kant's regulative strictures and transcending the boundaries of experience by postulating an absolute ego? The second problem arises from the conflict between the transcendental and empirical standpoints. According to the transcendental standpoint, there is an identity between the subject and object, between the form and content of experience, because the self-positing ego creates its object in the very act of knowing it. According to the empirical standpoint, however, there is a dualism between the subject and object, between the form and content of experience, because it is a simple fact of experience that the object is given to the subject. This conflict is very ironic, however, given that the transcendental standpoint is supposed to explain the empirical. The subject-object identity of the transcendental standpoint must be within the subject-object dualism of experience if it is to account for the interaction between the subject and object. But this seems impossible, given that these standpoints contradict one another. So now we are caught in a dilemma, we must unify and separate the transcendental and empirical standpoints. It seems as if we have avoided the subject-object dualism of experience only to create an even deeper dualism between the transcendental and empirical standpoints. The third and final problem is the infamous paradox of inner affection. How can the subject affect itself, and so actively make itself passive? This problem had troubled Kant in the first Critique, but now it returns to haunt Fichte. If the absolute ego is infinite, active, and independent, then how does it make itself finite, passive, and dependent? Such a magical and miraculous transformation is absurd, but we seem to require nothing less to explain experience, where the subject is finite, passive, and dependent on an external world. It is no use here appealing to the idea of absolute autonomy, as if the subject limits itself because it creates the laws that restrict its activity. This only pushes the problem back another step, for the question remains, why does the ego limit its activity by putting itself under laws? 2. The role of striving. Fichte was fully aware of all these problems. His solution to them is the central and characteristic theme of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, the concept of striving, streben. Fichte himself gave a central role to this concept in his own accounts of his philosophy. He called his early 1793 to 1794 Praktische Philosophie, which anticipates the later Wissenschaftslehre, a Ströbungsphilosophy. In Part 3 of the Programmatik 1794 über den Begriff der Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte stated that the practical part of the Wissenschaftslehre was far and away the most important part, and that the foundation of this part was played by the concept of striving. 1 In his later 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, Fichte continued to stress the importance he gave to striving in his earlier exposition of the Wissenschaftslehre. In the first and newer version of the Wissenschaftslehre, he said, striving is regarded as the highest and first in human beings. 2. The central text in which Fichte addresses these problems is section 5 of his 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre. Fichte begins that section with his account of a fundamental antithesis that threatens to undermine the whole idealist program. This antithesis encapsulates all the fundamental problems of idealism in explaining the possibility of experience. The antithesis takes the following form. According to the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre, the ego should be absolute and independent, because it is only what it posits itself to be. Its nature is to be completely free and self-determining, so that it must not depend on external causes. I. 248. Insofar as it is absolute and independent, the ego is infinite and unlimited, comprising all reality. Everything that exists has been posited by it and is only part of its nature. 255. However, this principle seems to be false by the light of our ordinary experience. Insofar as it represents something in experience, the ego depends on something else outside itself, the non-ego. It is no longer only what it posits itself to be, because it has a passive sensibility that is affected by the non-ego. Although it determines itself within the sphere of its experience, so that everything it represents depends upon its activity, the existence of that sphere itself is a limitation that does not depend on itself. The kind and manner of representation depends on the ego, but that it represents something is determined by something outside itself. 248. The absolute ego of the first principle and the ego of ordinary experience are therefore in contradiction with one another. The absolute ego is infinite and independent while the ego of ordinary experience is finite and dependent. Nevertheless, even though they oppose one another, they ought to be one and the same ego. 249. It is only a facon de parler, Fichte says, that we speak of two egos, because there is really only one and the same ego seen from two aspects. Thus the fundamental antithesis is this: the absolute ego and the ego of ordinary experience ought to be one and the same, yet they have opposing characteristics. Although it is cast in his abstract and artificial terminology, the problem Fichte poses is fundamental to the whole idealist program. How can idealism explain the reality of our experience, the fact that some representations appear to depend on causes independent of our will and imagination? This problem seems insuperable because there is an apparent contradiction between the principle of idealism, which states that everything depends on the reality of the ego, and our actual experience, which shows that our representations depend on something outside ourselves, independent of our conscious control. Fichte has also expressed the paradoxical conflict between the transcendental and empirical standpoints, that they oppose one another yet should be one and the same. How, then, does Fichte address this question? His first proposal is to make the absolute ego the cause of the non-ego, so that when the non-ego acts on the finite ego that is its self-determination as an absolute ego, I. 249 to 250. Prima facie the solution seems to do justice to both the self-determination of the absolute ego and the passivity of the finite ego. Fichte explains that, for this solution to work, the absolute ego must be the cause of more than the forms of the non-ego, which have been contributed by the representing ego. It also must be the cause of the very existence of the non-ego, of the impetus, Anstoß, acting upon it. 251. This solution is precisely what we would expect Fichte to propose, given his idealist program. Some scholars have indeed interpreted Fichte's idealism in the light of this proposal, as if it were his final position. 3. It is striking, however, that Fichte clearly and emphatically rejects it. He argues that, according to the proposal, the ego should posit the non-ego, which means that it must limit itself, but since the ego should also posit itself absolutely, it must both posit itself as all reality and limit its reality, which is absurd. 252, 257. Fichte further contends, if the absolute ego were to have complete causality over the non-ego would cease to be a non-ego because it would no longer be opposed to the ego. The sheer fact that the ego is opposed by the non-ego means that the absolute ego does not have absolute causality over the non-ego. 254. After rejecting his initial proposal, Fichte reformulates his problem. He puts the conflict between the infinite and finite ego in terms of opposing activities: the pure self-relating activity of the infinite ego, which posits itself as all reality, and therefore as unlimited, and the objective activity of the finite ego, which opposes itself to the non-ego, and therefore as limited. 256. Fichte now admits, however, that these activities are utterly irreconcilable, and that all we can claim is that they ought to be equivalent. There remains nothing but the demand that the ego become infinite by acquiring complete causality over the non-ego. 260. Although we cannot claim that the infinite ego has causality over the non-ego, we can state that the finite ego has a tendency or striving to determine the non-ego, to make it conform to the demands of its reason. 261. Fichte thus introduces his concept of striving, Streben, a concept of the highest significance, which is his solution to the problem. 261 to 270. The main assumption behind this concept is that the activity of the ego consists in infinite striving, the ceaseless struggle against a hostile world. The finite ego never ceases to be opposed to, and limited by, the non-ego, which acts as both a stimulus and check to its activity. Although it does not have complete power over the non-ego, the finite ego must forever exert itself to acquire it, and so aspire toward the status of an infinite ego, which is now only its unattainable ideal. This stark Faustian vision of the finite ego's struggle against an opposing world gives Fichte his middle path between the conflict of infinite and finite ego. The contradiction is resolved because the ego is now infinite and finite in different senses. 258, 268 to 269. It is infinite since it never ceases to struggle against the non-ego. There is no definite point in nature that serves as an insurmountable barrier, beyond which it cannot go in its striving. It is also finite, however, because striving must always have an obstacle to struggle against. No matter how far it goes in its battle against nature, there will always be some point that has yet to be conquered. This infinite striving is no Sisyphean labor. The finite ego progressively surmounts the limits of its finitude, and it constantly approaches the status of infinitude. Still, it does not end in any mystical bliss, it only approaches the complete self-determination of the infinite ego. But it cannot ever attain such infinite status, for that would be to destroy its identity as a finite subject, which is doomed to struggle against obstacles forever. 4. The concept of striving now provides Fichte with his explanation for the existence of the non-ego, which had been merely postulated in the theoretical Wissenschaftslehre. If we assume that the activity of the ego consists in an infinite striving, then there must be a non-ego, because only then does striving have an obstacle. Without some obstacle or resistance, it would cease to act at all and shrink to a mere infinite point, related to itself alone. This infinite striving is therefore the condition of the possibility of all objects, of experiencing a world opposed to our activity. 261 to 262. This deduction of the object shows the priority of the practical Wissenschaftslehre over the theoretical. What theoretical reason simply presupposes the existence of an external world is now explained according to practical reason, which demands that we strive to attain complete independence. Point 5. The concept of striving is also Fichte's solution to the paradox of inner affection. 271 to 276. The ego must limit itself through its free activity, he argues, because it realizes its nature as a self-conscious being only through its striving against obstacles. Here Fichte appeals to his general principle that self-consciousness is essential to the very nature of subjectivity. 264, 274, 276. This means that the ego realizes its nature as a free being only insofar as it becomes self-conscious of its activity. It must be not only self-positing, but also for itself or self-conscious as self-positing. 274. But to be self-conscious of its activity, the ego must know itself as determinate, as limited or restricted, since all knowing is a form of determination, of specifying one thing in contrast to others. Activity becomes limited, however, only if it clashes against some obstacle, only if it struggles against some hindrance. Hence the ego limits itself to know itself. After introducing the concept of striving, Fichte begins to reinterpret the concept of the absolute ego in practical and regulative terms. All that this principle should mean, he writes, is that the ego ought to be independent. It states only the ideal that everything conforms to its rational activity. 260 to 261. The first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre is now reread as the goal of our striving, as the ideal of complete independence, which the finite ego attains only if it per impossible acquires complete control over nature. 277. This ideal must remain unattainable, though, because striving is essential to our very nature as subjects. If we cease to strive, we cease to act, and activity is characteristic of subjectivity. 270. Hence the complete independence and infinitude of the absolute subject belongs to God alone. 253 to 255, 270, 275. In the end, then, Fichte is not guilty of transcendent metaphysics after all. The absolute ego has a strictly regulative status in the Wissenschaftslehre. It differs from the Kantian intellectus archetypus in that it is not only a goal for inquiry, the complete explanation of experience, but also a moral ideal, absolute independence or self-determination. 3. The synthesis of idealism and realism. After expounding the concept of striving in section 5 of the Grundlage, Fichte develops his doctrine of critical idealism, which is his preferred term for the form of idealism characteristic of the Wissenschaftslehre. He had already introduced this doctrine in section 4, but then only by way of anticipation. In section 5 it receives its final and formal treatment. What Fichte means by critical idealism turns out to be very surprising. It does not conform to the stereotype of a radical idealism but is much more like Kant's formal idealism, see 1.3.4. Throughout section 4 of the Grundlage, Fichte spent much effort distinguishing his critical idealism from both dogmatic idealism and dogmatic realism. Point 6. On the one hand, the dogmatic idealist attempts to derive the reality of the non-ego from the activity of the ego alone, asserting that the non-ego is merely an accident of the single infinite ego. Such an extreme idealism fits the interpretation of Fichte as a radical idealist who makes all reality depend on an absolute ego. It is striking, therefore, that Fichte explicitly rejects it. On the other hand, the dogmatic realist tries to derive the passivity of the ego from the non-ego alone, making the ego into a mere accident of the single infinite substance. Clearly, these positions are extreme. They make one factor of experience the cause or substance, the other the effect or accident. Remarkably, the descriptions Fichte gives of dogmatic idealism and realism in the Grundlage correspond to the crude accounts he later gives of criticism and dogmatism in the Erste Einleitung. While in the Grundlage Fichte is explicit that he rejects both, in the Einleitung he seems to prefer criticism over dogmatism, idealism over realism. 7 Yet this does not reflect so much a change in Fichte's position as it does a difference in exposition. The account of criticism and dogmatism in the Erste Einleitung was intended for a broad audience, and so is deliberately simplistic. All the more reason, then, that we should not confuse it with Fichte's more detailed position. In section 5 of the Grundlage, Fichte repudiates both dogmatic idealism and realism precisely because they are such simplistic and extreme positions. He opposes dogmatic idealism because it fails to explain the reality of our experience by reducing it down to a mere illusion. 8 Similarly, he criticizes dogmatic realism because it does no justice to the characteristic nature of our subjectivity by treating the ego as it were no more than a thing. 9 What is characteristic of critical idealism, he maintains, is that it recognizes the equal but interdependent role of both the subject and the object, the ego and the non-ego, in the constitution of experience. Fichte insists that we cannot reduce one component down to the other, but that they are fully interdependent, such that each exists and has its characteristic properties through the other. Critical idealism is therefore a synthesis of both idealism and realism, and as such an idealistic realism or a realistic idealism. 10 Hence Fichte summarizes its basic idea by the slogan no subject, no object, no object, no subject. What, though, does such a slogan really mean? How, more precisely, do the subject and object depend on one another? How, indeed, do they differ from one another? Fichte comes closest to defining what he means by the interdependence of the subject and object when he explains that the subject is completely dependent on the existence of its object, I. 279 to 280, but that it is independent of the object in creating, if only in principle or potentially, all its properties or determinations. Or, as he also puts it, how the subject represents something in its experience depends completely on it, but that it represents something at all depends on the object outside it. 248. If we analyze these propositions in the context of sections 4 and 5, then the outline of Fichte's position emerges. Critical idealism has a realistic and idealistic aspect. According to its idealistic aspect, the object depends on the subject because all of the object's properties or determinations, at least insofar as they are perceived by the subject, are producible by the activity of the subject alone. 11 True to his principle that the ego is only for itself, Fichte stresses time and again in the Grundlage that we must explain consciousness or representation according to the ego's internal laws. He rejects the possibility of something in itself acting on our passive sensibility because such causality would have to straddle the gap between two ontologically distinct realms. 12 This means that whatever the ego perceives, all the determinations of the object of experience must be explicable according to the inherent activity of the ego itself. According to critical idealism's realistic side, however, the subject depends on the object because the subject is finite and limited, conditioned by something outside itself, which it cannot further analyze or explain away. To account for this irreducible dimension of objectivity, Fichte postulates the existence of a check, obstacle, or impetus, Anstoß, to the infinite activity of the ego. 13 He stresses that this check cannot be the product of the ego's activity, for the simple reason that activity requires some obstacle, some resistance, if it is to be activity at all. We cannot distinguish between the subjective and objective sphere within consciousness, Fichte argues, unless there were something to limit and restrict the activity of the subject within a specific sphere. 14 Hence Fichte comes to the general conclusion, according to the Wissenschaftslehre, the final basis for all reality for the ego is an original interchange between the ego and a something outside it, of which nothing further can be said than that it is completely opposed to the ego, I. 279. This something beyond the ego, he further implies, is completely unknowable by us, having no other characteristic than serving as both a check and stimulus for the activity of the ego. In Fichte's view, this commitment to the existence of a check or obstacle to the ego's activity to something completely opposed to and beyond the realm of consciousness is not a weakness but a strength of the Wissenschaftslehre. It shows that the Wissenschaftslehre contains an element of realism, and that it does full justice to the finitude of the human mind, I. 279 to 280. The distinctive feature of critical as opposed to dogmatic idealism, Fichte explains, is that the former admits the reality of a non-ego that transcends the boundaries of consciousness, whereas the latter reduces the non-ego to a mere effect of the ego. 15. It is important to recognize, however, that this emphasis on the existence of the check or obstacle to the ego's activity marks a stronger form of realism than the mere empirical realism than we are led to expect from some of Fichte's more programmatic statements. Point 16. The realism of the Wissenschaftslehre is not only empirical, for it presupposes a thing in itself as the condition for the possibility of all consciousness. This doctrine is very close to Kant's formal idealism, only the forms depend on consciousness, but the existence of the object is independent of consciousness. 1.3.4. For reintroducing and reinterpreting the thing in itself. Does not this concept of a check or obstacle to the ego's activity amount to a covert reintroduction of the thing in itself? That was Hegel's famous criticism. 17, which has been for many the final word against the Wissenschaftslehre. But it is, at best, an oversimplification, and, at worst, a begging of the question. The truth of the matter is that while Fichte intentionally reintroduces the thing in itself, he also reinterprets it so that it no longer means the utterly unthinkable. To understand Fichte's reinterpretation, we have to consider the dynamic element of his idealism. It is a central tenet of his critical idealism that the interrelation between subject and object is constantly moving or fluid. This means that there is not only an interdependence but an interchange between them, such that the relation between the subject and object, and indeed the subject and object themselves, is steadily changing. Hence in the early part of section 4 Fichte spends much time and effort explaining the importance of such concepts as change, Wechsel, interaction, Wechselwirkung, and interchange, Wechseltun. These concepts imply some form of reciprocal alteration between subject and object where their activity and passivity are in inverse ratio to one another. 18 In section 5 Fichte explains these concepts in practical terms according to his concept of infinite striving, and it is in this context that he reinterprets the concept of the thing in itself. According to the concept of striving, the more the ego strives and gains power over the non-ego, the more it makes the object, which was previously an unknowable thing in itself, conform to the laws of its activity so that it can become part of its consciousness. But because its activity has to be limited, there is always something more beyond its reach, which transcends the realm of consciousness. I. 280. The non-ego is therefore both a noumenon, a pure creation of reason, and an unknowable thing in itself, depending on the degree to which the ego strives and acquires control over nature. We are therefore caught in a circle, Fichte says, where we must both postulate something outside ourselves and yet strive to make that thing part of ourselves. But this circle is simply our fate as finite beings, who have only limited creative powers. As Fichte summarizes his position in a famous passage, that the finite mind necessarily must posit something absolute outside itself, a thing in itself, and still recognize on the other hand that it is only there for him, a necessary noumenon, is that circle, which we can extend to infinity, but from which we cannot ever escape. 281. This circle is central to the idealism of the Wissenschaftslehre. It expresses the heart of its teaching about the predicament of the finite subject, that it knows things only to the extent that it makes them conform to reason, and that it is always limited yet must transcend its limits. The finite knowing subject is therefore forever caught between the noumenon that it creates and the thing in itself that transcends it, though it can forever push forward the boundaries between them. The problem with dogmatic idealism and dogmatic realism, Fichte explains, is that they fail to recognize this circle. The dogmatic idealist refuses to see it because he denies any reality independent of consciousness, and the dogmatic realist fails to recognize it because he pushes the thing in itself completely beyond the bounds of human consciousness. Point 19. So, in the end, despite Fichte's earlier scorn for it, the concept of the thing in itself does play a central role in the Wissenschaftslehre. It essentially serves as a limiting concept to express what remains beyond our powers in our infinite striving to control nature. But it is important to see that it is more than simply a regulative principle, that it does more than merely express the goal of infinite striving. This becomes clear when Fichte states that the check or obstacle also serves to check and limit our activity, that it is a force that can indeed be felt, even if it cannot be conceptualized. 279. Point 20. In this regard it fulfills something of its old role in the Kantian system, it acts on our sensibility, providing the source for the raw matter of experience. There still remains, however, one important respect in which Fichte's concept differs from Kant's. The Fichtean check is infinitely determinable rather than absolutely interminable for the powers of the understanding. In other words, its unknowability is not a matter of kind but of degree. Fichte himself is perfectly explicit about his reintroduction of the thing in itself. He now states that it is the object of a necessary idea of reason, which is presupposed by all philosophy and activities of the finite mind. 283. He is anxious to lay at rest, however, two possible misinterpretations of the concept, that it is nothing more than an idea, whose reality depends on us, or that it is a mysterious entity, whose reality is completely independent of us. The truth of the matter lies somewhere in between, Fichte says, because we have to grasp it as both. The thing in itself is both a noumenon and an unknowable entity, which one depends on how far we progress in our infinite striving. 284. It would seem, though, that we have now relapsed into the worst kind of dogmatism. Although Fichte insists that we explain everything within consciousness according to its immanent laws, he ends by postulating the existence of something beyond it to account for its finitude. Fichte is anxious to reply to this objection. He insists that, despite its strong form of realism, the Wissenschaftslehre is not transcendent but simply transcendental. It explains consciousness by postulating something outside it, to be sure, but it also recognizes that in providing such an explanation it simply acts according to its own laws, so that this apparently independent thing turns out to be a mere noumenon. But this does not completely eliminate the thing in itself, he insists, but only points to its necessity on a higher level. The transcendental philosopher is caught in his own inevitable circle in attempting to explain consciousness. There are levels or strata of explanation, Fichte thinks. On each level the ego explains the object according to its laws, so that it becomes a mere noumenon, but such an explanation still presupposes some further conditions independent of it, and so on ad infinitum. 280, 282 to 283. It should be clear by now that Fichte does not think that the concept of the thing in itself is valid only from the standpoint of empirical consciousness, which must explain its consciousness by postulating something independent of it. This has been the prevalent interpretation of the central passages from section 5 of the Grundlage, and it is an understandable reading in the light of some of Fichte's statements about the thing in itself. Still, it does no justice to the full context of Fichte's argument. Such an interpretation assumes that the standpoint of the philosopher dispenses entirely with the thing in itself because the philosopher sees that the object of experience is produced rather than given. But this flies in the face of Fichte's teaching that the absolute ego is only a regulative idea. It makes nonsense of his attempt to find a middle path between the extremes of dogmatic idealism and realism, and it ignores his doctrine of the primacy of practical reason, according to which the philosopher has a right to assume only that the object ought to be created by the subject. In the end, then, Fichte thinks that the thing in itself is valid from the standpoint of the philosopher, who stresses the finitude of the human subject, its limited power to create its own world. Chapter 7. The Refutation of Idealism. 1. Later arguments against idealism. After introducing his concept of striving in the 1794 Grundlage, Fichte returned on several occasions to rethink his deduction of the reality of the external world. He had been very dissatisfied with the argument of the Grundlage, a work he had composed in great haste and that was meant only as an accompaniment to his lectures. Obviously, the whole issue was much too important for him to rest content with some sketchy first formulations. It is not surprising, therefore, that the other two major works of the Jena years, the 1796 Grundlage der Naturrechts and the 1798 System der Sittenlehre, contain several new arguments to prove the reality of the external world. Point 1. These are much more formal, rigorous, and precise than those of the 1794 Grundlage. They proceed virtually more geometrico, with numbered propositions, proofs, and corollaria. Although Fichte was dissatisfied with the form of his earlier arguments, he did not alter their underlying conception. He never abandoned the theme of striving, though it would now play a more implicit role, and he retained the basic principles of the critical idealism he established in the Grundlage. Accordingly, the new arguments are still based on the concept of striving, and they are essentially an attempt to provide a firmer foundation for his critical idealism. These arguments attempt to establish two propositions, each of them central to and characteristic of Fichte's critical idealism. First, that the form of experience consists in a universal and necessary structure, so that my representations do not depend on my will and imagination but are constrained to follow one another in a definite order. Second, that the existence or matter of my experience is independent of all consciousness whatsoever. The first proposition claims only the empirical reality of our perceptions, their necessary conformity to the forms of the understanding. The second proposition claims the transcendental reality of the matter of experience, the existence of some limit to all our activity. Arguments for both theses appear in the 1796 Grundlage and Sittenlehre, though they are not precisely distinguished from one another. Prima facie, such arguments are flatly contrary to the spirit of Fichte's pragmatism. We have already seen how Fichte maintains that knowledge depends on our acting on the world and that there cannot be any theoretical refutation of skepticism. But the apparent inconsistency disappears as soon as we note the specific form of Fichte's arguments. They do not attempt to demonstrate the reality or possibility of knowledge independent of our practical activity, and still less are they meant to replace the need for practical activity. On the contrary, they attempt to show on the level of transcendental reflection the primacy of such activity in acquiring knowledge and informing our conception of an external world. They begin from the self-awareness of our activity, and then attempt to show how such self-awareness involves awareness of an external world. In one form or another, these arguments attempt to prove that I am aware of the objective world only because it resists my attempt to change it. In other words, the world is independent of me both in its form and content because it is an obstacle to my will. Hence, for Fichte, the circumference of my world is equivalent to the limits of my will. Recognizing the practical basis of these arguments is of the first importance to understanding their limits, or precisely what Fichte intends to prove. Since Fichte's arguments begin with the self-awareness of freedom, and since he does not think that there is a theoretical proof of the reality of freedom, his first premises begin only from the demand that we ought to believe in freedom. All that Fichte can prove from such premises, then, is that we ought to believe in, or that we must assume, the existence of the external world. The arguments therefore do not attempt to establish that such a world exists, or that we have knowledge of its existence. Hence Fichte's arguments work against only a limited kind of skepticism, one that states that we need not believe in the existence of the external world. They do not work against a more radical skepticism that holds that, whatever the necessities of our conceptual scheme, it is still possible for the world not to exist. Fichte was aware of these limitations of his arguments, despite some carelessness of expression. Hence he sometimes formulates his arguments in a guarded manner, so that their premises only refer to what one must assume or ascribe to oneself. See section 4, premise 2. It was indeed on these grounds that Fichte made the standpoint of moral faith superior to that of knowledge in his 1800 Bestimmung des Menschen. Still, It is easy to ignore or underrate these restrictions, especially because of Fichte's obscure language of positing. When he says that the ego must posit a non-ego opposed to itself, this seems to mean that the ego creates or makes the non-ego, and since the ego's creations are perfectly transparent to itself, it would follow that it also knows of the existence of the non-ego. But the language of positing really does not carry such heavy connotations. When Fichte states that the ego posits the non-ego, all that he means is that it must be aware of, or assume the existence of, some non-ego opposed to itself. Point 2. The Fichtean versus Kantian refutation. In fundamental respects, Fichte's later arguments for the reality of the external world follow in the footsteps of Kant's refutation of idealism in the First Critic. Like Kant, Fichte wants to show that the possibility of self-awareness requires awareness of an objective world. In other words, to be conscious of myself, I must also be conscious of some external object, which will be something in space outside me. Point 3. Beyond this general similarity, however, Fichte's strategy has little in common with Kant's. The starting point of Fichte's arguments is not a form of empirical self-consciousness, my self-awareness in time, but a form of transcendental self-consciousness, my self-awareness as a rational and free being. The central thrust of Fichte's arguments is that I can be self-conscious as a free agent. I can ascribe to myself a will and rational ends only if I am also aware of a world outside myself in which my actions take place. The existence of the external world therefore becomes a necessary condition of moral action. It is in this sense that Fichte derives the realm of objective experience not from cognition or theoretical reason but from desire or practical reason. Fichte's arguments differ from Kant's not only in their starting point but also in their conclusion. The external world he intends to demonstrate has not only an empirical but also a transcendental reality. It is not only that which conforms to the formal conditions of experience, as in Kant's argument, but that which exists independent of any consciousness whatsoever. This is not the thing in itself in the Kantian sense of something completely unthinkable. Obviously, to prove its existence would be absurd, but it is the check or obstacle to the ego's activity. It is important to recognize that the general structure of Fichte's argument, quite apart from its specific premise and conclusion, is even antithetical to Kant's. We have already seen that Fichte does not think that there can be a theoretical demonstration of the reality of the external world, and that he denies that theoretical reason can prove or refute the existence of anything. Any demonstration of the existence of the external world, Fichte maintains, must be based entirely on practical principles, which tell us not what is the case but what ought to be so. Yet Kant's refutation of idealism operated entirely within the realm of theoretical reason, because it attempted to prove the existence of the world on the basis of principles that could only be regarded as constitutive, that I am aware of my existence in time. Kant had indeed maintained that it was a scandal to philosophy that the existence of things outside us had to be accepted on the basis of faith, Beiser 6, and he stressed the need for a knockdown argument to put an end to the disgrace once and for all. But Fichte held that such an argument is problematic because of the general limits of theoretical reason. Indeed, he believed that he had good Kantian reasons for forbidding such a proof. For was it not Kant who held that philosophy is knowledge gained by reason from concepts, b. 741, and that from concepts no reality could be inferred? Was it not Kant who insisted that the existence of objects had to be given in empirical intuition? How, then, could the transcendental philosopher exempt his reasoning from the general strictures laid down on theoretical reason? For just these Kantian reasons, Fichte insisted on a practical demonstration of the reality of the external world. 3 Problems of exposition. The exposition of Fichte's arguments against idealism poses formidable difficulties for the historian of philosophy. Unfortunately, there are no Fichtean texts like Kant's refutation of idealism, which, for all its obscurity, is at least brief and to the point, laying down its argument in clearly delineated steps. The arguments of the 1796 Grundlage and Sittenlehre, though formal and painstaking, are not only obscure but diffuse, stretching over many pages of text. Even worse, they are inchoate and incomplete. There are gaps in the argument, which make it necessary to place them in a wider context to supply the missing premises. The historian of philosophy therefore faces a daunting challenge. It is necessary to reconstruct Fichte's argument, weaving together its premises from different texts. But this poses the danger of anachronism, selling the scholar's confabulated pastiche for real historical wear. Though the difficulties are formidable, they are not insurmountable. Fortunately, sections 4 to 8 of the second main section, Zweithauptstück, of the System der Sittenlehre present something approximating a clear step-by-step deduction of the reality of the external world. Here Fichte leaves no doubts about his intentions, to show that positing the reality of the external world is a necessary condition for the self-consciousness of my freedom. Such a proof is meant to resolve the central problem of all practical philosophy: how does a rational agent act in the sensible world? What ensures the reality of the moral law, or that it has application in experience? If we can show that our belief in the reality of the external world is based on the self-consciousness of freedom, then we will have done everything necessary to show the reality of the principle of morality itself. The fundamental concept of morality, the concept of freedom, will then prove to be the basis for our belief in all reality. This was indeed the central thesis of both the earlier versions of the Wissenschaftslehre, the 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre and the 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo. The argument in sections 4 to 8 consists in 5 propositions, which are proved in quasi-geometric form with explanations, proofs, and corollaria. Never was Fichte so clear or so cogent in all his Jena writings. The System der Sittenlehre was indeed the most mature work of his Jena years, and it easily surpasses in clarity and concision the 2 versions of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, whose argument is too schematic and obscure. The Sittenlehre was written in a period of comparative tranquility, when Fichte found more time to reflect and to spend time on his exposition. While he says that his theory of morals follows the principles of the Wissenschaftslehre, the work bears the subtitle Nach Prinzipien der Wissenschaftslehre, it would be misleading to conclude that he simply accepts a foundation he has laid down elsewhere. The argument of the first 2 main sections essentially rethinks the whole argument of the earlier versions of the Wissenschaftslehre. The argument of the Sittenlehre is not, however, the solution to all exegetical problems. It is incomplete in one essential respect: it lacks a clear and indisputable first premise, which any transcendental argument against skepticism must have. Fichte had struggled to provide such a premise in other versions of the Wissenschaftslehre, but it does not reappear in the Sittenlehre. This fact alone would seem to doom the reconstruction of the argument by making it excessively speculative. Fortunately, however, Fichte himself reveals how the argument of the Sittenlehre connects with the Wissenschaftslehre. He explains that the first premise of his argument in the Sittenlehre, I find myself, as myself, only willing, presupposes the first principle of the Grundlage, I am I, because to know myself as willing presupposes that I know myself. 4:23. This suggests that the first premise of the Grundlage fulfills the conditional implied in the first principle of the Sittenlehre: if I know myself, I know myself as willing. The premise of the argument would then be that I know myself. The same connection emerges from another angle when Fichte states that his argument in the Sittenlehre really begins from the same starting point as that in the Grundlage der Natur Rex: if I posit myself, then I must ascribe free activity to myself, for the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre would then simply assert that the condition behind the premise is fulfilled, that I do posit myself as a rational being. Taking this as our lead, we can reconstruct Fichte's argument for the reality of the external world so that it presents a single coherent structure. We can begin with the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre and then connect it with the line of argument running through sections 4 to 8 of the Sittenlehre. To clarify that argument, I compare it in the following section with the very similar argument in the Grundlage der Natur Rex, and present the argument in step-by-step syllogistic form, providing a commentary on each premise. Though we shall find the argument has problems, it can claim to be at least plausible and interesting. What more can be claimed for any philosophical argument? For the deduction of the external world. 1. I posit myself, or I exist only in and through the activity of thinking of myself. The premise of Fichte's argument is the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre itself. There are various formulations of this first principle, however, which differ in the two versions of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, and which also sometimes differ even in the same version. In the 1794 Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, the first principle is expressed in the simple proposition I am, or in the equally banal I am I, but also in the more forbidding the I posits absolutely its own being. In the 1798 Wissenschaftslehre Novo Methodo, Fichte begins his philosophy with the postulate, think of the concept of the I, and think of oneself when one thinks of it. The differences between these versions are not as great as they first appear, however, and they all express the same fundamental point. In both versions of the Wissenschaftslehre, and indeed in the Sittenlehre itself, Fichte prescribes the same procedure to arrive at his first principle. He demands that I abstract from all objects of consciousness and that I reflect on myself as the subject of all consciousness. Normally, the subject loses itself in consciousness of objects because it focuses its attention on them rather than on itself or its consciousness of them. Only in these latter cases do we distinguish between the subject and object of consciousness. The first principle requires, however, that I become aware of myself as the subject who is conscious. In this case, the subject who is conscious should be identical with the object of which it is conscious. Hence the first principle, Fichte sometimes says, should express subject-object identity. Fichte is also consistent throughout his Jena years that his first principle must express an act rather than a fact. He insists on this point for two reasons. First, a fact is simply the product of an activity, and so the activity that produces it is prior to it. Second, knowledge of an activity is immediate and certain, whereas knowledge of a fact or object is not. In the case of a fact or object, there is a separation between the subject who knows and the object that is known because the fact or object is something given, having a source independent of me. Hence it is possible that there is no correspondence between the subject and object. In the case of an activity, however, there is no such separation because I simply create or make what it is that I know. If I want to know this object, I simply have to recreate it in myself and I do not have to search for it. Point 5. If the first principle must express an act rather than a fact, then it demands that I think not only of myself but the act of thinking of myself. I must not think of some entity or thing that thinks, for that there is no evidence, but simply of the activity of thinking of myself. Furthermore, I must think of the act of thinking of my existence, and nothing more. That is, I must not think of anything more about myself than thinking that I exist. I must abstract from my individuality, from any specific characteristics of myself, and I must focus my attention simply on the I who so abstracts. Point 6. I must think simply that I am, and not how or what I am. Fichte thinks that his first principle is certain or indubitable for all the classical reasons. I cannot doubt that I am thinking of myself without also thinking of myself. Of course, I can doubt that I possess certain characteristics, for example, that I am not walking when I am in fact lying in bed dreaming. But to doubt that I am thinking of myself is also to think of myself, so that to deny the proposition is to affirm it. It is possible to view Fichte's first principle as a post-Kantian reformulation of the Cartesian cogito, purged of all its metaphysical intentions and implications. Like Kant, Fichte is critical of Descartes because he attempted to infer the existence of a permanent thinking substance from this principle. Such a conclusion does not follow from the principle I am, because it is possible that the I exists only as long as it thinks of itself. It is still possible that it goes out of existence when it is not thinking of itself. Fichte's emphasis on the activity of thinking of myself attempts to avoid this fallacy. What I know through this proposition is not the existence of a substance, Fichte is saying, but only an activity, because I know of my existence only in and through the act of thinking of it. Though his first principle attempts to secure the existence of the I, it is necessary to stress that it is still only a postulate, an imperative that prescribes an act that everyone must execute within themselves. It does not describe something that exists and that is given within the consciousness of everyone alike. That would be a fact of consciousness but not an activity, which comes into being only through an exercise of will. If someone did not care to enact his will to think of himself as acting, then he would not exist as such an activity. 2. If I posit myself, I must ascribe free activity to myself. This is a formulation of the first principle of the system der Sittenlehre, I find myself, as myself, only willing. For Fichte, to ascribe free activity to myself is to be self-conscious that I have a will, it is to be aware of myself as willing and acting. This is also the thrust of Proposition 1 of the 1796 Grundlage, a finite rational being cannot posit itself without ascribing free activity to itself. 3:17. This proposition is the starting point for Fichte's deduction of the external world and other minds in this work. It is important to note that Fichte's propositions refer to aspects of my self-consciousness and not my self-knowledge. In other words, they claim only that I ascribe free activity to myself, or that I find myself willing. They do not state that these acts of self-ascription or self-discovery are necessarily true, in other words, they do not make the stronger claims that I am free or that I have a will. This restriction is most probably deliberate, for Fichte is firm elsewhere that we do not have an immediate knowledge or experience of freedom. Why does Fichte think that, if I am self-conscious that I exist, I must also be aware of myself willing and acting? According to his account in the 1796 Grundlage and Sittenlehre, the ego cannot originally be self-conscious as thinking, because as a thinking being it is first conscious of things outside itself. 3:18, 4:20. We first become aware of ourselves as something distinct from things when we find them to resist us, to be obstacles to us. But this means that we must be self-conscious of them resisting some activity within ourselves, or that we must be self-aware of them restricting some drive or tendency in ourselves toward them. In other words, we first become conscious of ourselves as acting or willing. 3. If I ascribe free activity to myself, I must also assume the existence of something outside myself toward which it is directed. This premise is the starting point of Fichte's deduction of the objective world in the Sittenlehre, which takes place in the second main section, appropriately entitled The Deduction of the Reality and Applicability of the Principle of Morality, 4:64-156. The first premise of that deduction, Proposition 1, deduction of an object of our activity in general, states, a rational being cannot ascribe a power of freedom to itself unless it also thinks of something outside itself toward which its power is directed. 4:76-83. In the Sittenlehre, Fichte provides two arguments for this premise. Both arguments consist in an analysis of what is involved in ascribing free activity to myself. Both presuppose a similar analysis of freedom, that to ascribe freedom to myself is to conceive of several specific actions as possible through me, in other words, it is to attribute a power of choice to myself, such that I can choose between opposing courses of action. 4:7. According to the first argument, to choose one course of action means that I act in the world, or that I produce some effect outside myself. 80. But the mere fact that my purposive activity involves the production of something, Fichte argues, involves a distinction between myself and the external world. To aim to realize my ends means that I intend to bring something into existence, something that will continue to exist independent of me. 81-82, 24. I contrast my own subjective status as someone who conceives an end with the objective status of what I intend to achieve. According to the second argument, I ascribe freedom to myself only if I also assume the permanent existence of the world outside me. To attribute a power of choice to myself, Fichte contends, I must also conceive of some object that exists independent of whatever choice I make. I must assume the existence of some object A that continues to exist independent of my will, although it is either X or X depending on my choice. In other words, this thing A must be conceived of as permanent or enduring, as one and the same thing, whether I choose X or X. Hence, Fichte concludes, I must assume that there exists some matter or stuff, outside me, something that is infinitely modifiable according to my choice. Although I can alter its form, it must continue to remain the same at least in its content or matter. 82 to 83. This argument works only on the assumption that I cannot create the entire world. It is just this assumption, however, that a skeptic will question. The argument Fichte offers for this premise in the 1796 Grundlage is more plausible and straightforward. It is essentially a variant of his contention in section 5 of the 1794 Grundlage that all striving requires an obstacle to resist it. Fichte now reasons that I know myself as acting or willing only if there is something that resists my activity. What resists my activity is not something within me but something distinct from me, and indeed something opposed to me. 3, 18 to 19. Hence I am self-conscious as an active being only if I am also conscious of something opposed to myself. As Fichte formulated this point in the two versions of the Wissenschaftslehre, consciousness of an I involves of necessity consciousness of a not I. 7. Fichte explains in the Rijkslehre that the world outside me originally has the character of being something opposed to my activity, something that resists my efforts or striving to control it. An object is an object, he says, only insofar as it should not exist according to my free activity, which aims to destroy it. 3, 19. Thus the original character of the world, the first form in which I am conscious of it, is that it is an obstacle to my activity. We can now see how Fichte's practical proof of the external world works against the skeptic. The proof of the reality of things is that it resists my will, frustrates my desires, or restricts my activity. If the world were only the product of my will and imagination, as the skeptic suggests, then I should perceive no such resistance or restriction, the object should immediately conform to my wishes. If the skeptic insists that he could be dreaming that there is an object in front of him now, the reply to him is that, if this is so, he should be able to remove it right away, since dreams remain under the control of our will and imagination. How, indeed, can a mere object of imagination be an obstacle to his acting? The discrepancy between the skeptic's doubts and his deeds had always been a favorite counter against Pyrrhonism. Fichte's argument can be seen as a variation of this venerable strategy. For if I ascribe free activity to myself, I also must assume that I have the power to act on and change things in the sensible world. This premise takes the conclusion of the third premise a step further by stating that the object outside myself must consist in the sensible world, that is, it must be an empirical manifold. The argument for this premise is explicit in sections 5 to 6 of Sittenlehre, 4, 83 to 91. The premise itself also appears explicitly as the conclusion of Fichte's argument for Proposition 1 of the 1796 Grundlage. This conclusion, two Folgesatz, states, through its positing of its capacity for free activity, the rational being posits and determines a sensible world outside itself. 3, 23 to 24. In Sittenlehre 5, 6 Fichte justifies this premise by a closer analysis of what is involved in ascribing freedom to myself. If I assume I am a free agent, he argues, I must be able to choose a specific action. In other words, I must will something determinate, this or that end, and not simply something in general, and I must do something determinate, this or that action, and not just act in general. My end or action is determinate, however, only by virtue of its limitation, by virtue of its opposition to other possible actions. Thus I will a determinate action X only by virtue of X not being Y or Z. If my actions must be determinate, the proof continues, then they must take place in the sensible world. For I know what limits my activity, what gives it its determinate character, only through experience or through feeling. To know the determinate character of anything I must consult experience, I must know what it is not, or that to which it is opposed, and I know this only through perception of things outside me. Although I know that I act through an a priori intellectual intuition, I know how I act only by virtue of my opposition and relation to an external world. The proof concludes by introducing the idea of a temporal manifold. If I know my specific actions only through experience, then my awareness of them involves the sensible intuition of a temporal magnitude, a definite degree or quantity, ein Quantum. This quantum is a manifold because it is, at least in principle, divisible into smaller units ad infinitum. This means that I know my activity through sensible intuition when it passes through a succession of distinct moments. But to act throughout time, Fichte concludes, is what it means to act in the external sensible world, 90-91. 5. If I have the power to act and change things in the sensible world, then I must perceive this power in a manifold having a definite and irreversible order, that is, my experience must have a necessary and universal form. Fichte arrives at this conclusion by a further analysis of the conditions of my acting in the sensible world. He argues that we attain the final end of our action only by passing through a series of intermediate ends. Thus we achieve our final end X only if we also realize A, and we realize A only if we also realize B, and so on. Our ends are such that we cannot realize them all at once, but we are bound to a definite order of means. 4, 94-95. Fichte then suggests that this is the paradigm for all objective order in our experience. We experience events as having an objective order, independent of our will and imagination, because we encounter resistance to our actions and have to realize them in a definite circumscribed order. Fichte's proof of this premise consists in two propositions. 1. My causality is perceived in succession or as a manifold in a continuous series. This is because the perception of my causality falls within time, and occupies a quantum of time. This quantum involves a manifold because time is in principle infinitely divisible. The instants of this manifold follow a determinate, irreversible order and cannot be otherwise. In other words, what I perceive in this series does not depend on me, but on the order of the series itself. It does not depend on me because each moment of time in which I perceive my activity consists in the perception of some resistance to my activity. 97. 2. The successive order of the manifold is determined independent of me, and it is only as such a limitation of my activity. It is independent of me not only in that my thinking does not determine the specific order of the manifold, but it is also independent of my practical activity. This is again because the successive order is an order of resistance to my activity, and as such resists all forms of my activity, whether theoretical or practical. 98. The result we have reached here is significant, that I cannot be aware of my activity as a free agent unless I am also aware of an objective time order of events, an order that is independent of my representation and my will. Such an objective order constitutes empirical reality, the independence of experience from the subjective order of my own representations. This objectivity follows from, a. the series of events having an irreversible order, independent of my will and imagination, and, b. such an order not depending on me but on the world outside me, which provides resistance to my activity. I arrive at an objective view of the world, Fichte concludes, because my activity encounters resistance, so that it can be realized only through following a definite order of means to ends. Fichte suggests that all properties of the material world apart from its formal characteristics are explicable in terms of their relation to my activity. For example, that this object is such and such a distance from me means that I must perceive so many other things between it and me, and that I must encounter so much resistance in such and such a time when I approach the object. 8 That an object is hard means that I feel such and such a degree of resistance when I touch it, and so on. 99. 6 If I have the power to act in the sensible world, then that world must also have a power to act on me, that is, it must follow its own objective laws. This premise is the general conclusion of Proposition 5, the final proposition of Section 2 of the Sitten Lehre. 9 This proposition states, a rational being cannot ascribe any power to act to itself without also presupposing a certain power to act of its objects. Fichte attempts to prove this premise by introducing the concept of a drive, Trieb. The ego first knows itself as an active being, he contends, through its drives, for example, hunger, thirst, sex, and so on. Its first actions are attempts to satisfy these drives. It perceives its drives, their satisfaction or dissatisfaction, through feeling, Gefühl, 105 to 106. Fichte insists, however, that insofar as I feel, I am constrained. Both what I feel, and that I feel, does not depend on my self-positing activity. In feeling I am not positing but posited, 107. As a free being I do have some control over my drives, I can choose to satisfy or not satisfy them, but that I have these drives, and that they are satisfiable only in certain ways, does not depend on me. Insofar as I am a thinking and willing being I am free, but insofar as I have drives and feelings I am part of nature, 109 to 110. Appealing to some of his early propositions, Fichte now contends that it is not only that through these drives I posit myself as nature, I also posit a nature outside my own. This is because, 1. There must be some matter outside me for my activity to shape and form, prop 1, and, 2. This matter must have a definite form because it is necessary for me to realize my ends in a determinate order, prop 4. My nature and the nature outside me are similar to one another, as nature, but also opposed to one another, mine versus what is not mine. Since they therefore reciprocally condition one another, there must be a whole of which both are only parts. This is to say that my nature should be explained according to the whole system of nature, 109 to 110. Fichte thus concludes his argument by placing the subject within the whole of nature. The subject is not the whole of nature but only one of its parts. Such is, in rough outline, Fichte's argument for the existence of an objective world. Although I have tried to do justice to the details of Fichte's argument, the richness and obscurity of the texts permit other readings. But it is the general strategy and main point behind Fichte's argument that is of greatest importance and interest here. This consists in his practical refutation of subjectivism, his attempt to prove the reality of the external world by appealing to the limits of our activity as agents having a will. For Fichte, the only effective proof of the reality of the external world is that I cannot make that world conform immediately, entirely, and automatically to my desires. Hence the limits of the objective world consists in that which resists or opposes my activity. Again, the problem with skepticism is that it has a much too contemplative or theoretical attitude toward the world. It is only once I try to change the world, to make it submit to the demands of my activity, that I see that the world cannot be only the product of my will and imagination. Chapter 8. The structure of intersubjectivity. 1. Kant versus Fichte on the problem of other minds. Fichte's concern with the refutation of subjectivism is scarcely exhausted by his attempt to demonstrate the reality of the external world. There was another respect in which he was greatly preoccupied by the challenge of subjectivism, the question of the reality of other minds. Fichte's attempt to resolve this problem, his general argument for intersubjectivity, is one of the most original and interesting aspects of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. 1. It was only by solving it, Fichte was firmly convinced, that he could finally slay the monster of nihilism. Fichte first devoted himself to the problem of other minds sometime in the summer of 1795. With some justice, he complained that this issue had not received the attention it deserved. It is a weighty question in philosophy, which, to my knowledge, has never been resolved. Why do we attribute the concept of rationality to some objects in the sensible world and not to others? What is the characteristic difference between these classes? 2. His interest in this question originated with his attempt to find a foundation for the principles of right and morality, and more specifically with his fear that skeptical doubts about other minds could undermine these principles. For with what right do I apply these principles to others if I do not know that they are rational beings like myself? After all, if they are only very complicated machines, why should I treat them as ends in themselves? In Fichte's view, this question had been neglected even by Kant, who had been all too willing to follow common sense and general opinion. But this was simply not good enough from a philosophical standpoint, and especially from a moral one. I ride a horse without asking its permission. Why do I have more qualms when it comes to the man who lends me the horse? 3. Fichte pointed out that it does not work simply to appeal to general opinion, which also accepts that the Russian nobleman sells and beats his serfs. We need some general criterion to know when to apply the principles of morality, some means of determining which beings have rights and duties. It does not help much to say morality makes demands on us insofar as we are rational beings. For the questions remain, in what does rationality consist, and in whom does it really exist? Fichte had some reason to chide Kant, who had not fully appreciated the problem of other minds. He came closest to considering the issue only in the Third Critic, Fichte says, where he laid down the criteria for ascribing purposive activity to things in my experience. 4. But even here the main subject of his attention was living beings, not rational ones. When his doctrine was extended to rational beings it had troubling implications, for Kant had stressed that all judgments about ends have only a regulative validity, so that although we can think of living beings acting for ends it does not follow that they really do so. In the first edition of the Paralogisms in the First Critic Kant raised the issue of other minds en passant, but only to dismiss it, a 346-347. He noted that it is strange that the condition under which I think should be valid for everyone alike. We have an apparently empirical proposition I think, and from this single case we attempt to base a universal proposition, namely, that whatever thinks must, in all cases, be constituted as it is for my own self-consciousness. The reason for this strange assumption, Kant explained, is that we must assign to things necessarily and a priori all the properties that constitute the conditions under which alone we think them. Since I can conceive of other thinking beings only by analogy with my own self-consciousness, I am justified in concluding that they have a consciousness like my own. Kant then came to the conclusion, objects of this kind, i.e., other thinking beings are, therefore, nothing more than the transference of this consciousness of mine to other things, which in this way alone can be represented as thinking beings, a 347. Kant's dismissive treatment of the problem only raised more questions than it answered. He left it unclear what justified the analogical inference to other minds like my own. It simply begged the question against the solipsist to claim that we had to assume that beings who acted and spoke like ourselves had minds like ourselves, for he would insist that we could equally well assume that they are mere robots. This was indeed the very possibility that Descartes had raised in the first meditation. But even if we had to assume that they were like ourselves, even if we had no other way of representing them to ourselves, this still left the question what justified such a rule or habit of thought in the first place. And here Kant was very short on answers. He seemed to be willing to regard other minds as little more than the transference, Übertragung, of this consciousness of mind to other things, a 347. But to say that the attribution of consciousness to others was simply a projection from my own consciousness was virtually to abandon the case to the solipsist. Kant's suggested argument for other minds also raised serious questions of consistency. It began from the assumption that I can at least prove my own existence, and then transfer the conditions under which I think my existence to others. But, as the context makes clear, the basis of this assumption is that I think, the principle of the unity of apperception, which is only an apparently empirical proposition. This principle is in truth a transcendental proposition about the formal conditions of experience, which states only that it must be possible for me to be self-conscious of my own representations. 5 In the Paralogisms, however, Kant argued repeatedly against any attempt to derive existential propositions from transcendental ones. More specifically, he contended that I have no right to infer my existence as a permanent, self-identical substance from the principle of the unity of apperception, which is a merely formal condition of the possibility of experience. In the second edition of the deduction he does state that the I think expresses my spontaneity as a thinking subject, so that it shows at least that I exist if not how I exist, b. 157, 158n. But even in this case it at best shows that I exist at the moment I utter it, and nothing more. What I cannot demonstrate in my own case, however, I a fortiori cannot do in the case of others. If I cannot know from my own case that I am a thinking thing, I am deprived of the basis for any analogical inference that others are such things. Kant's neglect of the issue of other minds had serious consequences for the critical philosophy as a whole, because it brought into question the intersubjective status of the formal conditions of experience. There was now room for a skeptical challenge to the thesis of the transcendental deduction itself. Assuming that the formal structure of experience, the 12 categories and the forms of space and time, is valid for all human beings, the problem remains how I know that there are other human beings. How do I know that I am not the only human being? There are other beings who act and talk like myself, to be sure, but for all that I know they might not have a human sensibility and understanding. They might simply be robots, or they might be creatures having a body similar to my own but a sensibility so different that they perceive four-dimensional objects and time in two directions. Kant often posed the question, what if our experience were completely chaotic, where it is assumed that there are many human beings that could suffer such an experience, but we must also raise the question, what if the experiences of creatures apparently like myself were radically different from my own? This additional question raises doubts about the claim to intersubjective validity of the categories and forms of sensibility, for it seems as if they could be valid, as far as I know, only in my own case. We could still accept the argument that they are valid for all human beings, for all beings with a sensibility and understanding like my own, but we still would need to know that there are other human beings having a sensibility and understanding like mine, otherwise, I would not know whether they are valid for anyone else except myself. We can formulate the general issue as follows. If intersubjectivity means everyone sharing the same structure for experiencing and explaining the world, then it involves at least two elements. First, that every self-conscious or human being has a conceptual structure like my own, which, at least on the Kantian analysis, consists of the 12 categories and the forms of intuition, space, and time. Second, that the other creatures who inhabit my world are really self-conscious or human beings like myself. The weakness of the transcendental deduction is that it has established at best the first but not the second element of intersubjectivity. We can see Fichte's efforts to demonstrate the reality of other minds as an attempt to fill in this gap in Kant's argument. Point 6. 2 First reflections. Fichte's concern with the problem of other minds goes back to his 1794 lecture series Die Bestimmung der Gelehrten. Point 7. There he posed the problem in the context of discussing the foundation of natural right. Such a foundation, he explained, had to answer two questions, which had been rightly raised by the skeptic, but which had been too often ignored by philosophers. First, with what right does someone call a specific portion of the physical world his body? It seems odd that we do this because the mind and body have opposing characteristics. Second, with what right does someone assume the existence of other rational beings outside himself? We ascribe rights and duties to others on the assumption that they are rational beings like ourselves. But how do we justify this assumption, given that we have no evidence from our own self-consciousness or outer experience that such beings exist? Both these questions demand an answer, Fichte insisted, if natural right is to be based on a solid foundation. In this popular work, which was intended for a general audience, Fichte did not develop a systematic answer to either of these questions. Here his main concern was not with the foundation of natural law so much as with the consequences of some of its principles. Nevertheless, though he provided little argument for them, he did sketch some of his main ideas on the topic of other minds. These are important because they lay much of the foundation for his later position. Most significant, Fichte is emphatic and explicit in his opposition to empiricism. We cannot prove the existence of other minds through experience, he argues, because a skeptic will claim that all the evidence of our senses provides us only with a representation of other beings like ourselves, and that does not prove that the representation corresponds with some mind outside it. 303.8 Furthermore, what is essential to our subjectivity is our freedom, our spontaneous activity, which cannot ever be an object of experience. 305. This rejection of empiricism has broader implications, because Fichte, no less than Kant, held that the limits of theoretical reason are also those of experience. This means that there cannot be a theoretical solution to the problem of other minds. In other words, we cannot prove the existence of other minds, or know of it on the basis of sufficient evidence. Fichte himself drew just this conclusion when he indicated that the solution to the problem had to be based on practical principles. 304. Although he does not explain what these principles are, nor indeed how they are practical rather than theoretical, his general philosophical position demands that we interpret them along Kantian lines. In that case, these principles should have a regulative rather than constitutive validity, that is, although they cannot provide us with knowledge that other minds exist, they lay down moral imperatives that we ought to act as if they exist. It is also of significance that Fichte attempts to develop a criterion for the knowledge of other minds. The essential distinguishing feature of subjectivity, Fichte holds, is rationality. So if some other mind exists, it will have to be a rational being like myself. The question is then how to determine whether another being is rational. It is not sufficient to show that such a being acts according to concepts or purposes, he argues, because some forms of purposive activity are not necessarily rational. Some organisms act according to purposes, though they are not necessarily rational beings. 304 to 305. The distinguishing feature of rationality is not only action according to ends, Fichte claims, but action according to ends determined by freedom. Such free actions will not be explicable according to natural laws alone. The problem has now been pushed back another step. To determine whether another mind exists, we need to demonstrate that its action occurs according to freedom rather than mere necessity. 305. But how can we know this? This is a difficult question, Fichte admits, because I cannot have the immediate awareness of freedom outside myself, nor indeed even inside myself, as the final basis for the explanation of consciousness. Freedom does not appear within consciousness itself. However, I can be aware of my freedom in a negative sense, Fichte thinks, when I am not aware of any other cause for my acting than my will. Now if I know that the law governing my free actions is the only way to explain the actions of some other being like myself in the sensible world, then I will also have reason to believe that this being is free, and so a rational agent like myself. 305. Unfortunately, Fichte does not further explain here what these laws are, and indeed how we show that they would apply to someone else as the unique way of explaining their actions. We shall soon see that these laws are nothing other than the principles of natural right. In the Vorlesungen, Fichte also states the central conception of human nature that underlies his later argument for intersubjectivity. He is perfectly explicit that man is a social being who exists only among others, and that he contradicts his nature if he lives apart from them. The human being is determined to live in society, he ought to live in society. He is not a complete human being and contradicts himself if he lives in isolation. 306. We only realize our nature as rational beings, Fichte argues, when we live in reciprocal interaction with others according to freedom, granting others the same rights as we would have them bestow on us. This was not a Hobbesian conception of humanity, nor even a Kantian one. Rather, Fichte drew his inspiration from Rousseau, whom he also did not hesitate to correct. Rousseau said that some who regard themselves as masters are really slaves themselves, but he should have really gone further and said that all who want to dominate others are really slaves. 309. Only he is free, Fichte stated categorically, who wants to make everyone free around him. It was this Rousseauian intuition, appropriately generalized, that Fichte would now apply to the problem of other minds. Its ultimate implications were clear, that I could be a free and rational being only if I was willing to recognize a similar stature on the part of others. 3. The argument for intersubjectivity. Fichte's systematic and mature position on the problem of other minds is developed in the first main section of his later 1796 work Grundlage der Natur Rex. 9. For its clarity of exposition, rigor of argument, and boldness of conception, this text remains one of Fichte's best. Though it has been little studied outside the context of political philosophy, it is indeed one of the central works of German idealism. Nowhere else in the modern tradition is the problem of other minds made so central, and nowhere else is the case for an intersubjective normative order made so well. The text is of considerable historical significance because it marks a clear break with the privacy of the subjectivist tradition. On point after point, Fichte's argument anticipates Hegel's later position in the famous Herrschaft und Nichtchaft section of the Phenomenologie des Geistes. In the introduction to his work, Fichte returns to the original context of his discussion of the problem of other minds, the need to provide a foundation for natural right. To give a deduction of the concept of natural right, he argues, we must show it to be a necessary condition of self-consciousness. More specifically, we must demonstrate that it is a necessary condition of a rational being's self-consciousness as an individual, as one among other rational beings. In other words, we must show that its self-awareness as an individual depends on it recognizing the equal and independent reality of others outside itself. 8. We know ourselves as rational individuals, and we ascribe an equal and independent reality to other rational individuals, Fichte further explains, only by virtue of the principles of natural right. These principles demand that I treat others as free agents like myself. If they respect my freedom by not interfering with my actions, then I have an obligation to respect their freedom by not interfering with their actions. But to recognize the freedom of another being is to accept its status as another rational being, as another mind equal to and independent of my own. Fichte is eager not only to explain the conditions for knowledge of other minds, but also to demonstrate that these conditions hold. In other words, he intends to show that we are indeed justified in applying the principles of natural right to other beings. Accordingly, he then develops a detailed argument in sections 1 to 3 of the first section of the Reichslehre to show that a finite rational being knows itself as a free agent only if it ascribes a similar rationality to other free agents outside itself. The argument culminates in proposition 3, the finite rational being cannot ascribe to itself a power of free action in the sensible world unless it also ascribes it to others, and consequently assumes the existence of other finite rational beings outside itself. Fichte intends his argument to be first and foremost a refutation of egoism, the doctrine that I am the only mind in existence. But he also casts it in an even stronger role by making it his refutation of empirical idealism, the view that everything exists only in my own mind. The argument has indeed such implications. If I have to ascribe equal and independent reality to the minds of others, then I can no longer assume that everything exists only in my own mind. Fichte generalizes his argument when he states that it proves the reality of the world is the condition of self-consciousness because we cannot posit ourselves without positing something outside ourselves to which we ascribe the same reality as ourselves. 3:40. That which we posit outside ourselves turns out to be, in the course of his argument, some other rational agent. 33 to 36.10. If we abstract from Fichte's technical jargon and the details of his dialectic, then the essence of his argument in sections 1 to 3 consists in these premises. 1. For a rational being to posit itself as a rational being, it must ascribe free activity to itself. 1. It is essential to the nature of a rational being, Fichte says, that it consists in self-reflective and self-determining activity. 17. His rationale for this premise, though not fully stated here, is his argument in the Vorlesungen that freedom is the distinctive characteristic of a rational being, see 2.4.2. 2. To posit my free activity, I must oppose it to my activity in the perception of the external world. 1, 2, 3. Fichte reasons that to be conscious of my free activity, I must abstract from my activity in the perception of an external world, for in the perception of that world my activity is bound and constrained. This is because the content of my perception, what I perceive, does not depend on my will and imagination. He then concludes that there must be a sharp distinction between subject and object, self and world. Because my free activity is constrained and limited by the perception of objects outside me, I oppose it to these objects. The objects are objects simply insofar as they should not exist according to the free activity of the ego, and insofar as it must be constrained and limited insofar as they should exist. 19. 3. What limits and opposes my activity must be the source of a demand, Aufforderung, that I act freely. This is the most surprising, and also the pivotal step in the argument. The object outside me and opposed to me turns out to be not any kind of object but one very specific kind. It is something that makes a demand or request on me that I act in a certain way. Of course, we cannot say at this stage of the argument that what makes such a demand or request is a rational or even living being. That is what is to be proved. But we do know that it is something that communicates with me in such a way as to make a demand on me. It is still left open whether this is a robot or not. Why, though, must the object outside me make a demand on me? Fichte's brief explanation for this point is that what opposes or restricts my activity must have an effect or influence on it, and that this influence must be limited to a demand on me, because this alone leaves me free to act or not act. It is up to me, a free decision of my will, whether I act on the demand. If, however, the influence of the object were a form of physical causality, then it would compel me to act in one way rather than another, and so destroy the very freedom I am to know. 34-35. Fichte also arrives at this conclusion, however, by a more intricate and formal argument, which considers an apparent contradiction in the conditions for self-consciousness of our freedom. 11. He argues that if I am to be self-conscious of my freedom, then my freedom must be an object for me, since all consciousness requires an object, but it is absurd for my freedom to be an object for me, something I find outside myself and simply given to me, for my freedom is something that I create. Furthermore, if my freedom became an object for me, then it would be something conditioned and limited, like all objects, which destroys the nature of its spontaneous activity. 32-33. On either count, it would seem impossible for me to be self-conscious of my freedom. This contradiction arises, Fichte contends, if we assume that the object would be something definite and limited in my sense experience. But it disappears as soon as we assume that the object is not some determinate thing in my experience but a representation of my own free activity. This representation of my free activity must come to me in the form of a prescription rather than a description, an imperative instead of a concept, because to describe or conceive freedom is to destroy it, making it a definite and limited object in my experience. 32-33. This imperative can be nothing other than the demand that I engage in free activity. It is only later in his argument, after coming to his central conclusion, that Fichte identifies more concretely what the demand involves. It becomes clear that this demand is the claim someone has against me to respect their rights as they have respected mine. 43. But it is also more generally any attempt to control and direct the actions of others. The demand to free activity is that which one calls education. 39. For what makes the demand on me must have a concept of me as something rational and free, otherwise, its demand that I act freely would be pointless. 36. This step is troublesome. The demand that I do or refrain from certain actions would not be pointless if I were a robot that could be conditioned by the appropriate training. The step is unproblematic only if we read the demand more narrowly as a demand for free activity, which already involves the idea of a self-conscious rational agent. 5. What assumes that the object of its activity is rational and free must be rational and free itself. 36. Fichte argues that this is indeed the criterion to determine rational agency. We know that an action has a rational agent for its cause if we know that its reason or purpose is to bring about some knowledge on the object of the action. 38. What attempts to bring about knowledge in others in this case, the knowledge that I am free must also be an intelligent agent itself. From these premises, Fichte comes to his main conclusion, that to posit myself as a free and rational being I must posit the existence of another free and rational being. I must ascribe to someone else the same free activity that I ascribe to myself. 39. For the normative structure of intersubjectivity. Although his formal argument suffers from serious weaknesses, Fichte's later account of the intuition and general idea underlying it is more plausible and interesting. In sections 4 to 7, Fichte gives some account of this intuition and idea when he explains the specific conditions under which we assume the existence of other rational beings outside ourselves. He makes it clear that we do so because we are part of a general normative order established by natural right. This requires that I ascribe the same rights to others as I would have them ascribed to me. Alternatively, it demands that I freely decide to limit my external freedom in a manner consistent with the external freedom of others. Now it is because of this system of mutual rights and duties, Fichte explains, that we assume the existence of other minds outside ourselves. According to this system, the being outside me has limited its own freedom in respecting my rights, and it has made a similar claim against me to limit my freedom with regard to it. I assume that there is another rational being outside me, then, because it has the power to limit its actions by respecting my rights to free action, and because it makes a similar claim against me to respect its rights. I suppose that others have the same inner freedom, the power to make decisions to respect my outer freedom as I have to respect theirs. Fichte goes on to explain that even our concept of ourselves, our sense of self-identity, depends on the normative order of which we are part. We define ourselves in terms of the rights and duties we have with respect to others, and that others have with respect to us. Each individual has a certain sphere of action where he has a right to act without the interference of others. He determines the sphere by opposing it to a similar sphere of others. He then forms a concept of himself as a determinate individual through his possible actions within this sphere. As Fichte explains, that which exclusively chooses within this sphere is his self. It is the individual, that determinate rational being formed through opposition to other rational beings, and his self is characterized through a determinate expression of freedom that exclusively belongs to him. 42.12. For all its interest and plausibility, Fichte's argument remains problematic. It is not clear that it escapes an obvious vicious circle. I must assume the existence of other minds only because of the principles of natural right, but I am justified to apply the principle of natural right only because I must assume the existence of other minds. Although Fichte is aware of this circle, he is still caught in it. He attempts to prove the existence of other minds before applying the principles of right, but his proof makes use of some of the fundamental concepts of these principles, which are already implicit in the concept of a demand. He assumes that the other has a right to make this demand against me, and that I should recognize such a right. Only its having such a right gives it the status of rationality and prevents it from being a robot. But, of course, that the other has such a right already presupposes that the principles of right apply. This means that Fichte's argument has not met the challenge of the skeptic after all. The skeptic would happily admit that if I assume the concept of natural right, then I am indeed obliged to assume the existence of other beings outside myself, but he would then point out that I am not under any obligation to make such an assumption in the first place, because I still do not know whether the concept of natural right applies. I know that it should apply, he will argue, only if I also know that the beings within my experience are rational agents like myself. If they are only robots, then I have no reason to treat them according to the principles of natural right. The argument also suffers from serious ambiguity. Sometimes Fichte seems to aim for the strong conclusion that I really know that there is someone outside me who is a rational being like myself, but at other times he appears content with the weaker conclusion that I ought to assume that there is such a being. Fichte's insistence on the limits of theoretical reason limits him to the weaker conclusion, but his need to show that the principles of natural right apply to experience compels him to argue for the stronger one. Fichte could establish his stronger conclusion only if he could somehow satisfy his criterion for rational action. But his criterion is too strict, setting impossible standards of proof. It states that a rational action is that which is explicable only under the assumption that the agent intends to bring forth some kind of knowledge. 38. Apart from the question whether this is a sufficient test for rationality, it could be argued that even a robot could have such intentions. It is very difficult to establish with certainty that there is such an intention on the part of the agent, or that his action is explicable only by such an assumption. According to Fichte's own arguments, we cannot demonstrate the existence of such intentions from experience, and if all the empirical data are explicable according to the assumption that the action was produced by a robot, then we seem to have no reason at all to postulate an intention. For all its problems, Fichte's attempt to solve the problem of other minds remains of interest and importance. Though the technical argument proves weak, it is also suggestive. That the intersubjective order is a normative one, that the radical privacy of the subjectivist tradition is incompatible with the self-consciousness of moral agency, that I become self-conscious only through having a sphere of rights and duties for my freedom, these were ideas at least worth later exploration. It was no wonder that Hegel soon followed in Fichte's footsteps. Part 3. Absolute Idealism. Chapter 1. Absolute Idealism, General Introduction. 1. The Dramatis Personae. From 1795 to 1801, a completely new form of idealism evolved in Germany, one unlike the critical idealism of Kant and Fichte, and even more unlike the skeptical idealism of Descartes and Hume or the dogmatic idealism of Leibniz and Berkeley. This idealism was deeply influenced by Kant and Fichte, but it also grew up in reaction against them. We do best to call this new form of idealism by the name occasionally used by some of its protagonists, absolute idealism. 1. There were other cognate terms, such as objective idealism, syncreticism, transcendental idealism, or, more often and simply, idealism. Since, however, the term absolute idealism is more customary, I will use it here. There were three main groups of thinkers who advocated absolute idealism. One group consisted in leading figures from the Romantic circle in Jena and Berlin: Friedrich Schlegel, 1772–1829, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, 1775–1854, and Friedrich von Hardenberg, 1772–1801, who is best known by his pen name Novalis. 2. Another was the so-called Bundergeister in Frankfurt and Hamburg, a circle of friends comprising Friedrich Hölderlin, 1774–1843, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, Isaac von Sinclair, 1775–1815, and Jacob Zwilling, 1776–1809. 3. Yet a third group was the Bunderfreien Männer in Jena, a fraternity modeled on Fichtean principles, whose members included August Ludwig Hulsen, 1765–1810, Johann Erich von Berger, 1772–1833, Johann Schmidt, 1773–1857, Johann George Rist, 1775–1847, Johann Casimir Bollendorf, 1776–1825, and Johann Friedrich Herbart, 1776–1841. 4. All these groups could be regarded as offshoots of early Romanticism or Frühromantik. 5. And for this reason I will sometimes refer to the absolute idealists as Romantics, though this is to use the term Romantic in a broad sense. These circles sometimes overlapped with one another. Schelling was a close friend of Hölderlin and Hegel, who were his classmates at the Tübinger Stift. Sinclair cavorted with the Freie Männer, though they did not admit him into their ranks. Bollendorf and Hölderlin were friends, and Hulsen was an associate of the Romantic circle in Berlin. But these circles do not coincide, not only because their meetings, membership, and location differ, but also because their interests, ideals, and beliefs sometimes do. What all these groups have in common, however, is a shared intellectual heritage and Weltanschauung. Their origins can be traced back to the University of Jena around the time of Fichte's tenure there, 1794–1799. 6. All of them reacted against Fichte's idealism for very similar reasons, and all of them shared a sympathy for Spinozism. Their Weltanschauung was a synthesis of Spinozism, Platonism, and Vitalism. With some justice, Schelling and Hegel are the best known among the absolute idealists. They gave absolute idealism its most elaborate and systematic formulation, and they edited a common journal to defend it, the Kritisches Journal der Philosophie. It is important to recognize, however, that they were not the progenitors but only the propagators of the doctrine. The essential ideas behind absolute idealism had already been formulated years earlier by Hölderlin, Novalis, Schlegel, Zwilling, and Hulson. While Hegel has gone down in history as the grand representative of absolute idealism, his main achievement was to systematize ideas already formulated by his contemporaries. To be sure, Hegel broke with the Romantic movement around 1804, but that break has little to do with the content of absolute idealism and much to do with how to justify or defend it. It is extremely difficult to determine who, if anyone in particular, was the founder of absolute idealism. This title has often been claimed for Hölderlin. 7 It is possible to determine with reasonable accuracy that he developed the foundations of his position in the early spring of 1795.8, but there is also evidence that his criticisms of Fichte's philosophy were a commonplace in Jena, and that Hulson developed the rudiments of his views by 1794.9. In any case, Zwilling, Novalis, and Schlegel formulated their positions very shortly after Hölderlin, and independently of him. It is necessary to stress that the essential ideas of absolute idealism were in the air in Jena after 1794. They were the subject of discussion among a whole generation of students, many of whose views are now lost to us. The general atmosphere was such that many could have developed similar views around the same time. Under these circumstances, then, it becomes difficult, indeed impossible, to sustain any claim to originality. 10. 2. The meaning of absolute idealism. What did these thinkers mean by absolute idealism or its cognates? We will address this question in detail in the following chapters, but it is important now to have at least some schematic idea, so that we know what is to be explained, and so that we can see the forest as well as the trees. Since there is no generally accepted meaning to the term, which is often associated with the most different, even opposing, doctrines, it is all the more imperative to provide some preliminary account of its meaning. Unfortunately, none of the advocates of absolute idealism gave a precise definition or explicit explanation of the term, or indeed any of its cognates. This reflects partly their mistrust of definitions, partly their view that the meaning of a term rests on its precise place in a system, and partly their reliance on an historical context of meaning that is now lost to us. In the absence of a formal and final definition, the historian has no recourse but to reconstruct the meaning of the doctrine from various sources. To recover the meaning of absolute idealism, it is necessary to begin with its qualifying adjective, the term absolute. True to name, absolute idealism was first and foremost a doctrine about the absolute, or, to use some synonyms, the unconditioned, the infinite, or the in itself. Like the term absolute idealism, however, absolute is rarely explicitly defined or explained. One of the very few definitions appears in a later work of Schelling, his 1804 System der gesamten Philosophie. 11. There Schelling says that the absolute is, according to its general idea, something which is from itself and through itself, von sich selbst und durch sich selbst. 12. In the same vein Schelling and Hegel sometimes refer to the absolute as the in itself, das in sich. These short phrases offer the best key to the meaning of the term. For they are obvious allusions to Spinoza's definition of substance in the Ethica. By substance, I mean that which is in itself, and is conceived through itself, in other words, that of which a conception can be formed independently of any other conception. 13. Spinoza understood substance to be that which has an independent or self-sufficient existence and essence, or that whose being and nature does not depend on anything else. It was on the basis of this definition that he argued that substance must be infinite, equivalent to the universe as a whole, because anything less than the whole of all things must depend on something else outside itself. While the absolute idealists often disagreed with Spinoza's specific conception of the absolute, they understood the concept of the absolute in the same general sense as Spinoza. Their absolute was like Spinoza's substance because it was that which has a self-sufficient essence or existence. For the same reasons as Spinoza, they insisted that the absolute has to be nothing less than the universe as a whole. It is this Spinozist context, then, that defines the general meaning of the term absolute among the Romantics. Though it has religious and mystical associations, the term usually meant nothing more than the universe as a whole. Hence its cognates were sometimes the universe, das Universum, the one and all, hen kai pan, or, more simply, being, seen. Of course, the Romantics had a much more specific conception of the absolute than simply the universe simpliciter. Their conception could be summarized in three theses. The first thesis is straightforward monism, that the universe consists in not a plurality of substances but a single substance. In other words, the only independent and self-sufficient thing is the universe itself. The second thesis is a version of vitalism, that the single universal substance is an organism, which is in a constant process of growth and development. 14 The third thesis is a form of rationalism, that this process of development has a purpose, or conforms to some form, archetype, or idea. Putting these theses together, absolute idealism is the doctrine that everything is a part of the single universal organism, or that everything conforms to, or is an appearance of, its purpose, design, or idea. Clearly, these are distinct theses. It is possible to be a monist and not a vitalist. One might hold, with Spinoza, that the universe is static and eternal. Conversely, it is also possible to be a vitalist and not a monist. One might maintain, with Leibniz, that there are a plurality of substances that consist in living force. It is even possible to be a vitalist and monist but not a rationalist. One might claim, with Schopenhauer, that the universe consists in a single irrational will struggling for power. What is distinctive of absolute idealism is its synthesis of monism, vitalism, and rationalism. It is a monistic vitalism or a vitalistic monism, or it is a monistic rationalism or a rationalistic monism. According to this interpretation, one distinctive trait of absolute idealism, what makes it a species of idealism in general, is its monism, its thesis that there is one and only one being that has an independent existence and essence. It is important to add that this monism opposes not only pluralism, the doctrine that there are many beings having an independent existence and essence, but also, more specifically, dualism, the doctrine that there are two kinds of substance, the mental and the physical, the ideal and the real. It is this latter point that Schelling, Novalis, Hegel, and Schlegel emphasize as central to their idealism. They explain that absolute idealism consists in the doctrine that the opposition between the real and the ideal, the mental and the physical, disappears in the absolute, which is a single reality. 15. What, though, makes absolute idealism idealism? What is the genus of which monism and vitalism are only the species? The idealist dimension of absolute idealism comes from its rationalism. It should be obvious that this makes it idealism in a very different sense from the critical idealism of Kant and Fichte, or even the empirical idealism of Descartes and Berkeley. The ideal does not refer to the mental, subjective, or conscious, but to the rational, archetypical, or intelligible. To claim that everything is ideal in this sense does not mean that it is an appearance existing for some consciousness, but that it is a manifestation or embodiment of the rational, archetypical, or intelligible. In this latter sense, the ideal can have manifestations in either the subjective or objective, in mind or matter, and it would be a mistake to limit it to either the mental or the physical. In absolute idealism, a distinction is finally made between two senses of the ideal that had been constantly confused before Kant and by Kant, the distinction between the noumenal and archetypical on the one hand and the mental and spiritual on the other hand. It is important to note two completely distinct reasons why some absolute idealists, especially Schelling and Hegel, call their doctrine idealism. First, insofar as it holds that everything is a part of the absolute, which is identified with the idea or reason, absolute idealism maintains that everything is a manifestation or appearance of the idea or reason. Idealism in this sense is the doctrine that everything is ideal because it is a part, aspect, or appearance of the absolute idea. Hence Schelling sometimes identifies absolute idealism with the doctrine of ideas, Ideenlehre, and Hegel with the thesis that finite things do not exist in themselves but only in the universal divine idea. 16 Second, it is sometimes held that all oppositions between finite things, and especially that between the ideal and the real or the subjective and objective, have not a real but only an ideal existence. To say that they have only an ideal existence in this sense does not mean that they are an appearance of the absolute idea, but that their appearance of an independent reality outside the absolute exists only for reflection, or only for the intellect as an artificial and arbitrary abstraction. 17 This sense of ideal is virtually opposed to the first because it attributes ideal status to that which is outside the absolute, whereas the first sense attributes ideal status to that which is inside it. 18. Regarding the various uses of the term idealism in this period, two caveats are necessary. First, sometimes the term is used to refer to one aspect or form of the absolute, whereas at other times it refers to the entire or whole standpoint of the absolute, of which this idealism is only a part. Second, sometimes Schlegel, Schelling, and Novalis use the term critical idealism to describe their own doctrine of absolute idealism. This does not imply, however, any endorsement of the critical idealism of Kant and Fichte, though it does express their common goal with that idealism of providing a synthesis of idealism and realism. Another word of caution should be added. While all the absolute idealists follow, more or less, the general theses ascribed to them here, this should not be taken to imply that they always agreed with one another, as if they formed a solid phalanx against their opponents. These general theses provide only the genera, not the differentia specifica. Each of these thinkers developed their own specific form of absolute idealism, so that, not surprisingly, there were sometimes quarrels between them. Schelling and Schlegel, Hölderlin and Schelling, Schelling and Hegel, Schlegel and Hegel all differed with one another about one point or another. Still, while these differences are not to be overlooked, they should not obscure the fundamental points of agreement. This very general account of the meaning of absolute idealism should be relatively uncontroversial. Many would agree that absolute idealism is a form of monism, rationalism, and vitalism. However, even if the definition is uncontroversial, its application is not. It is controversial to claim that such a definition applies to the early Romantics, more specifically to Hölderlin, Novalis, and Schlegel. It might well be admitted that it fits easily enough the doctrine developed by Schelling and Hegel around 1801, but it will be protested that we should not read all early Romantic philosophy in such terms. One reason for distinguishing between absolute idealism and early Romanticism, it has been argued, is precisely that the early metaphysical doctrines of Novalis, Hölderlin, and Schlegel are not a form of rationalism. 19 Their epistemology has been characterized as a form of radical skepticism, and their metaphysics has been identified with the view that the absolute is pure being, a ground of consciousness transcending all consciousness. 20. But such an interpretation of early Romantic metaphysics is much too narrow, and it derives from focusing all one's attention on a few early manuscripts to the extent of their philosophy as a whole. 21 Most significantly, it completely underrates the Platonic heritage of Hölderlin, Novalis, and Schlegel, which becomes more explicit in their later years, though it was always present from the very beginning. This Platonic heritage means that in one form or another the absolute is identified with the logos or telos, the archetype, idea, or form that governs all things. The absolute is not transcendent being, which is somehow presupposed by reflection and consciousness, and so can never be its object. To be sure, Hölderlin, Novalis, and Schlegel were critical of the powers of a discursive reason, but, true to the Platonic tradition, they clung all the more firmly to the powers of an intuitive reason. Hence they all developed in one form or another a doctrine of intellectual intuition, which they identified with aesthetic feeling or perception. 22 Their mysticism or faith in an immediate form of knowledge should be placed within the Platonic tradition, which had always claimed that an insight into the forms transcends discursive elaboration. 23 It should not be seen in terms of the religious mysticism characteristic of the Protestant tradition. In the following chapters we will have occasion to consider the Platonic legacy of Hölderlin, Novalis, and Schlegel in more detail, which should leave no doubt about its importance for their metaphysical views. 3. Absolute versus critical idealism. It should be obvious by now that absolute idealism is in fundamental respects antithetical to the critical idealism of Kant and Fichte. There are two major differences between these species of idealism. The first is that absolute idealism involves a much greater degree of naturalism than critical idealism. It is not simply a form of empirical naturalism, which explains everything in the phenomenal world according to natural laws, but which leaves the noumenal realm untouched. Rather, it maintains that we can explain not only empirical consciousness, but transcendental self-consciousness according to its place within nature. 24 Even the Kantian I think and the Fichtean I am will now be understood as expressions of the absolute. Hence there is no self-sufficient noumenal realm that somehow transcends the phenomenal world of nature. Reason in its subjective form is simply the highest degree of organization and development of all the powers of nature, the manifestation of absolute reason. The second major difference is that absolute idealism involves a much greater degree of realism than critical idealism. Its stronger realism derives from the very idea of the absolute, which is nothing less than the whole of nature. The single universal substance cannot be reduced down to the realm of subjectivity, not when all individual subjects are simply its modes, parts, or aspects. This is not merely because the whole is greater than all its parts, but also because all finite subjects amount to only some among the infinitude of its parts. Its parts include not only individual minds, but also material things, and indeed everything from the great chain of being, whether animal, vegetable, or mineral. Clearly, this is not merely the empirical realism of Kant and Fichte, which defines the independent existence of an object in terms of its conformity to universal and necessary forms of consciousness. However, it is important to see that it is also not transcendental realism in the Kantian sense. Absolute idealism does not hold that the absolute exists fully and entirely apart from and prior to all subjectivity, as if consciousness were simply irrelevant to its essence and existence. 25 For the absolute idealists insist that subjectivity is a necessary manifestation of the absolute, and indeed its highest manifestation, apart from which it cannot fully exist or completely realize its nature. Of course, it could exist in some inchoate, indeterminate, and undeveloped form apart from its subjective embodiment, but it exists in its organized, determinate, and developed form only in and through them. To understand the relation of the absolute to subjectivity, it is important to keep in mind that the Romantics regard the absolute first and foremost as an organic whole. Like any organism, the whole determines the identity of each of its parts, and each part also determines the identity of the whole. This means not only that each subject becomes determinate only from its place within the whole, but also that the identity of the whole becomes determinate only in and through each subject. Hence the absolute will realize its nature, it will become completely organized, determinate, and developed only in and through finite consciousness. This holds for all parts of the absolute, of course, but it holds especially for finite minds, which occupy a privileged place within the hierarchy of nature. They are the highest degree of organization and development of all the living powers of nature, so that the absolute will come to its final realization and manifestation only through them. It was because of this organic conception of the absolute that Novalis, Schelling, and Hegel rejected the whole dilemma that placed the absolute either inside or outside consciousness. 26 They argued that since the absolute is an organic whole, it is both inside and outside consciousness, inside it, because the identity of the whole depends on each of its parts, and outside it, because the very identity of the part depends on the whole, which is not reducible to one of its parts alone. The usual way of viewing nature as something outside consciousness is simply a legacy of Cartesian dualism, which saw nature as a residential extensa outside the res cogitans. Once we accept the organic paradigm of nature, however, this entire dualism proves to be illegitimate. 27. Prima facie it might seem that the differences between critical and absolute idealism cannot be so great because the absolute is simply the Kantian, Fichtean transcendental ego stripped of its individual and empirical limitations. According to this interpretation, the absolute is simply the transcendental ego insofar as it is universal, not individuated one per person, and insofar as it is pure or infinite, unlimited by objects in the empirical world. Hence this interpretation sees the absolute of absolute idealism as essentially subjective, as one supersubject or gigantic ego. 28. That this still popular interpretation of absolute idealism cannot be sustained becomes evident as soon as we take into account the early Romantic critique of Fichte. The young Romantics argued against Fichte that it is impossible for the absolute to be anything subjective at all, even a cosmic or infinite ego, because something is subjective or objective only within the context of experience where one thing is opposed to another. The absolute, however, is not within experience because it is that which makes all experience possible. Insofar as we talk about an ego or subject at all, whether it is empirical or transcendental, we are still within the realm of experience, and so have not ascended to the first ground of being, which is neither subjective nor objective, neither ideal nor real. The discrepancy between the Romantics' absolute idealism and this radicalized version of Kant's and Fichte's subjective idealism becomes all the more apparent when we consider the early Romantic stance on the role of self-consciousness in philosophy. The young Romantics broke with Kant and Fichte, and indeed the whole subjectivist tradition, because they no longer regarded self-consciousness as the self-evident starting point of philosophy. The Kantian I think and the Fichtean I am were to be first principles because they made the I the condition of all thinking, which had no higher thought as its condition. Holderlin and Novalis, and then Sinclair and Schelling after them, dispute just this point, however, for they contend that the very possibility of self-consciousness requires a higher ground that transcends it. 29 Their arguments proceed by way of an immanent critique of Fichte. Like Fichte, they point out that self-consciousness requires the pure identity of subject and object, but they then argue that this identity cannot, on pain of circularity, be given within self-consciousness itself. Furthermore, they maintain, again on impeccable Fichtean grounds, that all consciousness, even self-consciousness, requires some distinction between the subject and object, but if this is so, then object identity will transcend the sphere of consciousness entirely. Because object identity transcends self-consciousness, it cannot be regarded as something subjective, hence the Romantics identify it with being, substance, or the absolute. This was in effect to reverse the entire subjectivist tradition. The starting point of philosophy, its highest first principle, is no longer the subject but the universe itself. The Romantics follow their mentor Spinoza, who held that philosophy must follow the order of the universe itself, beginning from that idea that represents the origin and source of the whole of nature. 30. The Romantic break with the Kantian, Fichtean starting point becomes even clearer when we consider their conception of the self's place within nature. Because the identity of the self depends on its place within nature, it ceases to be self-sufficient and perfectly transparent to itself. The identity of the self depends on the whole of nature, which it can know but imperfectly. Deep within myself there lie the mysterious energies and powers of nature itself, which I cannot entirely know or control. Hence the self cannot know itself by abstracting from everything outside itself and then by reflecting on itself, as Fichte advises, because it then separates itself from the very whole on which its identity depends. Of course, this does not imply that the self cannot know many things about itself with certainty, for example, that it is suffering pain right now, but it does imply, pace Kant and Fichte, that the self cannot be the spontaneous or original ground of all its own activity. The Romantic conception of the self's place within nature deprived the Kantian, Fichtean subject of its alleged autonomy, spontaneity, and self-sufficiency. It was no longer the I that was the source of all its thinking but the universe itself that thought through the I. The thinking and acting of the subject now becomes unbeknownst to the subject itself the medium and instrument of the absolute itself. The subject's consciousness is not therefore simply its consciousness but also the absolute's consciousness through it. Perfectly explicitly, Schelling drew just this conclusion, that I say, I know or I am the knowing is already the proton pseudos. I know nothing, or my knowledge, insofar as it is really mine, is no true knowledge. It is not that I know but that the universe knows through me. 140. The distance of absolute idealism from a radicalized form of subjective idealism is most obvious when the Romantics state that their fundamental goal is to provide a synthesis of Fichte and Spinoza. 31 This ideal is explicitly expressed by Hölderlin, Novalis, and Schlegel, and it is later endorsed by Schelling and Hegel. All admit that Fichte's idealism is an important part of the truth, yet it is only a part. They insist that the other side of the truth appears in Spinoza, who was of course Fichte's great antipode. The challenge was how to square the circle, how to unite Fichte's idealism with Spinoza's naturalism and realism. That synthesis would usually take the form of seeing the Kantian, Fichtean subject as the culminating point, the purpose of all of nature, yet its starting point, and its ontological foundation, was nothing less than nature itself. For the break with critical idealism. Why, more precisely, did the young Romantics break with Kant's and Fichte's critical idealism? Here again the specter of nihilism played its fateful role. The very problem that pushed Kant beyond the empirical idealism of Berkeley and Leibniz and that forced Fichte beyond the critical idealism of Kant moved the Romantics beyond the ethical idealism of Fichte. They reacted against Fichte's idealism chiefly because, contrary to its express purpose, it had not explained the reality of the external world. Rather than giving independent reality to nature, Fichte had made it either a product of our activity or an unknowable thing in itself. This reaction to Fichte's subjectivism appears in several forms in the writings of the young Romantics. Its most obvious and visible form emerges in Schelling's and Hegel's criticisms of Fichte's circle of consciousness. For the young Schelling and Hegel, nothing better revealed the limitations of Fichte's idealism than the circle that ends the 1794 Wissenschaftslehre. 32 There, it will be recalled, Fichte had condemned the ego to an infinite striving against a forever resistant non-ego, see 2.6.4. To the degree that the ego had dominated the non-ego, it had made the non-ego a mere noumenon, but to the degree that the non-ego resisted its activity, the non-ego remained an unknowable thing in itself. There was no middle path, however, where the ego could know a nature independent of itself. Another form of the reaction against Fichtean subjectivism emerges in Hölderlin's, Schelling's, and Hegel's criticism of Fichte's interpretation of the principle of subject-object identity. They attack Fichte's interpretation not least because they think that it has solipsistic consequences. Fichte confines this principle to the realm of subjectivity because he construes subject-object identity in terms of the ego's self-consciousness or intellectual intuition. But if subject-object identity is also the first principle or paradigm of all knowledge, as Fichte also insists, it then follows that the subject knows nothing but itself. All its knowledge will be of nothing more than its own activity and its products. The principle of subject-object identity will then be useless in explaining how we have knowledge of an external object in ordinary experience. Rather than explaining such knowledge, the principle of subject-object identity contradicts the opposition between subject and object in everyday consciousness. The only escape from this solipsistic impasse, Schelling and Hegel argue, is to objectify the principle of subject-object identity, so that it refers to the single universal substance that appears equally within the subject and object of ordinary experience. Yet another form of the reaction against Fichte's subjectivism appears in Hölderlin's and Hegel's complaint that Fichte has reduced the realm of nature down to a mere instrument and medium of moral action. 33 Rather than treating nature as an end in itself, as something worthy of religious and aesthetic contemplation, Fichte subordinates it to the striving of the ego, so that all its value derives from the ends imposed on it. Nature is to be dominated, manipulated, and controlled in the interest of morality, whose purposes are alien to nature itself. My world is the object and sphere of my moral duties and absolutely nothing else. 261. For the Romantics, that statement from Fichte's Bestimmung des Menschen epitomizes the crude utilitarian view of nature. Their aesthetic and religious view of nature is its direct antithesis. The Romantics insist that nature is not a mere means to our moral ends, rather, it should be appreciated as an end in itself, an object of aesthetic contemplation. Since the identity of the self depends on its place within the universe, nature is not the enemy of the self but its complement. Prima facie, such opposing attitudes toward nature do not seem to have any connection with the ontological question of its independent reality. After all, nature might exist independent of me even though I want to conquer it. Yet there was a deeper metaphysical view underlying this critique of Fichte. The Romantics' insistence that we should treat nature as an end in itself derived from their claim that purposiveness, rationality, and value are intrinsic to nature itself and not simply the product of what our activity imposes on it. The Romantics' disapproval of Fichte's attitude toward nature also reveals their underlying disagreement with his fundamental principle for the deduction of the reality of the external world, the primacy of practical reason. They believed that this principle is entirely inadequate to support the belief in the reality of the external world. They rejected this principle not only because of its moral consequences, the subjugation and destruction of nature, but also because of its underlying logic. The essence of Fichte's deduction, it will be recalled, see 2.6.3, 2.6.4, is that the external world must exist because all moral activity requires some obstacle to stimulate and restrain it. But this is to reason from our moral needs to the existence of the conditions for their fulfillment. For the Romantics, such an inference is patently invalid. Just because something ought to be the case does not mean that it is the case. Just because we have a legitimate demand does not mean that we can fulfill it. As the young Schelling put the point, a need, however pressing it may be, cannot make the impossible possible. 34 The Romantics had indeed rejected all acts of faith, whether that was Jacobi's salto mortale, Kant's moral faith, or Fichte's belief in freedom, on the grounds that the mere need to believe in something, no matter how moral, cannot justify its truth. 35 To the young Romantics, such a doctrine is vulnerable to skepticism, and it violates the fundamental demand of reason itself, that we give sufficient evidence for all our beliefs. They believed it was necessary, then, to provide some theoretical justification for our belief in reality. Yet such a justification had to be careful not to lapse back into the old syllogisms and abstract reasoning of the Leibnizian, Wolffian school, whose arguments had been so mercilessly devastated by Kant. We shall soon see how they rose to this challenge. 3.1.6, 3.1.7. 5. Intellectual sources. To have a more concrete idea of absolute idealism, it is necessary to consider its main sources, the chief influences on it. There were three such sources: Spinozism, Platonism, and vital materialism. All these doctrines enjoyed a remarkable renaissance in late 18th century Germany, the gestation period of absolute idealism. What is characteristic of absolute idealism is its synthesis of all these strands of thought. Spinozism. One of the strongest influences on absolute idealism, an influence to be with that of Kant and Fichte, was the remarkable rise of Spinozism in the late 1780s. The revival of Spinoza began in 1786 with the publication of F. H. Jacobi's Brief über die Lehre von Spinoza, which grew out of Jacobi's dispute with Mendelssohn about Lessing's alleged Spinozism. To a stunned world, Jacobi revealed the content of his private conversations with Lessing in the summer of 1780. According to Jacobi, Lessing had told him that the orthodox concepts of the divinity were no longer of any value, and that he could believe in only the God of Spinoza. Inu chi alpha iota pi alpha nu. One and all, I know nothing else, Lessing said. 36 In making this revelation, Jacobi's motives were much more than biographical. He was making a very provocative philosophical point. Since he held that Spinozism is the only tenable system of philosophy, and that it is tantamount to atheism and fatalism, he was in effect warning his contemporaries of the dangerous consequences of all philosophy or enlightened rationalism. Lessing was the perfect figure to make this point, since he had a reputation for being the most daring and radical, the most honest and scrupulous, thinker of the Aufklärung. If Lessing were honest enough to admit his Spinozism, Jacobi insinuated, then every other Aufklärer should have the integrity to do the same. Jacobi then threw down a gauntlet to the German public. They had to choose between a rational atheism and fatalism, or take a leap of faith in freedom and a personal God. Jacobi's brief was a sensation. It shocked the orthodox, and it provoked the Aufklärer. But, worst of all, it backfired. It was avidly read by the young, who were inspired by it. Rather than heeding Jacobi's warnings about Lessing's secret religion, the new generation was drawn to it. Here was a tempting credo, all the more alluring just because it was forbidden and unorthodox. The young romantics lined up in solidarity with Lessing, whose En Kai Pan soon became their slogan. 37 Although they were not doctrinaire Spinozists themselves, they were very sympathetic to some of the main strands of Spinoza's thought. Why were the young so sympathetic to Spinoza? There were several reasons, all of them complex, which we can only roughly summarize here. First, Spinoza's vision of the universe was both religious and scientific, combining an account of the infinite with a complete naturalism. This seemed to provide a solution to that persistent and notorious conflict between science and religion, reason and faith, that Jacobi had so dramatized in his brief. There was no need to make Jacobi's salto mortale, his leap of faith in a personal God, to save oneself from Spinoza, for he was a man who saw God in all things. He was indeed ein Gott betrunkener Mensch, as Novalis called him. His creed was pantheism rather than atheism. To brand him an atheist was simply to confuse the natura naturans, the immanent and infinite creative force of nature, with the natura naturata, the sum total of all finite things. For a generation who held that the old orthodox concepts of the divine were nothing but mythology, but who also shuddered at a purely mechanical materialism, Spinoza seemed to provide the answers. Spinozism seemed to be nothing less than the religion of science, the science of religion. Second, Spinoza's critique of the Bible, his defense of democracy, and his separation of church and state seemed to provide the realization of such classical Protestant ideals as the priesthood of all believers and the liberty of the Christian. Spinoza seemed to liberate the Protestant spirit from its two self-imposed shackles, adherence to the letter of the Bible and allegiance to the state. This was the reason for Spinoza's appeal to those sympathetic to the Radical Reformation, thinkers such as Gottfried Arnold, 1666–1714, Johann Christian Edelman, 1698–1767, Johann Gottfried Herder, 1774–1801, and, of course, Lessing himself. But Spinoza continued to have the same attraction to the younger generation, who wanted to throw off the yoke of Protestant orthodoxy without abandoning its classical ideals. Third, Spinoza's monism seemed to provide a solution to the dualisms that had plagued philosophy since Descartes, and continued to do so after Kant, who, it seemed, had overcome Descartes' mental, physical dualism only to re-establish some dualisms all his own. The sharp distinctions between noumena and phenomena, understanding and sensibility, were just as bad as that between Descartes' mind and body. Spinoza's doctrine that the mental and the physical are simply two different attributes of one and the same thing seemed to provide a path out of the dualistic impasse. It applies mutatis mutandi to the Kantian dualisms, so that the noumenal and phenomenal, or the intellectual and the empirical, can also be attributes of a single thing. Hence Spinoza's doctrine was the chief source of the monism of absolute idealism. For all their sympathy with Spinozism, his young admirers were anything but strict followers of his doctrine. Without fully admitting or recognizing it, they departed from Spinoza in two basic respects. First, they did not accept Spinoza's rationalism, his strict geometrical method that begins with axioms and definitions and derives every proposition as a theorem. 38 This method smacked too much of the old scholasticism of Wolff, which had been discredited by Kant. What they did find in Spinoza, however, was just the opposite of rationalism, his mystical love of God, the amor intellectus Dei, with which he ends the Ethica. Second, they were not advocates of Spinoza's strictly mechanistic conception of the laws of nature, which they saw as simply the product of his allegiance to the sciences of his day. Contrary to Spinoza's banishment of final causes, they would attempt to introduce a form of teleology into the natural order. Platonism. A second source of the worldview of absolute idealism was Platonism. Such was the growth of Platonism in the late 1790s and early 1800s in Germany that it is fair to speak of a Platonic Renaissance. It is in any case difficult to exaggerate the influence of Plato's writings on the generation of the 1790s. Hölderlin, Hegel, Novalis, Sinclair, Schelling, and Schlegel all began their philosophical education by reading Plato, especially the Phaedo and Symposium, in the original Greek. Hölderlin, Schlegel, and Novalis were inspired in particular by the writings of the Dutch Platonist Frans Hemsterhuis, whose writings first appeared in Germany in the 1780s. 39 Many Platonic themes in Hemsterhuis' desire as longing to return to the eternal, the unity of truth and beauty, the role of poetry as a medium of knowledge, the fundamental role of love as a power of the soul reappear in the writings of the young Romantics in the late 1790s. 40. Platonism plays a central role in the worldview of absolute idealism. 41 Its rationalism derives as much from Plato as its monism from Spinoza. The encheipan was often described in Platonic terms, whether as an hypostasis, archetype, or the form of all forms. The unity of universal and particular in the Platonic form provided the perfect model for the unity of the one and many in the absolute itself. The doctrine of intellectual intuition, which became so important for Schelling, Novalis, Schlegel, and Hölderlin, also has Platonic sources, whether they lie in the ecstasy of the poet in Phaedo or the intellectual perception of the guardian in the Republic. The point is important if only because the mysticism of the early Romantic idealists has so often been described as anti-rationalist. 42 This is to assume, however, that their mysticism arises from the Protestant tradition, which limited the realm of reason to the earthly sphere, but the mysticism of the idealists does not go beyond the realm of reason but into it, aspiring toward insight into the archetypical world. 43. The Platonic Renaissance of the 1790s was the climax of decades of interest in the classical texts, but it was in sharp contrast to the earlier 18th century. 44 At the dawn of the century Plato was almost as good as forgotten, having been eclipsed by the Aristotelian scholasticism in German universities. Because of theological controversies, Germany had turned further away from the Platonic currents of the Renaissance than either France or England. In France Descartes and Malebranche kept the spirit of Plato alive, while in England there were the Platonists of the Cambridge school. Germany had no equivalent. It had its great Platonist in Leibniz, but his Platonism was one of the more esoteric aspects of his teaching, and so it remained largely without influence. The neglect of Plato in the early 18th century is evident from the fact that the last major edition of Plato's writings had appeared in 1602. Interest in Plato began to appear only in mid-century, largely due to the growth of classical philology, a formidable weapon in theological controversy. In the 1750s the classicists J. A. Ernesti and David Runken did much to revive classical philology by insisting on reading Greek sources in the original. Admirers of Plato, both Ernesti and Runken delivered influential academic orations on his philosophy. It was also in 1757 that Winckelmann read Plato, who became one of the central influences on his aesthetics. By the 1760s interest in Plato had grown enormously. The writings of Rousseau and Shaftesbury, which were filled with Platonic themes, began to have their impact. It was also in the 1760s that Hamann, Herder, Winckelmann, Wieland, and Mendelssohn all wrote about Plato or Platonic themes. By the 1770s Plato had become a popular author. New editions and translations of his writings frequently appeared. By the 1780s the Plato Renaissance had truly begun. In Halle, F. A. Wolf began a more rigorous philological study of Plato, publishing several editions of some of his writings. From 1781 to 1787 the Zweibrucker edition of Plato's writings appeared, making Plato more accessible than ever before. Vital materialism. Another crucial source of the worldview of absolute idealism was the rise of vital materialism around the close of the 18th century. Among the chief exponents of this doctrine in France were the philosophes Diderot, La Mettrie, and Maupertuis, and among its main spokesmen in England were the freethinkers John Toland, Matthew Tyndall, and Anthony Collins. According to vital materialism, the essence of matter does not consist in extension, as in Cartesian physics, but in motion. The modern grandfather of this doctrine was no less than Leibniz, who had developed a dynamic view of matter against the mechanism of Cartesian physics. According to Leibniz, the essence of matter consists in living force, vis viva, which is not only a tendency toward motion but also the development or realization of the essence of a thing. Self-consciously going back to the Aristotelian tradition, Leibniz designated this concept with the old scholastic term Entelechiae, which refers to the form inherent in matter, or what has its purpose within itself. 45. This concept of matter never disappeared, despite the increasing mechanization of science in the late 17th and 18th centuries. It was not only defended by members of the Leibnizian, Wolffian school in Germany, but it was also adopted by radical Republican and Masonic circles, who were eager to undermine the alliance of throne and altar. 46. They were attracted by this view because if matter has the power to move and organize itself, there is no need for a supernatural creator and designer of the physical cosmos, so that revealed religion, the main pillar of that alliance, crumbles. The spread of Masonic ideas in Germany in the late 18th century would only have made this view more popular. Its radical political implications made it attractive to some of the younger generation, who were no less intent on undermining the alliance of throne and altar. The vitalist conception of matter only gained in prestige with the new developments in natural science in the late 18th century. The new experiments with electricity, magnetism, and chemistry seemed to give evidence for a more dynamic view of matter, according to which matter consists in attractive and repulsive forces. Because they seemed to involve action at a distance, these forces had always been difficult to explain according to mechanism, which accounts for motion by the impact of one body on another. Mechanism could explain attraction and repulsion only by postulating ethers or subtle matters through which the forces worked, but ether theory had been subject to constant experimental criticism in the late 18th century. 47 While the physical sciences were becoming less mechanistic, the life sciences were becoming more materialistic. Lavoisier's chemistry suggested that the very stuff of life was oxygen, while Galvani's experiments with animal electricity seemed to show that vital forces operated according to the same laws as matter. These complementary developments appeared to demonstrate that there was no clear dividing line between the mental and physical because the same kinds of forces were active in both the organic and inorganic worlds. The vitalist conception of matter had some powerful spokesmen in late 18th century Germany. One of its earliest protagonists was C. F. Kielmeyer, 1765–1844, who, in a celebrated speech given in 1793–48 put forward a view of nature as a single organic whole, a hierarchical continuum from the inorganic to the organic. Another important figure behind the new dynamic view of matter was Kant himself, whose Metaphysisk Anfangsgrund der Naturwissenschaften analyzed matter in terms of its constitutive forces. Although Kant stoutly resisted the move toward vitalism, drawing a sharp line between merely active and living forces, his work helped to bury mechanism and inspired many vital materialists. The most powerful and influential voice behind the new vitalism in Germany was Herder. His 1778 Vom Erkennen und Empfinden der menschlichen Seele argued that the mental and physical are simply different degrees of organization and development of organic force, and his Gott, Einige Gespräch, 1786, took his vitalism one giant leap forward by applying it to Spinoza's substance, which was no longer a static thing but a living power, the force of all forces. Herder's synthesis of vitalism and monism in Gott set an important precedent for the Romantic generation. Such a synthesis is a defining characteristic of absolute idealism, which is indeed a vitalistic monism or monistic vitalism. Whether self-consciously or not, the younger generation followed Herder in vitalizing Spinoza's concept of substance, which now becomes nothing less than the single cosmic living force. To be sure, Spinoza himself said that the essence of substance consists in power, but his conception of power was by no means organic, for his substance underwent no development and it excluded all final causes. 49 With the young Romantics, however, Spinoza's natura naturam ceases to be dead and static but becomes alive and dynamic. Like all organic things, it undergoes a distinctive pattern of development. It begins from a stage of inchoate unity, it then differentiates itself, and it then reintegrates itself, so that its development consists in the stages of unity, difference, and unity in difference. Although Hegel is the thinker best known for this idea of dialectical development, the idea was formulated by Hölderlin, Novalis, Schlegel, and Schelling long before him. This vitalist concept of nature had profound epistemological implications, which the absolute idealists did not hesitate to explore and exploit. One important implication is that it provided a completely new paradigm for understanding the relationship between the mental and the physical. They are no longer distinct kinds of substances, which stand in some mysterious causal connection with one another, rather, they are only different degrees of organization and development of a single living force. The mental is only the highest degree of organization and development of the living forces of the body, whereas the body is simply the lower degree of organization and development of the living forces of the mind. As Schelling metaphorically summarized this view in his first work on nature philosophy, nature should be visible spirit, spirit should be invisible nature. 50 The young idealists then reinterpreted Spinoza's dual attribute doctrine in such vitalist terms. Unlike Spinoza, the mental and the physical are no longer simply different perspectives, or different forms of explanation, of a single substance, which themselves cannot interact with one another. Rather, the mental and the physical refer to only different appearances, manifestations, or embodiments of a single living force. Another important implication of vitalism is that the mental and the physical are no longer in a purely causal relation with one another, where the cause retains its identity after acting. Instead, they are in an expressive relation where one becomes what it is, or develops its determinate character only through the other. The mental is not simply the effect of the physical, then, but its realization or development. Conversely, the physical is not merely the effect of the mental, but its embodiment or organization. 6. The rehabilitation of metaphysics. Spinoza's monism, Herder's vitalism, and Plato's ideas are the basic components of absolute idealism. But it does not seem possible to imagine a more heady metaphysical mixture. Absolute idealism appears to be metaphysical in the very sense condemned by Kant and Fichte. It involves speculation about the unconditioned, about entities that cannot be given in any possible experience, whether that is Plato's ideas, Spinoza's substance, or Herder's vital forces. So absolute idealism appears to be transcendent, going beyond the limits of possible experience, the borderline separating knowledge from fantasy and mysticism. It was indeed on just these grounds that Kant rejected Herder's vitalism as metaphysics, that Erhard, Schmidt, and Niethammer criticized Fichte's transcendentism, and that Fichte dismissed Schlegel's talk of the absolute as mysticism. All this raises some difficult questions. How did the absolute idealists defend their worldview against Kant's critique of metaphysics? How did they attempt to justify the greater realism and naturalism involved in their absolute idealism? The absolute idealists were well aware of Kant's challenge, and they were eager to meet it on his terms. No new metaphysics could come forward as a science alone until it had withstood the tribunal of critique. Their first response to Kant's challenge is a paradox: only absolute idealism realizes the true spirit of the Kantian philosophy. 51 Ironically, the young idealists revive metaphysics in the name of Kant, the very thinker who banished it. Behind this paradox lies their belief that only absolute idealism can remain true to the basic principle of Kant's philosophy, the principle of subject-object identity, and solve its fundamental problem, the explanation of the possibility of objective knowledge. Although absolute idealism is indeed metaphysics, and in the very sense prohibited by Kant and Fichte, its metaphysics is necessary to solve the outstanding problem of Kant's philosophy according to its own guiding principle. The central dilemma of the critical philosophy is that it can resolve its fundamental problem only if it answers metaphysical questions, and so goes beyond its own limits on knowledge. 52. To explain this paradox, it is necessary to consider one influential line of criticism of Kant's philosophy in the early 1790s, A set of objections put forward by Plattner, Hamann, Maimon, and Jacobi. 53. They argued that Kant had failed to provide a convincing answer to the central question behind the transcendental deduction: how do a priori concepts apply to the given empirical manifold of sensibility? Their diagnosis of this failure put the blame on Kant's unbridgeable dualism between understanding and sensibility. Kant insists that knowledge requires the most intimate interchange between the concepts of the understanding and the intuitions of sensibility. Concepts without intuitions are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind. Yet his dualism is so drastic that it forbids any interaction at all. For the understanding is an active, intellectual faculty, whose operations do not appear in space and time, and sensibility is a passive, empirical faculty, whose workings are in space and time. How, then, could these faculties interact with one another? Of course, Kant himself realized the problematic status of his dualisms, and in the Kritik der Urteilskraft went some way toward addressing the problem. He attempted to bridge the gap between his dualisms by postulating the idea of an organism, a technique of nature, as a principle of reflective judgment. According to this principle, the understanding should proceed in its investigation of nature as if nature is the product of an intelligent design, since this alone explains how the manifold of empirical laws form a systematic unity. Such an idea seems to bridge the gap between the understanding and sensibility, and indeed noumena and phenomena, by conceiving all of nature as an organic whole. The intellectual or noumenal world is now the design or purpose behind the sensible or phenomenal world. But Kant no sooner proposed a solution to his problem than he seemed to retract it, for he insisted that his principle of reflective judgment is only regulative, that we have no right to assume that there is such a design, but only to proceed as if there were one. It was just this restriction, however, that disappointed his successors, who insisted that it was insufficient to solve the problem of the deduction. For to explain the actual interaction between understanding and sensibility, noumena and phenomena, nothing less was needed than a constitutive principle. Whatever mediated or synthesized these opposites would have to be as real as themselves and their interaction. To make the organic principle only regulative was to admit that it might not be true, and so to leave the mystery still standing. Kant's problematic dualisms continued to be a central topic among young philosophers in the later 1790s. It seemed as if Fichte's idealism did not remove Kant's dualisms but only reinstated them in a new form. Of course, it was Fichte's grand aim to bridge the outstanding dualisms of Kant's philosophy with his principle of subject-object identity. According to that principle, the subject is one and the same as its object because the subject knows a priori only what it creates, what it produces according to a plan of its own. However, there seemed to be a fatal gap between Fichte's principle and system, his promise and the execution. While his principle demands nothing less than subject-object identity, his system sanctions all kinds of dualisms, which appear on at least two fronts. First, there is the dualism between the striving ego and the obstacle or check, anstoß, which seems to be nothing better than the Kantian thing in itself. Second, there is also the dualism between our rational activity and the given material of experience. While that activity is purely spontaneous, formal, and noumenal, the manifold of sense is inert, material, and phenomenal. How, then, can there be any interaction between them? The problem is not only that infinite striving cannot end, but that it cannot even begin. The net result of Kant's and Fichte's dualisms was a complete aporia regarding the explanation of the possibility of knowledge. All the options seemed to have been exhausted. Contrary to its own principles, subjective idealism left an insurmountable dualism between subject and object. Materialism could not explain the sui generis characteristics of the mental, and so it too ended in another kind of dualism in the form of epiphenomenalism. Transcendental realism not only presupposed a mysterious pre-established harmony between subject and object, but it also could not answer obvious skeptical challenges about how we know representations correspond to things that exist external to them. But if subjective idealism, materialism, and realism are not options, what is left? The only answer, of course, is absolute idealism, which solves the problem of the deduction by its reinterpretation of the Kantian, Fichtian principle of subject-object identity. All the absolute idealists agree with the basic assumption behind this principle, that we can explain the possibility of knowledge only if there is some point of identity between the subject and object. The starting point of absolute idealism is a rejection of all forms of dualism, because these make it impossible to explain the correspondence between the subject and object involved in knowledge. It is imperative to reinterpret the principle of subject-object identity, however, because if it is understood only subjectively, in terms of the self-consciousness of the transcendental subject, dualism still remains. There is still a gulf between the transcendental self-consciousness of the transcendental ego and the empirical manifold. This principle must be reformulated in two respects. First, it is necessary to universalize or objectify it, so that all its restrictions to the subject are removed. In other words, subject-object identity does not refer simply to the self-consciousness of the subject but to the single infinite substance of which the subjective and objective are only appearances or attributes. Second, it is necessary to vitalize it, so that it refers to a single living force, of which the subjective and objective are only its different degrees of organization and development. Applied to the problem of knowledge, this interpretation of the principle of subject-object identity finally removes the troublesome dualisms that prohibited the solution to the transcendental deduction. As aspects of a single absolute, the subject and object of knowledge are no longer divided into distinct ontological worlds but are different degrees of organization and development of living force. The vitalist metaphysics, which seemed so speculative and transcendent, now plays a crucial role in solving the problem of the transcendental deduction. For it establishes the requirements for an intimate interchange between understanding and sensibility, the intellectual and the empirical. If the intellectual and empirical are both manifestations of living force, they not only interact with one another in causal fashion, but each is the expression, realization, or development of the other. This means that the subject's consciousness of the object is nothing less than the self-realization of the nature of the object itself. Seen from another angle, the absolute idealist interpretation of the principle of subject-object identity means that the act of knowledge must be placed within the context of nature as a whole. Both the subject and object are now parts of a single universal force. Since this substance is an organic whole, where the identity of each part depends on every other, the subject and object are not completely self-sufficient and independent of one another but interdependent aspects of a single living force. This means that each has its specific nature through the other, so that the subject becomes determinate through the object and the object determinate through the subject. This implies that the subject's knowledge of the object is not extrinsic to the object but the realization and development of its nature. The subject's knowledge of the object is then nothing less than the object knowing itself through the subject. We are now in a position to explain, if only in a very abstract way, the paradox with which we began. The absolute idealists believe that they are true to the spirit of the critical philosophy because they develop its principle of subject-object identity to resolve the outstanding problem of the transcendental deduction. Although their reinterpretation of this principle involves absolutizing it, and so transcending the Kantian, Fichtian limits on knowledge, they insist that it is by this means alone that we resolve the metaphysical problem that the deduction poses but cannot answer. Hence the ideas of the absolute and vital force prove themselves to be necessary conditions of the possibility of experience itself. Thus they receive their own transcendental deduction, their own Kantian justification. 54. 7. The aesthetics of absolute idealism. Granted that the metaphysics of absolute idealism resolves the problem of the transcendental deduction, this still does not give us the right to assume its truth. For we are still left with the skeptical quid juris: how do we know that there is an absolute? How do we know that anything exists beyond our own representations? Until we have an answer to this question, we cannot claim to solve the problem of nihilism, still less to remove the suspicion of dogmatism. The young Romantics were, of course, perfectly aware of the challenge of skepticism. They had themselves developed a form of radical skepticism that questions all first principles and all acts of faith. They also accept much of Jacobi's and Kant's critique of reason, especially its central thesis that the unconditioned or absolute cannot be known by discursive or conceptual means. Following Kant and Jacobi, they make two arguments against such knowledge. First, all conceptualization is determination, involving some form of negation where one predicate is contrasted against another, but the absolute is the indivisible whole of all that exists, and so it cannot be determinate or contrasted against anything else. Second, all explanation is conditional in form, assuming that something happens only if some other condition is fulfilled, but the absolute is the unconditioned, acting from the necessity of its own nature alone. All discursivity therefore transforms the absolute into something it is not, whether that is a finite determination or something conditional. As Novalis summed up the predicament, we seek the unconditioned, das Unbedingt, and always find only things 55. Yet the Romantic skepticism and critique of reason was only the negative side of a much more positive and imaginative program, their attempt to establish the sovereignty of the aesthetic, the primacy of art over the realms of reason and action. One of the characteristic tenets of absolute idealism around the late 1790s and early 1800s is its faith in the powers of art, its attempt to displace the primacy of practical reason in critical idealism with the supremacy of the aesthetic. The Romantics' belief in the powers of art fully emerges when they make aesthetic experience the organon or ratio cognoscendi of absolute knowledge. While they insist that we cannot know the existence of the absolute through reason, they also stress that we can know it, if only vaguely and obscurely, through immediate aesthetic intuition. We know that there is an infinite universe outside us, that there is something much greater than us on which we depend, through aesthetic experience. The feeling of the sublime, the longing to reunite ourselves with all things, and the experience of love, in which I see myself in others as others see themselves in me, show us that we know an other that transcends our own circle of consciousness. The absolute idealists recognize that the skeptic doubts the veracity of such experiences, and they admit that they cannot demonstrate anything from them. Nevertheless, they also insist with equal justice that the skeptic also cannot refute such experiences. The province of the skeptic is the realm of discursivity because he can criticize only a proposition, something we can put in words, but these experiences are not expressible in words. Whether we accept the veracity of such experience simply depends on whether we have sufficient sensitivity. This is not an escape from criticism, the idealists believe, because the same is the case with our normal sense perception. We cannot verbalize, conceptualize, or prove our experience of colors, sounds, and tastes. Either we have the experience or we do not. All that we can do is provide some figurative or allegorical expression of them, which is, of course, the province of poetry, painting, and music. This faith in the sovereignty of art went hand in hand with the absolute idealists' organic concept of the universe. To regard nature as an organism and as a work of art are one and the same. The universe is nothing less than a natural work of art, and a work of art is nothing less an artificial organism. Hence the realms of truth and beauty, the natural and the aesthetic, coincide. As Schlegel explained the general standpoint of idealism, idealism considers nature as a work of art, as a poem 56. Here we seem to be very far from Kant, who had famously criticized the claims of genius and mysticism. But the irony is that, more than anyone else, Kant had prepared the ground for the aesthetics of absolute idealism. In the Kritik der Urteilskraft he made the idea of organic unity the keystone of the critical philosophy. This idea not only unified the realms of freedom and nature, of noumena and phenomena, but it also systematized the multiplicity of empirical laws, thus closing the remaining gap between the categories of the understanding and the manifold of sensibility. In giving such a fundamental role to the idea of organic unity, Kant in effect gave priority to the aesthetic itself. For, more or less explicitly, he had stressed the fundamental analogy between the concepts of the organic and the aesthetic. Both concepts came together in the idea of purposiveness, Psychite. Both the living organism and the work of art were created according to a rational plan where the idea of the whole precedes the possibility of its parts. These facets of the critic der Urteilskraft were to prove very suggestive to the absolute idealists, who argued in true Kantian fashion that all the sciences presuppose the idea of organic unity, which they conceive as an aesthetic whole. 57 Yet the romantic view of Kant's aesthetics remained ambivalent. While they smiled on the speculative potential of the third critic, they frowned on its regulative constraints. Although the implicit structure of the third critic supported the sovereignty of the aesthetic, Kant also denied aesthetic experience any metaphysical stature. In his view, aesthetic judgments are not cognitive, but only express a universalizable pleasure, which is not an objective property of appearances. Aesthetic experience is thus demoted to a status worse than in Plato's cave. It tells us only about our feelings about appearances, and so nothing even about appearances, let alone things in themselves. Hence Kant's aesthetics would prove to be as much a challenge as an inspiration to the Romantic generation. We shall soon see how Hölderlin, Novalis, and Schlegel rose to the occasion. Chapter 2. Hölderlin and Absolute Idealism. 1. Philosophy versus poetry. For absolute idealism to be born, it had to go 4 steps beyond Fichte's critical idealism. First, it had to deny that object identity consists in the self-consciousness of the ego alone, and it had to affirm instead that it exists only in the single universal substance, of which the subjective and objective are only appearances. Second, it had to dispute the purely regulative status of the absolute and to stress its constitutive role. In other words, it had to contend that the absolute is not only an ethical ideal but an existing reality. Third, it had to transcend the Kantian, Fichtean limits on knowledge and to claim cognition of the absolute. Fourth, it had to hold that nature is not a projection of consciousness, still less an obstacle to the will, but an autonomous organism having independent reality and inherent rationality. Among the very first, if not the first, to take all these steps was Friedrich Hölderlin, the close friend and roommate of Schelling and Hegel from their days at the Tübinger Stift. While Schelling, Schlegel, and Novalis were still under Fichte's magical spell, and while Hegel was busy applying Kantian ideas to religion, Hölderlin was already a critic of the Wissenschaftslehre, striving to move beyond its confines. As early as the spring of 1795, Hölderlin had argued against the subjective status of the principle of object identity. He had postulated an aesthetic intuition of the absolute. He had criticized Fichte's concept of nature, and he had given nature a standing independent of the ego. There is indeed good reason to think that it was Hölderlin who first impressed such views on Schelling and Hegel. For all these reasons, Hölderlin has been considered the father of absolute idealism. 1. Hölderlin's significance for the development of absolute idealism is not least apparent from his pivotal role in the formation of the Schelling-Hegel alliance. It was probably Hölderlin who forged the intellectual bond between Schelling and Hegel that eventually led to their collaboration from 1801 to 1804. 4. Otherwise, it is a very remarkable fact that Schelling and Hegel joined forces at all in 1801, given that they had not seen one another for several years, and given that they had developed in different directions after leaving the Tübinger Stift. From October 1793 to autumn 1796, Hegel was preoccupied with the modern Volksreligion and the source of religious positivity, while Schelling had become involved in Fichte's philosophy and the study of natural science. What eventually brought them together in 1801 to forge a united front against Fichte's subjective idealism was probably Hölderlin's common influence. Although Schelling and Hegel saw little of one another before their Jena period, too, Hölderlin saw them both. He had visited Schelling twice in Tübingen in 1795, and Schelling had come to see him in Frankfurt in 1796. Though we know little about these encounters, we do know that they were the occasion for philosophical dispute. 3. After getting Hegel a position as a Hauslehrer next to him in Frankfurt, Hölderlin was in constant contact with Hegel from January 1797 until September 1798, when they very often had philosophical discussions. 4. Whatever the precise content of these discussions, many of the anti-Fichtean themes of Schelling's and Hegel's Jena writings reveal the influence of Hölderlin. The critique of a subjective principle of subject-object identity, the concept of the absolute as the one dividing itself, the belief in the independent reality of nature, the rejection of all forms of dualism, and the role of art in the comprehension of the universe. All these ideas are found in Hölderlin before they emerge in Schelling's and Hegel's Jena writings. Although some of these themes were already implicit in Schelling's development apart from Hölderlin, it was still his older friend who first criticized Fichte, and who urged Schelling to go in his own direction. When Schelling complained about how far behind he was in philosophy, Hölderlin consoled him, "Do not worry, you are just as far ahead as Fichte, I have just heard him 5. Whether Schelling and Hegel intended Hölderlin to collaborate with them in the production of their Kritisches journal we can only speculate. 6 But it was clear that such a triumvirate was never to be. In July 1802 Hölderlin returned from a stay in France in a desperate and disturbed state of mind. Shortly after leaving Jena in 1803, Schelling wrote Hegel about the sorry sight of their old friend, who was already showing signs of derangement, Verruchen. 7. However formative was Hölderlin's role in the development of absolute idealism, it is necessary to admit that this can be said only with the benefit of hindsight and a touch of anachronism. For Hölderlin never saw himself in such a light. He did not attempt to systematize his ideas, and never self-consciously formulated a doctrine he called absolute idealism. These tasks would later fall to his fellow Stiftler, Schelling, and Hegel. The reason for Hölderlin's failure to execute them lie not so much in the accidents of his tragic fate, though he constantly complained about the lack of peace and freedom to do his own work, as in his own ambitions. All his life Hölderlin regarded himself as primarily a poet rather than as a philosopher. Although he had an education in, and indeed a passion for philosophy, he believed that his real calling and talent lay with poetry. 8 True to his profession, the main preoccupations of his creative years in Jena, Frankfurt, and Hamburg were his novel Hyperion and his tragedy Empedocles. There cannot be any doubt, however, about the importance of philosophy in Hölderlin's intellectual development. Since his early days in the Tübinger Stift, philosophy had been one of his chief concerns, and indeed something of a consuming passion. He once advised his step-brother, "You must study philosophy even when you have no more money than to buy a lamp and oil, and even when you have no other time than from midnight to the crack of dawn." In the early 1790s he had exerted himself to master the writings of Kant, Plato, Spinoza, Schiller, and Fichte, and his remarks on them clearly show his abilities. Such indeed was Hölderlin's philosophical training and acumen that, in the early 1790s, Schelling and Hegel looked to him for advice and inspiration, and he even considered plans for a professorship in Jena. 10 Although Hölderlin would sometimes complain about philosophy as a tyrant, he also regarded it as a tonic because, with its insistence on clarity, precision, and objectivity, it had the power to cure the excess and isolation of poetic subjectivity. Hence he once wrote his friend C. L. Neuffer, "There is a hospital where every unhappy poet like me can take refuge with honor." Philosophy 11. There is no better proof of the importance of philosophy for Hölderlin, however, than the role it plays in his own literary work. The early hymns are essentially didactic poems expounding Platonic and Schillerian themes. Hyperion is quintessentially the philosophical novel, and Empedocles is a philosophical drama. Hölderlin's twin devotion to poetry and philosophy was the crux and crucible of his intellectual development, creating both its agenda and problems. His loyalty to poetry made it necessary for him to justify the realm of art, and his involvement with both disciplines made it imperative that he provide some account of the proper relationship between them. Hence his main goals, throughout his creative life from his Tübingen to his Hamburg years, were to defend poetry and to explain its connection with philosophy. Hölderlin's struggle with these issues eventually led to a controversial conclusion, which became the guiding theme of his intellectual career: the sovereignty of poetry over philosophy, the supremacy of aesthetic sense over reason. Unlike many Aufklärer, Hölderlin insisted that poetry is not simply a popular medium for philosophical truths, it is not as if philosophy and poetry have the same content but simply represent them in different forms, one appealing to feeling and imagination and the other to reason. Rather, poetry is the source of insights and ideas that philosophy presupposes but cannot express in its discursive language. The only appropriate medium for these insights and ideas lies in the metaphorical and concrete language of poetry. To establish the primacy of poetry, Hölderlin adopted a bold strategy. He would show how the discursive procedures of philosophy ultimately presuppose an intuitive awareness of the whole, which is accessible only to aesthetic sense. Only such awareness saves philosophy from skepticism and the illusions of pure reason. This philosophical program is crucial for understanding Hölderlin's move toward absolute idealism. For the main reason Hölderlin reacted against Fichte's subjective idealism is that it gave so little place to aesthetic values. The primacy of practical reason in the Wissenschaftslehre threatened to dominate and destroy nature, turning it into something of value only for our moral ends. Fichte's circle of consciousness reduced nature, insofar as we know it at all, into nothing more than a mere representation, having no reality beyond our own activity. This meant that nature would lose its magic, its mystery, and its harmony, in a word, its beauty. Nowhere did Fichte's idealism permit anything like the feeling of the sublime, the awareness of something infinitely transcending our meager human powers. Aesthetic sense demands a contemplative rather than active relation to nature. We must treat nature as if it were an end in itself, as if it had a value and existence in its own right apart from our moral purposes. As Kant saw and Schiller stressed, aesthetic perception demands the autonomy of its object, its freedom from moral ends, the recognition of its inherent value. For the same reason, however, Hölderlin could not bear the regulative constraints of Schiller's and Kant's aesthetics. While Hölderlin accepted Kant's and Schiller's belief in the autonomy of aesthetic values, he held that they had not gone far enough, stopping short of recognizing the metaphysical or ontological status of beauty. For Hölderlin, beauty is not simply pleasure in appearances, and still less merely a symbol of the good, rather, it is nothing less than the harmonic structure of reality itself. It was Hölderlin's great step beyond Kant and Schiller to remove their as-if clause behind aesthetic contemplation, making the aesthetic not merely a regulative principle or a way of looking at things but a constitutive principle about reality itself. In Hyperion and Empedocles, Hölderlin drove home his theme of the sovereignty of poetry over philosophy by showing how some of the central issues of philosophy are best treated by the novel or drama. He took the central philosophical issue of the 1790s, the conflict between Fichte's idealism and Spinoza's naturalism, and showed how it arose from his characters' personal experience, and how it could be resolved only through their spiritual development. The strengths and weaknesses of a philosophy, Hölderlin believed, could only be lived through and experienced, and not determined through pure reason. Since personal character and spiritual development are the proper subject of drama and the novel, they prove to be the only proper medium to explore and resolve philosophical problems. Two sources of absolute idealism. Because of their historical importance, it is worthwhile to consider Hölderlin's intellectual origins, the influences on him that eventually led to his absolute idealism, making a negative reaction to Fichte's idealism virtually inevitable. These influences, all of which go back to Hölderlin's early years in the Tübinger Stift, came from four main sources: Spinoza, Schiller, Jacobi, and Plato. It is well known that in the early 1790s the Bundergeister in Tübingen, a reading circle of young students including Schelling, Hegel, and Hölderlin, closely followed the pantheism controversy between Mendelssohn and Jacobi. Some of the evidence for Hölderlin's involvement in this controversy comes from one of the few remaining manuscripts of his Tübingen years, his notes on Jacobi's Brief über die Lehre von Spinoza, which he probably wrote sometime in late 1790 or early 1791.12. These notes are essentially a summary of Jacobi's arguments, revealing little of Hölderlin's own thinking. They are important, however, because some passages lay the ground for his later response to Fichte. Hölderlin notes Jacobi's argument that Spinoza's immanent Insaf cannot have either will or understanding, because these require some objects outside themselves, while the Insaf is infinite, having nothing outside itself. 4/1 207.13. This was the very argument Hölderlin would later make against Fichte's claim that the absolute is the ego. Just as Spinoza's absolute cannot have personality, Hölderlin would reason, so Fichte's absolute cannot be subjective. From a later perspective, it is also striking that Hölderlin carefully notes an anti-idealist remark of Lessing's: "It belongs to our human prejudices that we consider thinking the first and best and want to derive everything from it." 14. This was the same prejudice that Hölderlin, Schelling, and Hegel later saw behind Fichte's idealism. In his February 14, 1791 letter to his mother, Hölderlin revealed the dramatic effect writings about and by Spinoza had on his religious beliefs. He explained that he had been inquiring into the basis of religious faith, and that he had come to the conclusion that reason cannot support any of the fundamental dogmas of natural religion, such as the beliefs in God and immortality. He stated in his latest sermon he had preached that, without faith in Christ, there cannot be any belief in God or immortality, and indeed no religion at all. If one takes a cold and heartless reason to its ultimate limits, then one has to accept Spinozism. The only rescue from such a labyrinth, the only hope for the heart, came with faith in Christ. 6/1, 63-64. This letter shows that the young Hölderlin had accepted Jacobi's dilemma and taken his salto mortale. To escape the abyss of Spinozism, he had made a leap of faith in the historical Christ. It was not for long, however, that Hölderlin would follow Jacobi. Though he first heeded Jacobi's warnings, he soon became tempted by Lessing's credo. By 1795, at the latest, Hölderlin adopted Lessing's Encheipan as his own formula for the universe. 15. But he had been moving in this direction for years. Thus the early Tübingen hymns Lied der Liebe and Den die Gott in der Harmonie, which were published in late 1791, are filled with pantheistic sentiments. 16. Whenever the move occurred, Hölderlin had reversed his early attitude toward Spinoza. For some reason, Spinozism now seemed to satisfy the demands of his heart as well as his head. What had happened? Why did Hölderlin endorse Lessing's credo after initially rejecting it? There is no concrete and compelling historical evidence to give a decisive answer to this question. All that we can do is consider some of the general forces pushing Hölderlin away from Jacobi and toward Spinoza. One probable factor was the growing influence of Kant. Although Hölderlin had apparently read Kant as early as February 1791-17, his influence seems to have been weak and filtered through other sources. But he later renewed his study of the Königsberg sage, 18, becoming especially impressed by his demand for a thorough criticism of all beliefs. "I am accustomed from the Kantian philosophy to examine something before I accept it," he once wrote his brother. 19. A leap of faith in a personal God like Jacobi's is always vulnerable to rational criticism, and very likely to prove to be what Jacobi admitted it was, a salto mortale. It is improbable, then, that Hölderlin's faith in a personal and historical Christ survived his later study of Kant. Another significant factor behind Hölderlin's growing sympathy for Spinozism was his poetic ambition. 20. What Hölderlin saw in Lessing's Encheipan was a basis for his inspiration, a rationale for his artistic vocation, and more specifically a confirmation for his aesthetic attitude toward nature. Since his earliest poems, he had seen nature as a source of both consolation and inspiration. Nature was not a threat to our autonomy, as in Kant and Fichte, but the complement to our identity, or that which makes us whole once again. Nature was also sublime, infinite, and divine. In this respect, Spinoza's nature must have suited Hölderlin. For what could be more sublime than Spinoza's single infinite substance? It is important to recognize, however, that the Encheipan never had a strict Spinozist meaning for Hölderlin. The concept of nature that emerges from the early poems is clearly vitalist. Thus the Tübinger hymns celebrate the force of love behind all of creation, which animates all of nature, and which realizes itself in the love between human beings. But such an animated world does not square well with Spinoza's banishment of final causes, and still less with his endorsement of Cartesian mechanism. It is indeed difficult to understand how Spinoza's universe, which is cold, indifferent, and mathematical, can excite much sympathy for nature. If Spinoza's universe is sublime, it is not friendly or alive. It is a cosmos designed more for stoical self-control than poetic sentiment. So, clearly, Hölderlin had to reinterpret Spinoza. The crucial question then concerns the sources of his reinterpretation. One obvious candidate is Herder's Gott, Einige Gespräche, which was first published in 1787 in response to Jacobi's brief. All the elements of a vitalistic Spinozism are clearly present here. Herder argues against Jacobi that Spinozaism is not atheism and fatalism, and he reinterprets Spinoza's substance as the single living force behind all of nature, the Urkraft aller Kraft. Still, while Herder's works had become widely read in the 1780s, there is no direct evidence that Hölderlin was influenced by, or even read, this tract. 21 Another plausible source of Hölderlin's vitalism came from Spinoza's great adversary, Leibniz. Hölderlin himself stated that Leibniz's monadology inspired much of his early cosmological poem Hymn und die Gott in der Harmonie. 22 It could well have been Leibniz, then, who taught Hölderlin that everything in nature is alive, consisting in an entlechiae or conatus. Still, it could not have been Leibniz, the adamant pluralist, who taught Hölderlin his monism. The most likely source of Hölderlin's vitalism and monism was Schiller's early Philosophisch Brief, which was published in Thalia in 1786. Schiller had been Hölderlin's hero from his earliest days, and he read all his work avidly. The brief sketched a vitalistic monism especially important for Hölderlin. It anticipates all the fundamental themes of the Tübinger hymns, that love is the creative force behind the universe, that the structure of the cosmos is revealed in beauty, that everything in nature has a soul, and that the creation consists in a hieroglyph, a secret language. Schiller's early cosmos was indeed just as pantheistic as Spinoza's. God and nature are two quantities that are perfectly equal. The whole sum of harmonic activity, which exists together in the divine substance, is in nature, the image of this substance, individuated in innumerable degrees, measures, and stages. Nature is the infinitely divided God. 23. Another important influence that pushed Hölderlin away from Kant's and Fichte's idealism came from Platonism. Since the early 1790s, Hölderlin had been an avid reader of Plato, and was especially fond of the Symposium, Phaedrus, and Timaeus. In 1793 and 1794 he stated that his main reading had been Kant and the Greeks. 24 A point stressed by his leaving testimony from the Tübinger Stift, Philologiae, Imprimos Graeci, et Philosophia, Imprimus Kantiani. Assiduous Culture, 7/1, 479. There can be little doubt that, among the Greeks, he meant Plato. 25 His early enthusiasm for the ancient philosopher is especially evident from his July 1793 letter to Neufer, where he fantasizes that he is lying down among the students of Plato watching the flight of Plato's spirit across the heavens and into the abyss. 86. What he would give to be present at a symposium where, drunk from the Socratic goblet, he could listen to the divine Socrates himself teaching about love. His heart's desire is to impart some of this Platonic inspiration to his own work, especially the novel he was now planning on writing, which he calls Hyperion. True to his ambition, the Tübinger hymns and Hyperion are replete with allusions to Platonic themes, such as the world soul, eros, reminiscence, and friendship. What did Hölderlin get from his reading of Plato? If we go beyond the Tübingen poems and consider his later work as well, the Platonic influence proves to be as persistent as it was pervasive. One dominant and recurrent theme is eros. Like Diotima in the Symposium, Hölderlin saw love as the basic creative force of the soul, the source behind every desire for the good. Applying this idea to the philosophical issues of the 1790s, he made love the solution to the apparently intractable Kantian, Fichtean dualisms, the single source of Kant's understanding and sensibility, and the unifying force behind Fichte's infinite and finite activities. Another central theme is the myth of the fall in the Phaedrus. That our souls were once in contact with reality itself, that they have fallen, and that they now strive to return to their origins is a motif that appears time and again in Hölderlin's thought. Of course, there were other sources of this myth, not least Kant and Schiller, but Hölderlin never ceased to see the history of the soul in Platonic terms. Still another Platonic theme is Socrates' account of madness in the Phaedrus. This was crucial for Hölderlin's own defense of poetry, and specifically for his belief in the powers of inspiration. Needless to say, Hölderlin's Plato was not the one who banished the poets in the Republic, but the one who celebrated the poetic muse in the Phaedrus. The influence of Plato must be stressed in considering Hölderlin's anticipation of absolute idealism. For one of his decisive moves toward this idealism granting constitutive status to aesthetic ideas was ultimately inspired by Plato. This becomes clear if we consider Hölderlin's October 10, 1794 letter to Neufer, where he first reveals his intention of writing an essay on the aesthetic ideas. This essay, he explains, will show the necessity of going beyond the limits that Kant and Schiller assign to aesthetic judgment, 6/1, 137. To go beyond their restrictions could mean only one thing: refusing to see aesthetic ideas merely as regulative principles that we should read into appearances, and granting them instead a constitutive status to refer to the structure of reality itself. The Platonic inspiration for this move becomes apparent when Hölderlin explains that his essay will take the form of a commentary on a specific passage from Plato's Phaedrus. Unfortunately, Hölderlin does not reveal the specific passage. It has been conjectured that Hölderlin had in mind 249b, c, where Socrates explains that the power of reason to unify a multiplicity of particulars presupposes recollection, and more specifically the memory of our previous perception of reality itself. Point 26. That this is probably at least one passage Hölderlin had in mind finds support from another text, the preface to the penultimate draft to Hyperion. For in this passage Hölderlin makes an argument much like Socrates, that beauty must be real because to strive for it, and even to think about it, we must already have had some experience of it. The Platonic provenance of the argument is made more than plain when, after expounding it, Hölderlin exclaims, "I believe we will in the end all say, Holy Plato, forgive us, for how much have we sinned against you." 3. 236-237. Hence Hölderlin's attempt to go beyond Kant and Schiller was an attempt to restore the integrity of the Platonic ideas, to give them back their status as creative principles that they had lost in the critical philosophy. It does not work to see them simply as regulative principles, Hölderlin holds, because we can unify a manifold only if we already presuppose the form inherent in it. His argument here ultimately goes back to Socrates in the Meno, that we can search for unity, a pattern in particulars, only if we have already had some experience of that unity or pattern itself. We shall soon see that Hölderlin proposed other arguments of a less Platonic kind for the constitutive validity of the aesthetic ideas, but it seems that his original argument drew its inspiration from Plato. Along with Spinoza, Schiller, and Plato, the other crucial figure in pushing Hölderlin away from Fichte was Jacobi. 27. Prima facie this might seem surprising, given that Hölderlin had rejected Jacobi's Salto Mortale in the early 1790s, yet there were other aspects of his thinking that had a more lasting and positive effect. Hölderlin's break with Fichte's idealism came in April 1795 when he began to contest Fichte's analysis of the absolute as the ego and to replace it with his own concept of the absolute as pure being. Contrary to Fichte, Hölderlin insisted on the primacy of being over consciousness, the priority of existence over subjectivity, as an analysis of ultimate reality. It was in just this regard that Jacobi had such an important influence on Hölderlin. There were several strands of Jacobi's thinking that aided him in making this break with Fichte. The first strand was Jacobi's insistence that the concept of existence is something simple, immediate, and fundamental. According to Jacobi, existence is simple because we cannot reduce it down to, or infer it from, a collection of properties. It is not a special kind of property itself, because all the properties of a thing remain the same whether the thing exists or not. Existence is also immediate because we cannot demonstrate or refute it through reasoning. Whether something exists depends on whether it is given to us in our experience. Finally, existence is fundamental because it is the basis of all our identity and thoughts. While who we are and what we think depends on existence, existence does not depend on us. The centrality of the concept of existence in Jacobi's philosophy emerges unmistakably from a famous passage of his brief über Spinoza. In my judgment, the greatest merit of the investigator is to disclose existence, to reveal it. Explanation is only a means, a path toward the goal, never the final end. His final goal is that which cannot be explained, the irresolvable, immediate, and simple. 4/1, 72. No single statement of Jacobi had a greater impact on the Romantic generation, and especially on Hölderlin. A second strand was Jacobi's realism, his belief that we have an immediate knowledge of the existence of things outside ourselves. In his David Hume and Brief über Spinoza, Jacobi had already developed a realist epistemology that he pitted against Kant's idealism. According to his realism, we cannot demonstrate or refute our belief in the reality of external things, which we hold on the basis of immediate perception alone. The existence of these things, and their determinate qualities, is simply given to us, and not something that we create by means of our cognitive powers. Although Jacobi did not deny that our cognitive faculties are active in determining the constitution of experience, he still insisted that existence, and the particular content of our perception, is passively received from sources outside ourselves. Contrary to Kant's idealism, Jacobi believed that it is a serious mistake to think that we make ourselves and the world in which we live. Rather than the lawgiver of nature, we are dependent on the world, both in what we are and in what we know. The fundamental concept should be the concept of existence rather than thought. The sum should precede the cogito, and prior to even the sum is the impersonal est, of which the sum is only a variant. 28. The third and final strand was Jacobi's interpretation of Spinoza. In the second edition of his Brief über Spinoza, Jacobi had interpreted Spinoza's immanent Insaf in terms of the concept of being, seen. Spinoza's single universal substance is nothing less than being itself, which is the pure principle of actuality in everything actual, of being in all existence. 29. It is not difficult to see what led Jacobi to such an interpretation. Spinoza's term substance is somewhat misleading because it makes it seem as if it is only a thing, or one kind of thing, when it is really the whole of all things, and as such present within the mental as well as physical, the subjective as much as objective. We cannot use any property to characterize substance, however, because a property involves some negation, whereas substance is pure positive reality. What terms are there to characterize such reality, then, other than the term being itself? When Hölderlin later made his criticism of Fichte, he brought together all these strands of Jacobi's thinking, though in a manner that would have horrified their creator. Hölderlin accepted Jacobi's arguments that the concept of being is simple and fundamental, that we know existence only through some immediate experience, and that we must interpret Spinoza's substance in terms of being. However, he used these points to reinterpret Fichte's concept of the absolute. While Jacobi had rejected the whole concept of the absolute as a moral and religious abomination, Fichte had revived the concept by making it the fundamental condition of the possibility of experience. Hölderlin then combined Fichte's transcendental concept of the absolute with Jacobi's interpretation of Spinoza to produce a surprising result, that the fundamental transcendental basis of all consciousness is not the ego but being itself. 3. The critique of Fichte. Soon after arriving in Jena in the autumn of 1794, Hölderlin met Fichte and attended his lectures. He was deeply impressed. Fichte is the soul of Jena, he wrote his friend Neufer in mid-November 1794, 139. He deeply admired Fichte's acumen, energy, and idealism. Never had he met anyone who could speak so passionately, and reason so subtly, about the first principles of knowledge and morality. So taken was Hölderlin by Fichte that he quickly became immersed in the study of his philosophy, not bothering to attend any other lectures. 30. Hölderlin's admiration for Fichte was not uncritical. The competing influence of Spinoza, Plato, and Jacobi would never have allowed complete acceptance, only careful assessment. Furthermore, there were other factors in his immediate intellectual environment that would have only encouraged criticism. For, as early as the autumn of 1794, Fichte's philosophy had been coming under heavy criticism in Jena from those students of Reinhold who had become disillusioned with foundationalism. 31 Needhammer, Erhard, Schmid, Weishahn, and Herbert saw Fichte's philosophy as a desperate attempt to rehabilitate a lost cause. There can be no doubt that Hölderlin was familiar with some of these criticisms, for he was an intimate friend of Needhammer, who had invited him to contribute articles to the Philosophisches Journal. 32 Some of his literary plans in the mid-1790s clearly reveal the influence of Needhammer's skepticism about first principles, especially his thesis that a first principle is not a given reality but an infinite task. 33 Stimulated by this atmosphere, Hölderlin began to write down his first doubts about Fichte's philosophy shortly after his arrival in Jena. The early fragment Hermocrates Encephalus, which was probably written in early 1795, criticized Fichte for thinking that philosophy can create a complete system of knowledge such as the Wissenschaftslehre. The task of infinite striving applies as much to transcendental as empirical knowledge, Hölderlin argues, so that a complete system of transcendental philosophy is also only a regulative ideal. The belief that we can finish such a system amounts to a scientific quietism, because it either completely denies the limits of knowledge or remains content with some specific limit. 213. The theme of Hölderlin's article shows that it was probably intended as a contribution for Needhammer's Philosophisches Journal, which made the possibility of foundationalism its chief agenda. The draft is interesting not least because it reveals how Hölderlin, like Schlegel, Schelling, and Novalis after him, developed his romantic philosophy through a critique of classical foundationalism. The critique of Fichte's foundationalism was indeed the first step in his program to establish the sovereignty of poetry over philosophy, for he would soon argue that only poetry avoids the infinite striving involved in philosophy. It was also in early 1795 that Hölderlin took his most important step beyond the idealism of the Wissenschaftslehre. Anticipating Schelling and Hegel, who will make the same point only years later, he objects against the purely subjective status of the principle of subject-object identity. He insists that this principle cannot be equated with self-consciousness but must be identified with pure being, Reinsein, itself. The paradigm of subject-object identity is not self-consciousness, he implies, but the single universal substance of which thought and extension, the subjective and objective, are only manifestations or appearances. There are two crucial pieces of evidence for Hölderlin's early move beyond the subjective idealism of Fichte. The first is his January 26, 1795 letter to Hegel, and the second his short fragment Idealism, probably written in early 1795.34. In both texts Hölderlin takes issue with Fichte's claim in the 1794 Grundlage that the absolute is subjective, consisting in the ego or self-consciousness. In his letter to Hegel, Hölderlin does not develop his own positive account of the absolute identity but simply points out an inconsistency in the Wissenschaftslehre. 35 The essence of Hölderlin's argument is that Fichte's absolute cannot be subjective because there is a tension between it and one necessary condition of subjectivity, namely, the possibility of consciousness. Hölderlin reasons as follows: if the absolute ego contains all reality, like Spinoza's substance, then it should be everything, having nothing outside itself. This means that the absolute ego cannot have an object, because this would be to postulate something outside it. Since, however, there cannot be consciousness without an object, the absolute ego cannot be conscious, but what cannot be conscious cannot be an ego, and hence Fichte's absolute cannot be subjective. Such a condensed argument needs further explanation. Why cannot the ego have an object if it is all reality? It would seem that the ego could still have itself for an object and still be all reality. The suppressed premise of Hölderlin's argument comes from Fichte himself, and more specifically from his law of reflection, that to know anything determinate, to be conscious of it as this rather than that, I must oppose it to something, hence to know even myself as an ego, I must oppose myself to a non-ego. This was exactly Fichte's reasoning in the Wissenschaftslehre 36, which Hölderlin now turns against him. From the law of reflection, Hölderlin draws the conclusion that the ego cannot be absolute. Since to know itself the ego must oppose itself to the non-ego, it follows that the ego cannot be all reality because it must have something outside itself. Hence, on Fichte's own reckoning, the ego must be finite, and it becomes nonsense to speak of an absolute or infinite ego. In his letter to Hegel, Hölderlin writes as if he were a Kantian himself, chiding Fichte for transcending the limits of experience. Thus he says that he suspects Fichte of a dogmatism just like that of the older metaphysicians, because his absolute cannot be within consciousness. It would be wrong to conclude from this, however, that Hölderlin was a Kantian at this time, as if he wished to uphold the critical limits against all forms of dogmatism. 37.4, long before 1795, Hölderlin was champing at the bit, eager to move beyond the Kantian limits himself. This becomes clear from his January 16, 1794 letter to Neuffer, where he says that Schiller should have gone further beyond the Kantian limits in his Enmit und Würde, implying that he would do just that if he were to write his own an essay on the aesthetic ideas. 6, 137. So, rather than towing the Kantian line himself, Hölderlin simply accuses Fichte of an inconsistency for not doing so. While the letter to Hegel merely points out an inconsistency in Fichte's position, the fragment Erdel states Hölderlin's own positive account of the absolute. He identifies the absolute, the unity of subject and object, with being, seen. Hölderlin implicitly equates being with Spinoza's single universal substance. This substance can be described as the identity of subject and object because both the subjective and objective, the ideal and the real, are aspects of it. That Hölderlin called subject-object identity being was probably due to the influence of Jacobi, who had already identified Spinoza's immanent Insaf with being pure and simple. 38. Hölderlin's claim that the absolute is not the ego but being seems to pit a realistic concept against an idealistic one. Rather than holding that thought precedes being, Hölderlin now appears to maintain that being precedes thought. It is as if he were endorsing Jacobi's interpretation of Spinoza: thinking is not the source of substance, but substance is the source of thinking. 39. But it is important to see that Hölderlin does not mean this. When he claims that the absolute is being, he means that it is neither idealistic nor realistic, neither subjective nor objective alone, but that it is both of them yet still neither of them because it is nothing more nor less than their pure unity. The whole point of Hölderlin's principle is indeed to overcome all forms of dualism, whether they completely separate the subject or object or emphasize one at the expense of the other. The term being was perfectly appropriate to express such pure identity, because both the subjective and objective are aspects of being and share in it equally. Being is not determinate in any respect, neither more subjective nor more objective. Hence if Hölderlin sides with Spinoza, it is not because he thinks that Spinoza's naturalism and realism are more true than Fichte's idealism, but because he thinks that Spinoza's substance overcomes the oppositions between idealism and realism. Hölderlin does not want to side with dogmatism against criticism, the false dilemma Fichte presented him, but to develop a single standpoint that encompasses them both. 40. It is in the sense that he anticipates Schelling, who will later call this single standpoint criticism or the indifference point. Whatever his positive views, Hölderlin's main aim in Idealism is still essentially negative and anti-Fichtean. Still taking issue with Fichte, Hölderlin now makes a new argument for why the absolute identity cannot be the ego. The thrust of his argument is that the distinctive feature of the ego is self-consciousness, but that self-consciousness necessarily involves some distinction between the subject and object, and so is incompatible with the pure subject-object identity of the absolute. Of course, Hölderlin concedes, self-consciousness also involves some element of identity because the knowing subject is the object known, but he also insists that self-consciousness also implies a distinction between the subject and object.
Self-consciousness is only possible, Holderlin